In these videos, you'll go from being a complete beginner to advanced in how to give AI access to tools, build intelligent AI agents that you can sell in the real world and make your first money with AI. I'll cover the basics of how to set it up, how to create anything you really want, and also how to add intelligent website widgets to business websites that you can sell for a couple of $100 every single month. And I'll even build in front of your eyes a real website widget for this previous client of mine that I'll place on his website, and I'll show you absolutely everything, no gatekeeping whatsoever. Let's get started, shall we? The first thing I do is that I head to buildmyagent.io. This software allows you to build intelligent AI agents just by using words, and you can add over 800 different integrations. I'm also a co-owner in Build My Agent, so if you have any feedback whatsoever, make sure to let me know inside of Skool, because then we can make the software even better. You can see on the landing page the price is $25 a month, but I have a little tip for you. If you head over to buildmyagent.io/secret, I'll also drop the link right below this video and hit enter. Then it's going to take you to this secret page where you need a secret key. If you then write in K9ND1 and click enter, it's going to let you pass, and you'll get to this secret page right here where you can get 25% off for life. You will, on top of that, also get 1,000 free credits additionally to what you usually get, which means that you can use all of these credits to learn the software and become an absolute beast at creating AI agents. So that's what I'll do. I'll click get started on the starter plan. Then I'll write in my email, click continue with email, and that's going to take me to this page right here. I'll fill out this information and then I'll be right back. That's going to take you to this page right here, and then you're going to see this. If you feel like you need more additional one-to-one help, then you can watch this video. This is going to take you to our Skool group, which is a private community of other people in the same situation as you. Now we are on the Build My Agent creation page. And the cool thing about Build My Agent is that you can ask it whatever you want to create. Like, create me an agent with access to Gmail and Notion. And if I hit enter, it's going to start building this agent and connect those integrations to my agent. It literally has never been easier before to create real AI agents for the real world and connect it to real applications. What you see now here is the workspace. On the left-hand side, you have your agent builder. And if I wanted to add Google Calendar, for example, I can just write add Google Calendar, hit enter, and now I can refine my agent so I get the desired result and the desired agent that I want to create for my client. And now you can see Google Calendar has been added. On your top left of the workspace right here, you can see the integrations that we need to connect with. So if I wanted to connect Gmail, for example, I can just click connect Gmail, and this is going to open the authentication module. For now, I'll just click authenticate, which is going to open this connection authentication window right here. I can just choose the Google account that I want to continue with. I can click continue. And now we are authenticated, and you can see Gmail right here updated with a little check mark. I can do the same with Google Calendar. Now we are authenticated with Gmail and Google Calendar. I can then either use the workspace to delete Notion, for example, if I don't want it anyways. I could also just ask this to delete my Notion integration, and the agent will just remove it for you. Awesome. Now we can test it. In the bottom right corner, we have test mode that opens this module right here. This allows us to test our agents so we can improve them even more. I can turn on log mode right here. This is going to show you the logs when it triggers tools. Let me show you that in a second. What I can do now is that I can say send an email to support@buildmyagent.io. This is, by the way, is our support email. So if you run into absolutely any issues, then make sure to send them to support@buildmyagent.io. The email that you see right here. So I could write send an email to support@buildmyagent.io and tell them that you love their software. It will now use its Gmail connection to send an email like this. And when I have log mode on, you can see it shows me the actual logs of what it's doing. So I'd recommend usually having log mode on. If you don't want it on and you only want to see what it's actually writing, then you can also just turn it off. I can then head into my Gmail, the connection that I enabled. I can go into send, and you can see to support the AI wrote, I just wanted to let you know that I love your software. It's really great. Awesome. Congratulations. You're now allowed an AI agent access to real tools and do real life tasks. Do you see the potential and all the cool agents that you can create from this? Let's say that you wanted to speak a different language, or you wanted to behave in a different way. All you would do is click on this main node right here, which is going to open up the settings. If you want it to behave in a different way, or if you want to add a different model, you can click on the model right here, which is going to show you all of the models that you have access to. This is providers like OpenAI, Grok, Gemini, Anthropic. We have a bunch of models in here that you can choose from. What I recommend that you do, however, is that you check the pricing of the models. I would highly recommend you to use Gemini 2.5 Flash because it's a fairly smart model and it's really cost efficient. So what you can do is that you can just search in the browser for Gemini 2.5 Flash model cost, and then you can compare the model pricing, and then you can compare the model pricing to the other models. A model that I would not recommend that you use, for example, is GPT-5 Pro, because this is very expensive. It takes up more credits. In the middle, you see the system prompt, and these are the instructions that you give to your agent. So right now, you can see it says you're an autonomous agent that should deliver precise, actionable responses. And then it has access to all of these tools in here. I can also scroll down, and then I can see the advanced settings, the temperature, and the top P. Temperature is basically a value for how creative the agent should be. If you could put it at a value of like 0.3, it's almost going to do the exact same thing. If you put it further up, like 1.5, it might be a little too creative sometimes and do something that's not intentional. That's why I usually recommend a temperature of around 0.3. I can also at the top change my name. I can call it a Gmail agent like this. And this is only for me, so I can remember what agent I was building. Then I can click save changes and boom, now our changes are saved. I can also go in and write at the top, for example, you only speak Spanish. I can then save it and then I can ask it, hello. Now you can see our agent speaks Spanish. Models are so smart that they almost speak every single language. Just write it inside the prompt and the model will speak any language that you want. Remember what I mentioned about model cost? You need to make sure that you're using a good model, but that's also cost efficient, because depending on the models, you have credits down in the bottom left corner. You actually get 1,000 credits more than what you usually get. Usually you get 500 credits, but because you sign up through the link, you'll now get 1,500 credits. So you have a little more to use from, but I'll still recommend you to be a bit cost efficient when it comes to what models that you use. When you want to deploy your agent to the real world, like to a website, for example, you can go up in the top right corner, you can click deploy agent, and then you can either choose or create a new sub account. A sub account is basically a closed environment or a closed account where you can give your client access to that account. But I'll show you more about that in the next module. I'll also show you how you can deploy it on something like Instagram DMs, on SMS, on WhatsApp, Messenger, and the website widget, even how you use custom agents so you can connect it to anything that you want. So now you know the basics. So let's get into how to actually build your first agent that's ready for real life applications, which will be a website widget for this client of mine. Let's get into how to actually build agents that you can go out and sell to business owners and make your first money with AI. In this module, I'll show you how to create a website widget for this client of mine. And I'll even show you how to deploy it on his website so you have a complete product that you can go out and sell tomorrow. Right now, we are in the workspace for the previous agent that we created. So I'm just going to click this arrow back right here, which is going to take you back to our agents. So let's get started, shall we? I'll show you the exact flow of how you build an agent, how you demo it for the client, and then how you launch it for the client. I'll do this in the next 3 modules. Let's start out by creating our agent. And I've actually been so nice that if you click create agent and you go inside of the template section right here, you're going to see some pre-made templates that I've already made for you, which means you're going to save a bunch of time on it, of actually prompting the agent. And what I want to show you is this Google Calendar agent right here. This prompt and this specific agent has made us over $400,000. So if I click on this agent, you can see what tools it has access to: Gmail and Google Calendar. All I need to do now is just click build agent, and it's going to build it for me with this template. And as I showed you in the video before, all I need to do now is click connect Gmail, click authenticate, and then go in and choose my Google account. Click continue, and boom, authentication is successful. And I do the same on Google Calendar. I want to show you another thing that you can do, which is a real cool feature that we have added. Instead of connect yourself, let's say that you want to connect this to the client. So the client has a Google Calendar and they want appointments that the agent books. They want that in their own Calendar. Instead of giving them access to your Build My Agent account and going in and connecting them themselves, you can click share link right here. And what this will do is that it'll generate a 72-hour share link that I can just copy and I send it to my client. And they have 72 hours to go in and connect their Google Calendar. When they click the link, they're going to come to a page like this. And all they have to do is just click continue with Google Calendar and it's going to open the same flow. But that way you don't need to give them access to your Build My Agent account. And you can manage a lot of clients by sending out these links and a lot of connections to other Google accounts. This is something that's an absolute pain in other softwares like Make and NNN. It is that it's so hard to actually get the right access. But with this share link feature, it has never been easier. For now though, just because I want to show you how to set up the agent, I'm just going to click connect yourself, authenticate, and then sign in with my Google account again. We close this down and boom. Now we have an AI agent with access to Gmail, with access to Google Calendar. And if you go inside, you can see I'm using the model Gemini 2.5 Flash and also have a pre-made prompt that already works really, really well. This prompt is made for a car detailing company already. So if you're working for a solar company or a roofing company or any other company in any other industry, you would change the things inside of this prompt so it works with exactly what you want to do. I can now click top right here and I can change it. Let's call it Gold Coast Pro Detail Website widget. I could, if I wanted to, change to another model. Some other favorite models of mine are Grok 4 Fast. It's fairly cheap and very, very fast. You also have models like GPT-4o, but for now, my favorite to use, because it is so cheap and still very, very good, is the Gemini 2.5 Flash. You can also scroll down and see I've already set the temperature for you to 0.3. I also want to show you how you could update this prompt to your own client. You can see at the top it says AI expert in car detailing. If I'm working with a solar company, for example, I would change this to expert in solar. Language of the prompt, here's where you could change to Spanish or French, whatever language that you want. Behavior flow, always answer any user questions and then continue question flow. On the communication level, I've set it to informal and friendly tone. This is usually when you want to book appointments, the best thing that you can do. That way it's not too sales, it's not too formal, it's a casual conversation that the AI has with the leads. Primary purpose and expertise, work as a receptionist for a car detailing company. I of course also could do that. I could say work as a receptionist for a solar company. Rules and guidelines, we have some specific rules. This is so it follows the conversation flow. And again, in the response and tone, you have casual and friendly, using smiley emojis sometimes, and to avoid excessive exclamation marks. Great, now comes the most important thing of any prompt when it comes to booking appointments and closing leads, which is the question flow. I have added already that the AI should ask these questions one by one. Always start with the first question while answering any other questions. These questions are industry specific, so you should change them to whatever industry you are working in. For now, as an example, I'll change them to solar. So instead of how's the car looking, any pets or kids making a mess, I'm going to change it to how's your electricity bill looking? Has it been going up lately? Now I've added an industry specific question for solar. The thing that's important about this question is that it's always something that should continue the conversation about whatever that you are selling. So the example in car detailing was how's the car looking? Any pets or kids making a mess? If someone replies yes to that, it's very natural to continue the sales conversation. And it's the same here in solar. If someone says they have a high electricity bill and it's been going up lately, it would probably be a good time to install solar because it can save them a lot of money. You want to find what angle you can use in whatever industry that you're going into. If you are in kitchen remodeling, a good question could be, how's the kitchen looking? Have you been thinking about upgrading it lately? Something like that, that continues the sales conversation. I would highly recommend you to use this second question. What mornings or afternoons usually work best for a quick detail? And the reason for that is that this question works so well when it comes to booking appointments. It's not a yes or no answer. It's a what mornings or afternoons usually work best. It's what we call an assumptive close. When someone asks, well, mornings usually work best, that continues the conversation once again. Then, because it's a website widget, you want to give them their name, email, and phone number. So that's what we ask for here. And then when they have said that, that's when we book the appointment in the calendar. Then we instructed in how it creates a Google Calendar event. We write add the appointment by using Google Calendar create event tool. So you can instruct it inside of the prompt to what tools it should use as well. And we have also instructed it in sending an inbound email to this email right here that mentions that an appointment has been booked. This is important because the business owner needs to know the name, phone number, and when the appointment has been booked as a notification. That way you provide even more value. So when someone books an appointment on the business owner's website, the business owner is notified over email. And you can do all of this inside of Build My Agent. We give it the format that we want the email in, and then we add some edge case scenarios, like if the user proposes a time, it should check if the time is available. And if the user wants to reschedule, then it also uses these tools right here. Another thing that you'll probably need to modify is the company FAQ. So when it comes to what services do you offer, if, let's say we have the example with the solar company, we would write, we offer solar panels, batteries, and EV chargers, for example. Where are you located? This is where you would write in the address of your client. What are your opening hours? You would write in the opening hours of your client. How can I contact you? Write in the number of the client. Do you have a website? Here's, you can link to the website. If you're already on the website with a website widget, you probably don't need this. So let's delete that for now. What is the price? Here's where you'd write the price in. If you want to mention it sometime, for example, in solar, you'd probably write something like the price depends on your exact needs, but we can give you a completely free quote. Something like that. You don't want to give them a price in the website widget. Usually the price actually varies. So instead you want to get them on that call and book an appointment with them in order to give them a price then. So that's why you still want the AI to continue the conversation, but you want to continue the conversation into a booked appointment. How long does it usually take? This is probably not something that you would have as a solar company, so we will also just remove that for now. There you go. This is how you modify the already existing template in the prompt for your exact client. For now, I'll just delete this and I'll insert the old prompt. I'll just go back to the previous prompt that we had because I'm creating a website widget for this car detailing company right here. So I like these car detailing questions. But what I would of course have to do is that I would have to go in and find their opening hours. You can do it like this. I would also have to go in and find their prices. You can do all of this from your client's website. And of course, also where it says email right here in the middle of the prompt, I would go in, I would find the email and I would add it right here. Awesome. Now we are ready. So I'm gonna click Save Changes right here. And now this will save the changes to my prompt. Remember to save the changes so it actually saves to your agent. Another cool thing that you can do is that you can click the plus right here and then you can add a knowledge base. So let's say that you want to get all the information there is on a website, but you don't want to sit there and copy paste it or add it into the prompt. And sometimes the prompt can become very long as well, which might confuse the AI. Instead, let's say you have a lot of information you want to compact into the agent. The way you do that is that you use this knowledge base integration right here. And here you can either upload a file, such as an image, a PDF file, a Google Sheet, for example, with the information that you want the AI to have access to. What it's going to do then, it's going to do something that's called RAG. It's going to store all of this information in a very optimized way, so it can find it later and you can ask questions about these documents and it'll have context and access to that information. But one of my favorite things that you can do inside of Build My Agent is that you can also click Import a Website right here. I can then go in and say, okay, I want this website. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to add it as a website URL. I'm going to click Add Another URL, and then I'm going to go up and take the About Us section right here, for example. I want to provide that information as well. You can copy that too, insert it right here, and then click Import. What that will do is that it'll collect all of this information, it'll place it inside of a PDF file you can see right here, and now I can upload that file into the agent, just like that. And now the agent has access to all of this information that's on this page, and the same with the main page. And you can add up to 10 URLs, and you can even add multiple documents. So you can add a lot of information to the agent. I'm just going to click Done now. And now you can see in the middle right here, we have added a knowledge base. This is only something you should add if you have a lot of information. I just wanted to show you how you do it. So what I can do now, for example, is I can find one of these questions that they have right here. Like right now it mentioned that they are a family business. I could go in and ask it. I can clear it right here and I can ask it. It will now go into the document it has access to. It'll find the information about what we just gave it. And you can see, yep, we are a family-owned business and we treat every car like a Rolls Royce. How's the car looking? And you can see that's exactly what it says here as well, where we treat every car like a Rolls Royce. So now the agent has way more context and it's very easy to actually give it information that it can use later on. You just learned something new. Next thing you can do is that we can test it. So let's imagine that this is a website widget that's on this website. What might customers ask them? Well, they might ask them, what services do you offer? Like this. The agent can then go in, it's probably on one of the pages, it can find this information, and here you can see it says we offer in-house car detailing, mobile detailing, ceramic coatings, paint protection spray, customizations, and detailing supplies. So this is that first question that leads the sales conversation. How's the car looking? Any kids or pets making a mess? They can then write, my car is a mess. Haha. I have a dog named Poppy that has a lot of hair, for example. Hit enter. And now the AI will continue the question flow. You can see it says, oh, Poppy sounds adorable. No worries, we can definitely get rid of that dog hair for you. We are experts in making cars look and feel fresh again, even after a pet party. Pretty good message, very friendly, and that's what we instructed in doing, right? We want to have it as a friendly agent. But mornings, afternoons usually work best for a quick detail. I'm gonna say mornings. Perfect. Morning it is. What is your name, email, and phone number? Now the agent picks up the lead information so they can book an appointment. You can say, my name is Albert. My email is, so say this, my email is this, and my phone number, and I'm just gonna write in some random phone number like this. But this is the information we want the agents to store, right? Because this information is very important when their business actually goes out and does the job. They want to be able to contact them. We can then hit enter. So hopefully now it goes into the calendar, finds availability, and gives back some times. And here you can see how that looks. Awesome, Albert, got your details. Okay, so for morning slots, how about these options? Here you can see October at 10, Thursday at 10, Thursday at 11. If I go in and check my calendar, you can see the options I have access to is 10 a.m., 10 a.m., and then also 11 a.m. So all of these times are free, which is awesome. I could then say Thursday at 10 would be best, like this. And now the agent will be instructed in going in and creating that appointment for them. It will also be instructing in setting a notification to the business owner that they just received a new appointment. You can see it created an email, Gmail send email. If I go into my email right here that I send it to, you can see it says new appointment booked, Albert Olgaard. Here's the phone number. Albert Olgaard has booked an appointment for a car detail. He mentioned his dog Poppy makes a mess with hair. So not even does the AI go in and book an appointment, it also gives additional information in a summary to the client so they know what the conversation was about. So it sent the email and it also added the appointment at 10 a.m. on Thursday. Isn't that cool? Now you have an agent that has access to Gmail. It has knowledge base, so it can check the website. It has a knowledge base, so it has access to a bunch of information about the company. And it can book Google appointments directly into the business owner's calendar. Perfect. That was the first part of the build done. Now we could take this, we can go over to the client and we can show them how it works and ask them if they would be happy with it. This is something that you, when you're good, can create in just a couple of minutes. So you can show a demo like this on every sales call that you go on. In the next module, I'll show you how to demo this for the client so they get a really good understanding of what you are actually selling to them and to make sure they actually see the value so you can close them on the call. Let's get into it, shall we? Let me show you how to actually demo the agent that you just created for the client. The demo page allows you to create an interactive page that you can either send as a link to the client so they can check it out themselves, or that you can screen share on a call for the client so they can see exactly how the agent would look and feel in real life when it's deployed on their website. All I do is that I create demo right here, and this depends on the service we are selling. Here you have 5 different demo types to choose from. A messenger page, an Instagram page. You just want to pick something that's the closest to what you are selling them. And now, because we want to create a website widget, I'm going to choose the website widget. I'm going to call it Gold Coast Demo. I'm going to choose the Gold Coast Pro Detail website widget that we just created, and then I'm going to create the demo. That's going to take you to this page right here. And if we scroll down, we can see the website widget. This is just what it looks like. This is the demo, so you can show them exactly, okay, this is what it would look like on your website. But we can do a lot of customization here. I also wanted to show you the other demo types. If you click top right corner, you can still switch it. So if I wanted to show it what it will look like on SMS, I can choose the SMS chat. That's this demo type. I could also choose Messenger if I wanted to show you what it would look like in Messenger. Same with Instagram, and a standard chat is kind of just like a chat UI, so you can demo it if you want that instead. For now, I'm going to choose the website widget so I can show them exactly what it would look like on their website. For the widget title, Gold Coast Demo is probably not the best. It could be something like Gold Coast Pro Detailing. It could just be the name of the detailing company. For the AI assistant, you can even give it a name, but you could also just call it something like AI Assistant or AI Helper. For the appearance, you can change exact colors that you want. You can either choose one of the pre-made theme colors right here. For now, I'm just going to choose the red one, but you could also click this button right here and you can choose the exact color that you want. I kind of like this one, so I'm going to stay with that. You can choose if you want light or dark mode like this. That's going to change the color inside the widget. Then you can choose if you want a professional widget or a legacy widget. I like the professional widget better, So I'm going to pick that one. So that's basically just two different themes. You can choose it if you want it to be responsive or fixed in size. You can choose how big you want it to be and the height. So I can set it to 80%, for example. It's going to be not as wide. I could also set the height to 900, for example, to make it really tall. But for now, to make it easy, I'm just going to choose it as responsive. I can also choose the logo image that I want. So by going in here and saying, okay, I want this logo, I can right click on this logo. I can copy the image address, and under the logo image, I can insert this. And now you can see now we are showing the logo here in the top left corner. The same with the avatar. The avatar is what we are showing inside of this. I could also just change that to the logo. I could also keep it blank. I could also choose this if I wanted to. I can choose whatever URL that I want. Now you can see the inside, and this has now changed to this other image. So you can just go to their website, copy the image URL, do that by right clicking on the logo, copy image URL, and then you just insert it just like this one. This next thing is one of my favorite features on Build My Agent. I can actually insert their background on my demo. So if I go to their website and I copy this URL, I go back into background website preview, I can insert the URL, and now it will show the URL of their website in the background. I can also customize what messages I want to show here. I can customize what it says down here, type your message. So let's say that you have a Spanish agent, you can customize all of this. When it's closed, it has a pop-up message. You can say, hi there, need any help? That you can also customize. You can also make it visible and not visible. You can change the delay seconds. And inside of here, you can even add suggested responses. This sometimes helps when it comes to increasing how many actually use their website widget. For now, I'm just going to turn that off to keep it simple. You can also move it bottom left, bottom right. For now, we're just going to keep it here. And if you have the white label plans of Build My Agent, they are not included on the starter plan, but you can upgrade to get those. Then you get custom domains. So if I wanted it, instead of it being buildmyagent.io, I could change it to my website domain. My agency is called shiny.ai, so I could change it to something like this, demo.shiny.ai, and then send this link to them instead. That way it's even more customizable and they don't see the Build My Agent branding at all. That is under the custom domain settings. The way I do that is that I click add custom domain right here. I'll add demo.shiny.ai, and then it will instruct us in how we add it. But for that, we do need the higher plans of Build My Agent. So for now, we're not going to do that, but I just wanted to show you that it's possible. You can even set usage and limits, which basically just says how many messages you want them to be able to send. Again, remember that it is using credits every time that they send a response. So if you only want them to say, okay, I only want you to test you a little bit, you can set it to something like 50. But again, if you use models like GPT 2.5 Flash, you can see from recording all of this, I've only used 1 credit. So if you use a cheaper model, then you have a lot of credits to use from. And remember, you got 1,000 extra. All right, you can also change the background customization if you haven't inserted the actual website. But this is good for now. I'm going to close all of these. And now we can share it with the client. So either what you can do is this, let's say that you have an email thread with the client and you want to show them, here man, I just created a website demo for you. Let me know if you like it. You can just click share right here. You can get a shareable demo URL for the client. You could also, if you wanted to actually embed it on your website, let's say that you want to show everyone, every client, what your website widgets look like. You can embed one on your own website to kind of lead as an example, which can be good to do as well. But for now, let me show you how to share the link. I click the plus right here, which copies it. And now if I paste this into my browser, you can see now you have a demo URL that you can show to the client. You can show them what it would look like, that people can click right here, and then it shows the actual website widget so they can see exactly what it would look like in their case, with what logos you would add, how the AI performs. And if I write hi, you can see the agent actually uses the question flow that we set up. So you can also demo how it would work for the client. Pretty cool, right? So what you can do now with this demo feature is that you can either reach out to a bunch of business owners and already tell them that you created an agent for them. Basically just say, hey man, I created a website widget for your website. Do you want to see it? It's already done. I've already created it for you. I wanted to show you how it looks. That's one way of getting clients. Another way is that you can say, hey man, I already created you a demo, but you haven't actually created it yet. When people say yes to hopping in a call with you, that's when you can create this demo for them, quickly create the agent just by typing in the integrations that you want on the agent, and then going to the demo page, creating the agent like I just showed you. Doesn't have to take more than 5 minutes. And then you can create a demo for them and show them exactly what it would look like on their website on a call. You want them to get that wow factor of saying, oh, that actually looks pretty good. I like it. I want this on my website. When you do that, that's when you can close them on the call and make your first money online. Awesome. We're going to explain much more in this video about how you actually go about selling it to clients. But I just wanted to show you this demo feature, how you can utilize it to the most of its capabilities, because if you use this right, this can be very, very, very valuable for you. The next thing I'm going to show you is when you close the client, when they say yes, when they pay you, how do you actually get it on their website? I told you I'm showing you absolutely everything. Let's get into the next module, shall we? When you're ready and you have closed your first client and you want to deploy it on their website, we can head back to agents right here. And then this is probably when you would add their actual Google Calendar, right? Because you don't have access to their Google Calendar yet if you haven't closed them. So if you have this agent and they like it, you can just go in on the node, click on each of the integrations, click disconnect, because now you probably want to integrate with their calendar. When I've disconnected it, all I do now is that I just authenticate it again. And this time, like I showed you previously, you can use the share link that you can send to the client. And then you can just send this link to the client you want to send one for both Gmail and for Google Calendar. So you get access and the right access to both tools. Awesome. Now we want to actually launch it for the client. The way we do that is that we hit into launch right here. And this shows you the launch tab and it shows you the sub accounts that we have access to. For now, let me just delete this sub account so we start over. This is what you will see. What I'll do now is that I'll just create my first sub account, and a sub account is basically a separate account where you can invite the clients. And this is really good because then they can see the conversations that your website widget has with their customers. And that's very important. You want full transparency so they can see the value that your website widget actually provides. We're going to call this sub account Gold Coast Pro Detailing, and I'm going to create the sub account. There we go. What I'll do now is that I'll click in on the sub account and you can see this takes me to a completely separate page. Now we are on the overview, the dashboard of the sub account. I can now go inside of team and I can send an invite to the client. You can see right now it's only me that has access, but I can click invite team member. I can insert their email. I can choose if I want the link to expire or not. For now, we're just going to set no expire, and then I can send the invite. Now you can see right here, it says pending, and they only have a viewer role. So they can't actually go in and delete your agents or anything. You're the one still managing the agent. They can only see the conversations that the agent has with their customers. What you can also do is that you can head inside of settings and you can customize the sub account to exactly how you want it to look. For example, we want to do a dark mode. I can add a color right here by clicking pick. Let's choose a red color like this one. There we go. And just like before, I can go in and I can copy the image URL by right clicking on the logo image, copy the image URL, and then pasting it inside of here. I can then also see, okay, how big do I want the logo? This big maybe. Click save sub account settings, and now you can see the sub account has this reddish theme and it also has this logo. Let's make it a little larger, maybe like this. Awesome. Now it's time to actually deploy the agent that we created on their website. The way we do that is that we click agent right here, add agent. I call it website widget and I click continue. Here you can see the channels that you have access to. You could also deploy this agent on Instagram, on Messenger, on SMS, on WhatsApp, and you could sell this for around $200 a month per channel that you integrated on. So if you integrated on, let's say, 4 channels, then you're making $800 a month from the client. So already now, with the technical knowledge you have, you can go out and create a really good business. Let's start with the website widget and click continue. Now we choose the agent that we just created, which is the Gold Coast Pro Detail website widget. Click create agent, and now it will create the website widget for us. Notice now that the agent is now in the left-hand corner. You can add as many agents as you want, and they're going to show in the left side. So the client, from their perspective, they have all of their agents in one place. I can now go in, I can change it. If I wanted to, I can change it to light mode. I'm probably going to do that just because the website, if I scroll down, is light mode. I can then also change the colors. Let's take this red color, for example. I can change the width and the height if I want to, but for now, let's keep it like this. And we want the widget to be bottom right. I can change the widget size that I want, but I think this is fine for now. For the message, I could change language to whatever I want, like Spanish. It's going to translate all of the information inside of the widget. For now, I want it in English. I could change the welcome message. This is the message that's showing up right here. For now, I like this. I can also change the suggested messages. This could be what services do you offer? Do you offer mobile detailing? Yeah, that's probably fine for now. What are the pricing plans? Just like that. And you can add as many as you want. But for now, I think 3 is good. Then we can also change the pop-up message. Right now it says, hey there, need any help? I could change this to, do you have a question? Like that. Under the branding tab, we can change what the widget is called. We could ask this, We could call this just maybe the name, Gold Coast Pro Detail. We can change the AI name to be AI Helper, just like we showed in the demo. We could also call it whatever we want. We could also call it James, AI James, for example. You can call it whatever that you want. We can also change the Start New Chat button. This website widget is actually pretty cool because it allows you to save message conversation as well and see previous conversations. But you can change the exact buttons on this too. You can also change the images. And you do that again just by copying an image from their website. For example, this one is actually pretty cool, so I can copy the image address from that. I can go back into the sub account and I can edit by clicking the plus. You can see now it has been added like this. I could of course also go in and probably maybe this logo is better to use. Copy this image address and then insert that instead. Now we have it like that. I can also change the size of it on the logo to make it a little smaller, just like that. Let's say I want to add images to the other places as well. I can use this toggle right here, use different images for each context. And then I could insert a different image URL, like this one maybe. I could copy the image URL on this. I can insert it here, and now you can see, now we have updated this to have this cool little icon here, which is pretty cool. When I'm done and I think, okay, now I'm ready to launch the website widget, I can click save right here, which is going to save my configuration. And then I can click this deploy button. This will have a video of how to embed the website widget, but I'm also just going to show you it's not that hard. I just click this copy button right here, and then I go to their website builder. Almost all website builders can. You can insert this on all website builders because most website builders have this code block right here. And all I need to do is just click code, click on this, open code editor, and then paste in that code that we got from our sub account that we got right here from the deploy button. Then I click save. I remember to click save in the bottom right, top right corner. I click publish, and there we go. If you don't have access to the client's website, then you might need to just tell them to insert this code. It's not that hard, and you can also just hop on a call with them and guide them through how they add it to their website. Now, if I refresh the page, you can see that now we have a website widget that pops up just like this with the do you have a question text. And now it works. I can write, what services do you guys offer? And the agent will now respond. We offer in-house detailing. It's exactly like it did in our demo. Now we're done. Now you know how to insert an AI service that you can sell for a couple of $100 a month. And as I mentioned, you could add more agents. You could add more agents here in the left-hand side. Call one Instagram agent and use the Instagram channel instead. If you want to do that, you just click continue. There are guides just like the other one with a video that explains how to set that up. Congratulations, you now know the basics of the tech that you can now really create a cool business on top of. In the next modules, we'll show you how to actually sell it, how to do the outreach to get people interested, how to get them on a meeting, and at the end, how to close them and get money up front on a call. If you have any questions, make sure to make a post in our Skool group. And now you are ready. Let's get into the sales part.
This video will be exactly how you pick your perfect niche. Because the truth is we all have some advantage that we can apply from our own lives when we talk about picking a niche or picking a solution for our agency. Because we're all going into this with different knowledge and different connections and different interests. And the first thing that you need to be looking out for is if you have any connections within an industry, within a business, or anyone within your circle that has specific information on a specific industry. Because then you could get to pick their brain, you can get to pitch them the idea of running the AI inside their business. And instead of starting out by guessing and by doing outreach in random places, you will have a very clear direction of where you want to go and how you can actually implement this. The second thing you could be looking out for to erase this guesswork in the beginning is taking your own experience into account. So to give you an example, Albert and I, before we started our agency, we were working a year as customer support agents, which gave us the knowledge that AI could go in and answer 80 to 90% of all of the questions that we were dealing with every day, which would save the business countless of hours and money and could maybe even replace me and Albert with a support AI. So you can use your experience to understand pain points that are existing and also how you can actually create the value with an AI. Because just from working that job and knowing nothing about AI, me and Albert, we understood that if we could implement an AI into the customer service, that we could completely be replaced and we could be solving a huge pain for a huge company and save them a lot of money. And you might also have an unfair advantage in the country that you're in or in the market where you have specific knowledge. And what I mean by that is you may be in a country where you have the option to go out and build more trust. You can do this in multiple ways. You could go out and you could pitch business owners one-to-one in real life, or you could speak the same language as them when you call them on the phone. To give you an example of this, Albert and I, we started getting some clients from Denmark because we could just call them. So what I did was I searched the biggest car detailers in Denmark and I called them and I spoke the same language as them and I could feel there was no resistance compared to when I was calling US businesses that were getting spammed by all sorts of different nationalities, because everyone that's in a market that's not very strong will be calling these global markets that are really strong. So they're getting spammed and the sales resistance instantly goes up. So if you live in a country where you can either go to a business owner and have a strong market and talk to them in person, or you can call people in your own language and pitch them the idea, you will have a way easier time closing deals and getting trust from your clients. And the final thing that you need to look for when you're picking a niche is that it's something that you're actually interested in and something that you could see yourself doing. For example, if you think that it's super cool that you go in and you create voice AIs that take off workload from other people and help businesses grow, and you really like the idea of creating voice AIs and being a part of that expansion and that change for businesses, then that's a great option for you. And then you have the AI text message campaign. So if you're a person that really likes marketing and you really like putting down words on a piece of paper and making sure that people are intrigued by what you're writing and that you can help businesses convert more people, save cost on marketing, and then get more appointments and sales, that's something that you could be going for. Or if you really like building AIs with comprehensive knowledge and you want to help out a ton of businesses just diverting traffic and having AIs that help people instead of needing people and needing support teams to help them, that's also a great option to go with support AIs. So you need to take a look at what actually interests you and what do you like building, because that way you'll be matching what talents and what skills and what interests that you have with what business that you're going to be pursuing. And this is important to keep in mind for the long-term game, because this is something that you will need to work on for a long time. And working on something that also motivates you in a different way will keep you even more motivated and even more disciplined long term. And then third, take your own life experiences and understand if you can apply and fix pain points for someone else and then provide value. Because at the end of the day, that's really just what it's all about. Because how much pain you solve and how much value you provide translates directly into how much money that you'll be making. So if I were you, I would really narrow down the solution that I want to provide, whether that's support AIs, whether it's AI that you use on text and social media, or if it's voice agents. It doesn't really matter. Pick one that you find interesting and then figure out what businesses need it the most. And I've created a docs with industries that I think will absolutely crush it with AI, and I've given them emojis based on where I think implementation could be done the best. And then, for example, we have law firms where I put down that an AI chatbot widget and SMS engagement would work well. And the reason I put these down is because the law firm could easily benefit from having a chat widget that guides the user through their process, and they could easily benefit from an AI SMS agent that would reach out to their customers to follow up with potential customers and also just to collect documents. So you could use this list to go through so many different industries and niches that could benefit from the different solutions that I just mentioned. And then hopefully some of this could inspire you to reach out and try different outreach methods. And then once you feel inspired and you have something that could interest you and something that you really see a good application from AI into a business, you can go over to the industry pain point solutions and ROI prompt. This is a prompt that I made where you can insert your industry into it, and it will break down a list of industry pain points and how AI can help solve them. So using this prompt on ChatGPT will give you the industry knowledge that you're lacking, and you can use this industry knowledge to sell your products better, to create better products, and also to gain more trust from your clients when you are pitching them the idea of an AI. So now that you've picked a solution, understood what industry needs them the most, and then understood the exact pain points and how you can apply AI to fix these pain points, you need to be doing outreach. So you head over to the day 2 challenge of doing outreach, and to really understand where your industry and where your niche responds the best, you need to try all of these. And once you've tried all of these for a week or 2, you will understand exactly where you need to put your time. So if you are seeing that no one ever picks up the phone and you barely get any appointments from cold calling, and all of your appointments are coming from the Instagram hashtag strategy, you automatically will cut away the cold calling and focus on the Instagram hashtag strategy. And the same thing goes if no one responds on Instagram and everybody responds on the phone and you book all of your appointments from there, you will automatically cut away the Instagram hashtag strategy. So you need to be trying these different strategies, and you need to be doing so much volume that it would be unreasonable for you not to get a single response and then iterate based on that data. This is such an essential part of trying different things, because depending on what market, what industries, and what platforms you reach out on, you will see so many different results from platform and industry and niche. Because depending on who you're going after, where they are, what you're trying to sell, you will see so many different results with different platform, different niches, and different people.
If you're not getting clients consistently, it's not because you are stupid. It's not because you don't have what it takes. You do. It's simply just because you haven't been told the right way of getting clients. Let me explain. Everyone on Instagram is showing the wrong way of doing things. They're showing you how to get the 5th, 6th, even 7th client. But for someone just starting out like you're doing, that simply just doesn't work. Instead, you need to use the value framework, where you provide value first before you make an ask. In this video, I'll show you the best way to get your first $10,000 online. And I'll show you all of this as quickly as I can, all from my pool. The first thing we'll do is that we will head over to Google Maps. Then you choose a city and you search for whatever industry, like car detailers. You find one that has a decent amount of reviews, like 40 reviews, but that doesn't have a website. Like this one, 5 stars from 46 reviews, but their website links to Facebook, so they don't have one. So what you do is that you call them up and you say, hey man, I saw that you had a bunch of good Google reviews, but don't have a website. Do you want me to create you one completely for free? You want to make a good enough offer where they feel stupid to say no. And this includes an entire website hosting completely for free. But wait, let me explain. When they agree, the way you then do it is that you head over to High Level. Inside of your High Level sub account, you go under sites, under websites, and then you want to create a brand new website. And this is important. You don't want to create it from scratch. Instead, you click from template. And here you find a website template that fits whatever industry you are targeting. Like this one, for example. This one looks pretty good for a car detailing company. So I just click choose template. And now this will import the template to my High Level. Then I click on the template, and here you can see we have a full website that we can now edit. You would edit all of this text, you would edit the logo, you would edit the text, and you would make sure that it's a complete website. If they want anything changed on it, you do it for them. You provide a really good job on creating a website for them, because you're taking something that they don't have already. They are missing a website right now, and you're providing it to them completely for free. Who does that? Exactly. You're building goodwill with them. You're becoming their internet partner. And I'm going to show you why that's such a key thing in a second. After you have edited this template and made it a complete website that is ready to host, you hop on another call with them. You basically just say, hey man, your website is done. Do you want to see it? You have 30 minutes and I can show it to you and give me any feedback. And then you hop on the call with them, you show them the website that you have made, and if they have any feedback, you go in and you actually change the website. You just provided a maybe $500 website completely for free. But here's the thing, you're going to be making so much more than that. It's an investment in the partnership that you're building with them. If you want a full guide for how to actually edit and create a logo, etc., I have another video on my YouTube channel. I'll link this below. But you create the entire website for them completely for free, and then you show it to them. And now comes the entire key part of this, because we are using what I call the value framework, which is when you're just starting out, you have nothing to show for it. You have no testimonials. You have no clients that can vouch for you. You don't even really have experience. After creating the entire website, help them get it set up as well. You can do that by heading over to GoDaddy, getting them to purchase a domain. You can do this with them on a call to hold their hand through this entire process. You have been providing value without asking for anything. And this is where you take that goodwill and you turn it into money. It shouldn't be like, okay, now I made this website for you, now you need to buy this or anything. They shouldn't feel pressure at all. This should just be a conversation about, your website is up and live, what do you think of it? They're gonna say, I love it. Thank you so much for doing this completely for free. I'll give you a testimonial, for example. That's the first ask you ask for. Would you be able to give me a quick testimonial about what you thought about the partnership? They're gonna say a bunch of positive stuff. That he made this website and I think it's really good and he's a good guy and you can definitely trust him and work with him. Boom, testimonial in the bag. Already there, making a website for one testimonial when you're just starting out and getting the experience of setting up a website is already a win. But then you ask, I can see that you are missing a lot of phone calls. Would you want me to set up a voice receptionist that can take your calls when you don't pick them up yourself? They might say yes to that. And if they do, boom, you've made your first money, because you would charge $100, not that much, still only $100, $200 a month for setting that up. And let me show you how to do that. So if they say yes, you set up this voice receptionist. If they say no, then fine, on to the next. It doesn't take more than 15 minutes, 30 minutes to set up a high-level website like this. So you can set up 10 of these in 2 days just by putting in 5 hours a day. You create a voice receptionist by heading into settings and then going under knowledge base, because first we want to give our AI agent a knowledge base. So what I can do is that I can find one of our previous clients like Nectar, and all I do is that I copy this URL, I head back into knowledge base, click go to AI agents, and then I create a new knowledge base. This one I called Nectar Energy, and I click create. I then click add source web crawler, and then I enter the URL. So what will happen is that now this web crawler will go through all of these pages inside of this website. It'll fetch all of the information, and I can very quickly give my AI the context it needs. And here's the great thing: if you just set up a website for them that already has information about their business, it doesn't take any more work from the client to getting a voice receptionist. Because you can just take that website you just made, smack it into the knowledge base, and now you have a voice agent that knows everything about the website and everything about the business. And you can see we already have it trained on this uploaded link. Now I can go back into Voice AI and I can click create agent, and then I can create a custom agent. I call my agent a name that would make sense, something like David, and I choose a voice. I choose English. I choose the time zone of the client. For now they can only do inbound calls, but in the future it'll be very, very cool to do outbound calls as well. And then for the initial message I will say, hey, it's David from, let's say, from Nectar Energy. How can I help? Then click next. I select the knowledge base that we just created for this agent using the Nectar website. Then I can choose what details I want to collect from the contact. This could be a name. I'm going to turn off email notification for now. Then I just click next. There we go. Now my voice agent is done. It knows everything about the website, so it can start picking up phone calls. If I wanted to, I can get the AI agent to book appointments, and I can do way more. If you want a complete full masterclass, then we have a closed community, so you should definitely check that out as well. But this shows you exactly how to do all of this in more detail, just if you don't want to do it yourself. And now we can test it. So I can write in my phone number, I can click call me, and now, like you see, we are receiving a phone call from our AI agent.
This is Nectar. How can I help?
I was looking to book an appointment.
I can help with that. What's your name, please?
My name is Albert.
Thank you, Albert. What type of appointment would you like to book?
I would like to have you look at my roof. Is that possible?
Absolutely, Albert. We can definitely help with that. Let me check our available slots for you. Could you let me know if you have a specific date or time in mind?
Maybe tomorrow.
The available slots for tomorrow, September 8th, are 1 a.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Do any of these times work for you?
4 p.m. would be great.
I see we have your email as albert.b@acoach@gmail.com. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Your appointment has been successfully booked for Monday, September 8th, 2025 at 4 p.m. We'll send you a confirmation email shortly. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. Have a wonderful day.
You too. These are so easy to sell, and they are so valuable because there are so many local businesses. Doesn't matter what it is, hair salons, car detailers, cleaners, they all don't pick up their phone. You'll be really impressed when you start calling all of these Google Maps. Like, let's say that you are a client that actually wanted cleaning. They don't pick up the phone. So you could easily sell this to just say, how many phone calls are you missing every month? They're gonna say a lot. And you can say, well, we can just add this so it just picks up the phone if you don't pick up the phone. That is insane. An easy upsell. And because they already trust you, it makes it so much easier. You already have goodwill from the website, and they already talk good about you in the testimonial, which makes this the easiest upsell ever. And it removes that barrier to entry, because you started out as brand new. Now they know you're an expert. They know you can set up websites. They probably also know that you can do this, which you can because you have this video. But we don't stop there. The way we make a lot of money on this client is by upselling. We do a sequence of offers, and we don't stop until they say no. For example, you might say, your website looks really good. I can send you these leads when they sign up on your website. I can send them to your phone. Or we can use this system called High Level, which you have set up the website on already, which just makes it so easy. And just say, I can set it up so all of these contacts are saved in here. They receive an automatic appointment reminder. You even have a calendar here where you can see your appointments. You can set up the entire system, the entire CRM, it's called, Customer Relationship Management Tool, which is what High Level is. And you can sell this to them from anywhere between 100 to 150 bucks a month. So now we are at 150 bucks a month from the voice agent, 150 bucks for the CRM, but we don't stop there. We continue. You ask them, you have a very nice website now. You might get a lot of people that send you emails, or text you? Would you want us to set up a website widget that can handle all of your questions, just like we set up the AI voice receptionist? They might say yes, they might say no. You are already winning. You're already making your first dollar online. But if they say yes, here's an easy way to set it up. And here's the thing, you want a bunch of AI systems that you can sell. This is why this is so important. You want to know a bunch of different agents. They might even ask for it. Can you also set up a voice agent? And if you don't know how to do that, you just kind of have to say no. And that's money that you're missing out on. Instead, you want to know how to do it. And let me show you. To set up the website widget, you would head over to buildmyagent.io and then you would head into build, because we first want to build the agent. You just click create a build. You click support AI because we want this AI to help and be helpful. We don't want it to book appointments necessarily, but you could also sell the website widget as something that books appointments, which might bring even more value. For now, I'll create it as a support AI. I'm going to call it Nectar. I can choose the language, English. So you can choose whatever language that you are using, like if you wanted Spanish, for example. And then I choose the industry, which for this specific example is solar. And then I click next. All of these settings I don't have to change. I just click next. And the agent and the prompt is already set up to be really, really good. All we need to do is just click add company information, import website. And here we find the Nectar website again. So I'm just going to copy this website, insert it right here. And now, just like high level, it will scrape all of the page. So our AI agents instantly know everything it needs to know about Nectar. We can then even click create an FAQ, which will take all of this information and take the most important stuff so we don't fill our AI agent with fluff. There we go. Now we have a very nice FAQ. I just click save changes. I click next. I click generate AI. And now we are building our AI agent. Now we can test it by going into the test lab, just writing hey, and you can see our AI now works and is responding to everyone that sends a message to it. Hey there, what do you need help with today? Which is a pretty good first message if someone just writes hey. We can launch this and implement it right on their website, and I want to show you how you do that as well. You simply just go to launch, then you create a new sub account. You call this, let's say, Nectar, because that's the company we're setting it up for. Then it pops up right down here. We click on this, and now we are inside of our sub account. I then click add agent. I just call it Nectar website. I click continue. I choose the website widget because that's what we want to deploy it on. But look at this. This is what I mean with upselling. You can do this exact same thing for Instagram DMs, Facebook Messenger, even SMS, WhatsApp. You can upsell all of these agents. So let's say that they say, yeah, I want the website widget. Now you have a voice receptionist, you also have a website widget, and you also have the CRM that is taking all of their leads. Then you say, do you also want me to automate your Instagram DMs? That's another $100 a month. You also want me to automate Messenger? That's another $100 a month. And you say you also want to automate your SMS, your phone number. If people text to you, they're gonna say yes. That's another $100. And WhatsApp in some countries is even worth more. So you might be able to sell $200 a month. That's how you go from selling internet inflows or something simple to local businesses and only charging $100, $200 a month to charging $1,000 a month, selling 6 different AI agents, all from a completely free website. And just to set some expectations, not everyone is going to say yes to everything, and some people will just take your free website and dip. But again, I didn't tell you that this will work every single time. I just told you that if you did this enough times, people will start trusting you, people will want to work with you, and you're gonna get a bunch of clients. Let me continue showing you how to set up the website widget. We just choose the build that we just created, we create the agent, and there we go. Now we can change the appearance of it. We can make it red, for example, if that's what we want. We can even change the image, etc. I'm not gonna go too in depth about that, but you can change this, and I have a full guide on my YouTube channel about how to make the best website possible as well. Now it looks like this, and let's say they're going to deploy it. Then we click deploy. We take this code right here and we go into high level where we were hosting our website. So we go back into the website that we created. It was this one called Muffler Shop. We go to the homepage, and then wherever you want it on your high level account, wherever you want it on the website, and somewhere on the website, you just click a plus, you choose code, and this will not be visible on your actual website, but it will just show the website widget. We save this, and now I can show you when we publish it that the website widget has been installed. Now it is saved. Let's check the preview, and there we go. Now we can see bottom right corner, we have our website widget, just like that. But just like I showed you before, with Build My Agent, you can both connect website widget, Instagram DMs, Messenger, SMS, WhatsApp, and even whatever else you want using APIs, using the custom agent. So you can even connect Telegram, for example, or Discord, whatever you want. It is that simple to get your first client. I didn't say it was easy, I said it was simple, because this might take you a couple of tries. You will run into people that just take your free website. They probably leave you a testimonial then, but that is still a win. Remember what I said in the start of this video? I said you need to get good before you get rich. People go in with the wrong expectations. They think they can make 10K in a month when they are complete beginners. That's fucking bullshit. Because who would pay someone 10K for something that they don't know how to do? But if you first create goodwill like I showed you in this video, and you do it enough times, you will 100% land your first client, and you will 100% gain the skills in order to be able to charge more. Because this is the first step. This is how you get your first couple of clients. Later, you set up more advanced AI systems. You work with larger clients that can pay more. If you want to see guides on how to do that, then we have our closed community that shows you exactly how you do that too. Thank you so much, guys, for watching a random guy sitting in his fucking pool. I hope you found it valuable, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Remember to subscribe. We all have that friend that says, oh shit, I'll start a fucking business. This is gonna go crazy. I'm gonna be rich. And then 1 week passes and you ask them, well, how's it going with the business? Oh, I haven't really started yet. And then another week passes and you ask them and they say, well, I'm still setting up my website. Your website should not take more than 1 hour to set up. And to prove that to you, I've basically just taken our AI agency website. I've made a copy of it so you can set it up in 10 minutes. This is the website that drives our credibility to work with clients that have hundreds of employees and that can pay us thousands of dollars every single week to work with us. First thing we do is that we go to ChatGPT, get it to create a logo. I like this one, so I just download it. Next thing is that we go inside of High Level. In the description, there's a link that has the snapshot where you get a copy of this exact website so you can set it up for your own business. So I just go into my sub accounts, I click create a new sub account, and for you, it will be inside of the imported snapshots right here. I choose the website template and then I fill out this information and then I click add sub account, switch to sub account. And I click on the website in the bottom left corner. And then under websites, you will have a website template, which is basically just my website. I've just removed the colors and it looks like this. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll basically just go through how quickly you can actually update it. If I click on the nav bar, I go down into the color and we choose this orange right here. And for the icon color, we also choose this orange. And for the hover text, let's just do it orange as well. Then we click the logo right here, and inside of the brand logo I click this right here, and then I upload the logo that we literally just downloaded from ChatGPT. Upload like that, boom, like that. And for the start here button, we also change the colors to this new orange color like this, and the border we change inside of advanced also to this orange color. Boom. And I just keep changing the colors everywhere to this new orange instead of the purple. And this border is also under advanced. This is honestly what will take the longest time. It's just going through and customizing all of this to your colors. And also remember just to update the image right here at the bottom to our logo like that. And I also fill out this information. Let's say that our AI agency is called Sun AI. And I update the email and phone number as well. Then I remember to save it and publish it as well. If I want to make the logo a little larger, I can just go inside of the logo and I can change the width to, let's say, 200, might be a little too large, 150 like that. That looks better, I think. For these icons right here, you can just find some free icons inside of Canva and you can change the color. So if I just create a new logo inside of Canva, I can go inside of elements and I can search for, let's say, 1. And you can see I can insert these like that, change the color to an orange color if I want that instead. And I can do the exact same thing with 2. A good trick is if you want it in the same size, it's just to insert them on top of each other like that. like that. And then I can just change the colors on them to whatever I want. And I can then click share, and I can click download right here. And I click all pages. Let me show you a trick. If you don't have the premium version of Canva, you just check off the transparent background and you download it. And then you search for background remover right here. And you can basically just insert the images that we just got into this. And this will basically just remove the background. So it's an additional step, but at least you don't have to pay for Canva. Like that. And that's completely free to do. Then I go back into high level and we can just change these numbers right here. And we can just upload the newest images. All 3 of them. Like that. And then I can just change them out. Like that, and I click save. Awesome. Now we have changed the entire page to fit the new color. These icons, you can do the exact same thing. These are also from Canva, so you can just change that out to your own industry with your own color, just like we did before. Next thing you should do is that you click back, and then you want to update your privacy policy just by clicking edit. Right here, you just go to ChatGPT, you ask it to create me a privacy policy for my AI agency called Sun AI. And of course, this depends on your exact business and what you do with the user information, etc. So you would of course instruct ChatGPT to include this. But just to show an example, you can take this privacy policy right here and you can just insert it just by clicking the plus, clicking a column like this, and then inserting text like that. And then just copying this just to show you. Like that. Now you have a privacy policy, and you click save, and then you can do the exact same thing with terms of service, also just by using ChatGPT. And now your website is actually done. But you also need to add one more thing, which is that you want people to be able to book meetings with you. Inside of this snapshot, you already have a calendar. Inside this snapshot, you already actually have a calendar. We just need to update how the page looks. Just like before, I just changed the colors to the orange. Change this icon right here. And I insert my logo. And the background right here, I just want that to be white. And I just click save right here. Awesome. The last thing you need to do is just to connect your main website with your funnel. And the way you do that is inside of your website page, click the button with the start here, and you update the website URL like that. And you do that everywhere where you want to update it and where you want them to book an appointment. Like this. And you click save. Another thing I've added to this template is actually a calculator. This is used for our AI agency where we get our potential clients to actually calculate how much missing revenue they're missing out on from their aged leads. This is basically just a code piece, a custom code piece inside of here. What you can do is that you can take this code right here, you can go back into ChatGPT and you can tell it to update it to an orange color. And ChatGPT will basically just take this color, update the code for you and give it back to you. And you can just click copy and you can insert it instead of this current code. And when you save it and you go to the preview domain again, you can see now you have an orange color and you can choose whatever color that you want. Awesome. And now when the client clicks start here, it takes them to your calendar where they can book an appointment. And the snapshot is set up in such a way where when people book an appointment with you, it shows up inside of this calendar right here. There you go. Now you're ready to do your outreach, find clients, and when they search your website, they'll have a professional looking website where they can see that you're actually legit. So send this video to your friend that says that they wanted to start a business, but they have nothing to show for it after months. Hopefully this helps you guys out.
Instagram outreach, when done correctly, is probably one of the highest converting strategies that you can use. But when it's done incorrectly, it's really just spam and it wastes everybody's time, including yours. So in this breakdown, my goal is extremely simple. It's just to pass over the Instagram strategy that we used in our agency to crush it with the Instagram AI strategy. And using the strategy, you'll be able to efficiently do Instagram outreach without sounding like a bot and without burning any of your leads. So here is the exact strategy on Instagram that I will be showing you. So first, based on the industry and what we are selling, we want to go in and we want to find extremely specific hashtags for the industry that we are in. So inside of here, I have gathered a lot of different hashtags that you can use to find e-commerce stores, supplement brands, skincare and beauty products, home decor products, jewelry, service-based businesses, you name it. But all of this is just really meant to inspire you if you have a different industry, or you can use these hashtags if you want to find people within these industries. But what I will say is that you can always find better hashtags than these ones by using the hashtag, going over to Instagram, and then going to the hashtag. Because then when you find the right potential clients that you actually want to target, you can head over to their post and you can find more hashtags within your niche that you never even thought of. And in here, you'll have the option to find a lot more clients from different hashtags. And then once we find the post, we want to go in and we want to engage with the post by liking, by sending comments, and then also telling them in the comments that we've sent them a DM. Basically, anything you can do to stand out is going to be your way in. And then you want to head over to their page. Then you want to follow them and then you want to DM them. And then usually the best way to engage with a business owner is by asking them, is this the best place to ask a question? And the reason this works is because you could be a potential client. You could be a potential referral. You could be a potential partner. Who knows? And then if a day passes and they responded, or if they didn't respond, you want to hit them with this exact script. And it looks extremely casual and it's extremely simple. I'm telling them that I was making an AI that sells more products and I used the data from your website. This could also be your Instagram, if you see them very active on Instagram. Hope you don't mind. It turned out pretty good and I already made it. I don't know if you want to take a look. Let me know. And if I had to pick the two most important things about outreach, it would be to make it stupid simple so that even a first grader could read it and understand what we are offering and what the outcome is. And you can use the website called hemingwayapp.com to actually copy and paste in your copy and then look at the readability. And the lower this is, the better it actually is. You don't want to go for a postgraduate copywriting because the truth is people are just going to scan your copy and not even bother to read it. And then the second thing, you may notice that this looks extremely casual and maybe even slightly unprofessional, that I wrote it like I was in a hurry. The more personalized and the more raw you can make your copy, the better engagement it will have, because people, they can see that this was actually not written by a bot or mass pushed by some automation. And that is what counts. And that is why people engage, because there is so many people spamming generic DMs and emails, because there are so many people out there that spam DM and spam email people with super formal DMs and emails that all look like an AI wrote them. And the truth is, because everyone is doing that right now, it no longer performs well. So we've opted in for a more casual and more unprofessional and uninformal way of doing outreach, and it works. As you can see, I just formatted this and it went down to grade 0, which, believe it or not, is actually exactly what you want. And then if they still don't respond, this is a really good follow-up that has been working for us pretty decently. However, you can hit them with any sort of follow-up that you want. Just make sure that it's casual, it's non-salesy, and it's really just you looking for a simple response, not something complicated at all. And when you create the script that you'll be doing outreach with, this right here is one of the most important places where you need to focus on, because this is where you pitch the exact outcome and talk to them about exactly what they want, what their pain point is, and where your value will be. And even if this is extremely simple, it's important for you to find out exactly what pain point and exactly what they want. And one of the best ways to do that is going to this resource that I will be posting in the bio as well, copying this prompt and putting it into ChatGPT. And once you've pasted it in, you put in the industry right here. Now, ChatGPT will break down exactly what pain points your industry and niche will have, and exactly what you could be selling them in terms of AI and what outcome you should be talking to them about. So as you can see right here, we have the top 4 pain points that AI could easily go in and solve. And at the end of the day, what all of this brings is more appointments and more money for the mobile detailer, which means that you go in and you change the sentence to, I was making an AI that books appointment 24/7 for you, and I use the data from your Instagram. Hope you don't mind. And then once they respond to this message, you literally spend 5 minutes going into build, create a build, use the sales AI template, give it a name, give it an industry, pick the language that you need, then head to their Instagram, find their website, copy the URL, head back to Build My Agent, import the website, and then generate the FAQ with an AI. Then generate their AI, then head over to demo, create a demo based on the AI we just created, click on Instagram DM, give it their company name, and then select the build you just created. Then click on share, copy this link right here, head back to Instagram, and then give them the link to the demo. To break down the strategy, you need to identify hashtags that are being used within your industry, going to the post, then use the hashtags to find posts that you can engage with and find clients that way. And the more you can stand out to them, the better your engagement will do. So send videos, do voice notes, send pictures of calendars that are full of appointments, send links to your AI demos. These are all things that will make you stand out and will make your Instagram outreach even more successful. Then either use my copy or create some copy that is stupid simple that even a first grader could read it, and then make sure that it looks raw, that it doesn't look like it's automated, and it doesn't look like you're spamming it out to everybody. Because at the end of the day, the less your scripts can look like they are being pushed out to many people, and the more personalized they look, the better they will perform. And then probably one of the most forgotten and overseen things is follow up. You need to be following up with people that you engage with consistently. And what I can recommend here is setting up some sort of sheet where you just put in the Instagram page and put in if you followed up or not and how many times you did it. Super simple, but super essential. We've been working in the solar industry, and you have no idea how many times that we heard that fortune is in the follow-up, which is also the reason why the AIs that follows up with prospects for your clients are worth so much money. Facebook outreach, when done correctly, is probably one of the highest converting strategies that you can use, but when you do it wrong, you're just ending up wasting everybody's time, including yours. So in this breakdown, my goal is extremely simple. It's just going to be giving you the exact Facebook outreach strategy that we've been using to get clients that stay with us for years, and that we've probably sold every automation and AI agent to. And just to show you 2 clients that have stayed with us for years, this one has stayed with us since July 11th, 2023, and has spent $15,000 with us over 663 transactions. And here is another one that has been with us since July 29, 2024, that has spent $10,518 over 242 transactions. So if you want clients that stay with you for years, that you can keep providing value to on an ongoing basis, and that you can upsell every single AI and automation that you make, this is the exact strategy that you should be using. Once you land on Facebook, you're going to want to head over to groups. And in here, you're going to be searching for industry-specific groups from service-based companies. This could be cleaning companies, car detailing companies, solar installers, any service-based company really. And in here, I have found car detailing enthusiasts in Australia. And then all we're going to do is we are going to be engaging with the content by liking, commenting, and then DMing our prospects. Because as long as we look for these posts, we're able to see if they have a detailing job, if they're doing work, or if they have their own business. And then all you want to do is head up to their profile and click on message. And a consistent message that works almost every single time, and then a consistent message that works almost every single time is saying, hey Lucas, is this the best place to ask a question? And the reason this works is you could be anyone just wanting to ask a question. You could be a mobile car detailer. You could be a partner. You could be an affiliate. You could be a potential customer. Who knows? This message right here is probably one of the messages that has gotten us the most amount of responses ever. And then after checking out his profile for just 1 second, I can see that he takes all of his bookings over the DMs, which leaves a huge opportunity for us. So this is where you want to personalize the message a bit. So we go in and we personalize the DM, and then we use the script. I notice you take bookings over SMS. I created an AI based on your profile that can answer questions about your services and book people in. I use it myself and already created yours. Let me know if you want to see it. And what we want to aim for right here is pinpointing a pain point that he has without being overly salesy. So we want to come off as genuinely helpful and just coming across his profile and seeing that he might need help. And then just emphasizing that this is something that we actually use ourselves just emphasizes a bit of trust in the product already. And then only when he responds that he wants to see the AI demo, you head over to this website and then you click on create a build. Then you click on sales AI, you give it his name, the industry that he works in, and then pick the language that you want it to operate in. Then you head over to add company information, go to his Facebook profile, click Command A to copy everything on his Facebook, and then click on next. And then the AI will use this input to generate an AI. And then just test it real quick to make sure that it works. What we want to show here is basically just that the AI is able to answer basic questions and book people in. And this is something that might not amaze us because we're used to seeing AI operate. But to someone that is doing this exact work every single day, they will see this AI and they will actually be amazed. So we just want to go for this wow factor that will actually get people booked in on autopilot without the business owner having to do anything. And now once we have Lucas AI, we head over to demo and then we click on create a demo, click on the Facebook Messenger because that is where we're contacting him, give it his name again, choose his build, and then create a demo. Once we have the demo, we want to click on share, copy the link, head back over to Facebook, and then give him the link. And then the most important thing that is so commonly overlooked is not doing enough follow-up. Once you've sent this link, it's basically an invitation to keep following up with this prospect until he responds. And this is super important because people, if they said yes to the AI, then they are actually interested, but they might not have time in their day-to-day. And now it's really just about hitting him on a time where it makes sense for him to respond. And it doesn't mean that he's not interested, but follow-up is super important. And the more follow-up you do, the more success you will have. Because picking the prospects is easy, but actually doing the follow-up with important prospects is the key to actually closing more deals. And it is really just simple questions such as asking if you like the AI, if you could see it working by booking people in automatically, if you like the way that the AI's language worked, anything like that. And it's super simple and non-pushy. Again, we never want to push for a sale inside of a DM. And then once he responds, you want to use that interest to actually book a call with him. And you don't want to send him a calendar link. You just want to make sure that you're booking it with him personally, and then you put it on the calendar, and then you send the invite, and then you ask him if he received it. Simple as that. And now Facebook outreach is really all about volume. So what you want to do is you want to go through every single day, all of these groups, and you want to DM multiple people. And then how you actually make cold outreach work extremely well is by doing so much volume that it would be unreasonable not to get any responses. So that means just going through these groups, engaging with people, doing it on a consistent basis, make sure you respond when people respond to you, and going through multiple different groups and just doing so much outreach that it would be unreasonable for you not to have a client within a few weeks. Because as you can see, all of the people posting in here have businesses, they're actively looking to improve it, and they are engaging with a community. And that is really all we want to go for. And that is really all we need to do successful outreach, is reaching out to prospects that actually need our services. And then I want to leave you with a life hack strategy that we've been using and having success with. And the reason this actually works is because it is taking straight out of our 50K a month AI agency, where I personally spent hours and days trying to figure out where to find the prospects, what to DM them, what to sell them, and then exactly how to get their interest. And no, this money's not made from some course, because all my content is free and it will continue to be that way. Using outreach strategies on communities might just be one of the best ways to engage with your ideal client, if it's done correctly, because what many of you do is you go on the communities and you are purely trying to sell someone, and people can smell it far away. In this video, I'm going to be showing you exactly how we've used groups and communities to land many clients and not come off as salesy and genuinely help. To give you an example of how we've used communities for outreach and to get clients, we will be going on Skool.com, but you can also use groups such as Facebook groups or communities or forums online that are similar. In this scenario, you are going to go to discover communities and you are going to be searching for something industry specific. For example, this is a great place to find service-based companies that are trying to scale their companies by engaging with people in the similar industry or people with knowledge from these industries. So an example could be communities for roofing. And what you'll find inside of these communities are people that are in management positions or have their own business within roofing that are trying to understand how other people are growing their business and also trying to understand how to better improve their business. So going on and communicating and engaging with these communities are one of the best ways to actually push out some AI. Right here, we have the perfect example of what not to do when you join a community. You wrap in your product in something that looks like a story, something that is really just meant to sell people on a service. We set up a simple SMS system for him after every job. This is the exact product that this person is selling, and he's talking about some roofer that only used to rely on yard signs and word of mouth. The problem, he'd do a great job, but blah, 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 blah. People, they don't fall for this shit anymore. I'm sorry, but they just don't. So what you need to do is you need to flip your mindset and actually provide value. I know it's hard. It's annoying that you're not going to get a payment sent to you right when you provide something for somebody. This could actually just be a quick demo that you made, that you gave for free. Everyone in the group can try it out, see if they like it. This helps bridge the gap between how AI goes in and helps businesses communicate better with their customers to make them more happy, to provide them more information, and even book appointments with the current clients. It could be a lot of different things. It could also be a post about you giving out 1 free AI or 2 free AIs to roofing companies and telling them that you are doing this because you are in the process of learning and that you'd really like a testimonial or something like this. Give people something, because the way that we work as humans is that when we receive something, we feel obligated to give back. So providing so much value to people that they feel obligated to give you something back is the way to engage with communities like these, where you have a ton of people always trying to sell somebody or pitch somebody in a way where you don't really know if they're trying to pitch you or if they're actually being genuine. But the truth is, now people, they see straight through posts like these and they don't engage with them. They don't find it interesting. And to be honest, I don't even think they read it through. And I'll show you how you actually get results and get clients from communities like these right now. The first thing that you want to be looking out for are posts like these, where somebody is obviously a roofer or an owner of a company. For example, Sam says, "Hello everyone, I'm Sam and I've been in the roofing industry for 4 years, excited to join the community of roofers." So the first thing we want to do is really just engage with the post and leave a comment saying, "Hey, welcome to the group. I've been here for a while. I sent you a DM." When you mention that you sent them a DM, this increases the likelihood of them going to their chats and actually looking for your DM. And then when it comes to the actual DM that you want to send, you actually need to make sure that your DM is personalized and it's not something that could be sent by an automated system or just something that indicates that you just want to be selling something straight off the bat. So an example of a genuine message could be something along the lines of, "Hey Noah, I joined the group a while back because I have been trying to learn more about roofing. It sounds like you have a lot of experience. Would this be an okay place to ask a question?" The point of this message is really just to engage in a conversation with them. And by asking them if this is an okay place to ask a question is one of the best ways to actually engage them in a conversation. It's also not salesy at all, and it puts them into a position where they will be answering a question. It's going to be using their expertise. People love telling you about things that they care about. So if you're messaging with a person that genuinely likes roofing, he's been in there for years, he has a lot of knowledge, he is going to be stoked about answering a question about something that he loves. Then once you get a response about asking them a question, tell them that you've set up some free AIs for people in the group that can book an appointment with people calling or DMing them while they're working, and then ask them what they think about the idea and that to let them know if you want to see. And then once you get a response from asking them a question, tell them that you've set up some free AIs for people in the group already that can book in appointments with people calling or DMing them while they're working, and then ask them what they think about that idea, and then tell them that you can send them a demo. And then the way that you set up a demo that you can send out to everyone in the roofing industry is that you go over and build an AI agent on this website by create a build, picking the sales AI, giving it the name roofing appointments, the roofing industry, and picking the English language. Then head over to import website, then put in a roofing company URL to get a knowledge base around roofing, then generate the FAQ. Now head over to demo, then click on create a demo, head over to the SMS chat, give it the demo name roofing appointments, choose a build, and then create the demo. And then you can spend some time working on the appearance by choosing light or dark mode, by setting an avatar, putting in an initial message that you've seen work well in roofing, and putting in all of these different. You can even go in and change your domain settings if you want this to look even more professional with your own domain. And then when you're done customizing it, you head over to share, and then you click on copy link, and then you can use this in all of the conversations that you're using across the different communities and the different leads that you have. And what we're trying to do with this is really just bridge the gap even further between how AI can actually go in and help them get more bookings, which will help them get more sales. And the better that we can articulate this across with a demo or with the wording that we're using on our sales calls or in our DMs, that is what converts at the end of the day. Because the biggest mismatch we have between AI right now and the boomer businesses is they don't really understand it. So this is a key part of making them understand and making them interested. And then once you have that interest, all you have to ask them for is a time and a day that works for you guys to sit down and just show them the demo, show them how it works, and then talk about how they could actually get this on their own phone. And then to leave you guys with a bonus when it comes to doing outreach inside of these communities, what you can actually do is you can go inside of Skool and then you can find the owner. And then when you found the owner, you want to go in and DM him. You want to DM him, hey Noah, I've been building some free AIs for roofers as part of my learning process. I wanted to offer 1 or 2 AIs to your community. I think they would find it really valuable and I'd love to get their feedback too. Let me know if this is something you'd be open to. Appreciate it. He will definitely read this, and if we come off as extremely genuine and we're in the process of learning and we genuinely think this could help us community, and we're also only offering 1 or 2 AIs because we just want to learn, this is a extremely genuine way to come out and really be able to offer something to his community. And this is something that community owners like. They like that their community gets more value from being inside of their group. So this is a way of positioning a lot of value to the group owner by providing a lot of value to the people in the group. The more outreach and the more volume you do, it negates any luck. So the more time you spend on iterating your scripts, providing genuine value, the more unreasonable for you it would be not to actually land clients. Consistently getting clients is one of the hardest things about running a business, but we found that the best way to get a client's attention is an Alex Hormozi style offer where we go in, DM them, and then tell them that we created a demo and that we can send it to them so that we've already created the value. That's the best way to get their attention. And here it's important to use platforms where your ideal client is active, but we usually use LinkedIn groups. You can find a lot of different people in here, but if you know that your clients are more active on Instagram or Facebook, then you should use that, and you can use the same outreach strategy there. We found that one of the best ways is to go to a LinkedIn group, show all members, and then find CEOs in here by using the search bar. So when you use the search bar, the top profiles always come up. You can use all different letters and they'll pop up. So in here, you want to go for the vice presidents, the CEO, the COOs, and the lowest I'd usually go is the sales manager because they still have something to prove and they can still somewhat make decisions as well. So what you do is you find one that you want to DM and you either hit them with a super niche question about their industry that they would be prone to respond to, or you can go for a more general approach, which is this one. Is this the best place to ask a question? It works in every single industry. It gets people's attention and they usually reply yes. And once we actually get a response, we want to send them something along the lines of, I actually created an AI demo based on company name's website. Do you mind if I send it over? And once you get a yes, you want to build an AI in 5 minutes that you can send to them. You just give it a name that you want them to see. You pick the industry they're in, you pick the language, and you choose either sales or support AI. Then it autofills the whole thing. And if you want to, you can actually add your own questions in here. And then you can import all their company information from their website by clicking import from website page and turn into FAQ. Once you have the build, you click on it, you go to test agent, change the name to whatever you want it to be up here. You can also enter a logo if you want to make it super personal. And then you can also change around the colors if they have some company colors that you want to fit the demo. You can also change the initial message that they see. And then once you've done that, you can create a demo for them. Once you click create demo, you're going to get a shareable link that you can send to them. And then once you've copied this link, you can actually send it to them on LinkedIn. And this is what is going to pop up. And they can just try the AI for themselves. So what's super important as well is once you've actually sent them an AI, make sure to follow up with them consistently to see if they're actually interested and if they checked it out. And what you're going to see is that a lot of these deals, they're going to come through from the follow-up, because yes, initially they are interested, and once they have the demo, they may not be as motivated to go through it. So that's why following up is very, very important, and that the majority of the deals are going to come through from consistent follow-up. And the reason this works so well is because you go in and you create a demo for them personally. They'll open up this site. They haven't seen anything like it before. And once they're curious, you want to go for a one-to-one meeting and book them in. And you can do this in two ways. You can either set it up manually by messaging them and asking them, or you can send them a booking link through your website, which looks more professional.
I remember when I was just starting out trying to get clients for my agency, I tried looking for YouTube videos that explained how to run ads from my own agency, not for my clients, but for myself, and I couldn't find anything. So that's what this video is. It doesn't matter what kind of B2B business that you are, you can use this system, this ad strategy right here, to get really good results running ads. We've even done this on Facebook, but also LinkedIn, Google Ads. It's the same system. But for this video, I'll show you in the next 10 minutes how to run profitable Facebook ads directly to your agency that will get you really good quality clients. For our agency, we have spent over 50K the last couple of years running Facebook ads, and they have been very, very profitable. You can see 11K right here, 28,000 Danish kroner, that's like $4,000, 6K right here, 3K right here, and I have like so many ad accounts I can't even keep track. But in this video, I'll show you how to actually run Facebook ads and what strategy we use in our agency to get the best possible results. I can explain the strategy in literally 1 minute. You will have one campaign where you're just farming clicks, and this is the targeted campaign. This means that you set some targeting for the people that you want to reach, and then you farm clicks. You get them to click on your ad, just be interested. You spend around 80% of your ad spend right here, because this is the initial touch point for your client. This is where they get to know you. And then in the second campaign, this is where you either get leads or meetings booked. And this is actually a retargeting campaign. And this is where you allocate around 20% of your ad spend. It's that simple. But what this means and why this is better than just having one campaign that directly goes to leads, it's that you run ads and a company, they see you, but they probably don't sign up yet. At least I wouldn't sign up if it's the first time I see a Facebook ad. But when they keep seeing you, they might even go to your website, then they keep seeing you everywhere. And you can even run retargeting ads on Google, on YouTube, on LinkedIn. All of a sudden, you seem like this huge company that's really established. And this is why that strategy is so fucking good. If you go to my agency website, for example, that we are running ads for, and you download the Facebook Meta Pixel Helper, you can see that we have retargeting pixel on. And this is basically just so we can capture lead information when they go to our website, and then we can retarget it on any other platform. And I'll show you how to set this up in literally 10 minutes. If you haven't already, you need to sign up for a Facebook business account, and you go inside of data sources right here, data sets, and you create a new data set, and you just click create. Awesome. Now we have a new data set, and we just choose Metapixel only, and you click next. And for now, we just want to install the code manually. What this will give you is a Metapixel code that you can just copy, and then you can go to your website. This is high level. I have an affiliate link in the comments if you want to use that. I'll appreciate it. But this basically allows you to host a really cool website. There will even be a website template of my website on the link below. Then I just go into the website right here, the sites, inside of websites. And if you go to the settings right here, inside of the head tracking code, you can see I've already actually installed the Metapixel. I've also installed a Google Tag Manager, but this is where you insert the Metapixel code. You can see I've inserted it right here. After you've done that, you just click continue. Let me actually insert it so you can see it. You can insert multiple pixels, and then you just click save. When you set it inside of the settings right here, it's going to apply this Metapixel to all your pages, and that's what you want. Then you just click continue and turn this on, and you just click continue. And now you can set up tools, but we don't want to do that yet, and you just click done. Now you can see the website visitors test right here, and you can see the ID. What you can do now is that you can go to the website, and you just want to refresh it a couple of times. Then inside of the Metapixel helper, you can see we had 2 pixels before, and now we have 3, and you can see there's 212 pixel is now installed. You can see this ID is installed on our website. And what this means is that when people go to your website, now you actually capture this information. And this is very strong as well, because let's say you're running cold emails as well, or you're sending cold DMs on LinkedIn. If people search you up and they go to your website, now you capture that information and you can retarget it. That's why retargeting is so strong. And you set this up no matter what kind of acquisition channel you have. You go back into business settings and you go into data sources and the data sets. This is where we had the website visitor test. Then you need to connect the assets. This ad account is called Shiny AI Inc. ad account, so I just add that. So now we have the pixel live on our website. What you can do now is that you can go to campaigns. I'm inside of my ad account right here, and I just click create, and I create a brand new account. The first one that we will do is the clicks. So you click engagement right here, and you click continue, and then you want the manual engagement and campaign, and we call this campaign 1, so you just click next. I always, if I want to split test multiple different campaigns, I click add one, then we can split test multiple ad sets. Conversion location, you want people to go to your website, and then you choose the data set that you have just created. So this is the website visitors. You might need to add a pixel. After you've done that, you can click data set, so you can see the one we've just added, which is the website visitors test, and you can also see the ID. Then you can set up a conversion event, but we don't want that. We just want to insert a click. That is what we want them to do. We don't want to put them to book meetings yet. We just want them to go to the website. You don't set up anything else. For the daily budget, this depends on how much you can allocate, but you want to spend 80% of your ad spend on your campaign 1. So to get good results, this will probably be around 15-20 bucks a day at least. So we set it to 20 bucks. For the location, you can mark on a world map where you want to run your ads. We usually run them in Canada, in Australia, and in the United Kingdom, like that. For the audience, here's where you can actually target specific keywords to the industry that you want. You still want to keep it broad, but you can narrow your search. So if you click switch to original audience right here and use original audience, you can actually provide keywords down here in the advantage detail targeting. Age, you can change the age as well, and the gender. I don't usually do this. The only thing I narrow is the search. Let's say that I want to target solar companies, for example. That's something we have done a lot. What I can do is that I can insert solar keywords that might not be targeted by anyone, but that someone in the solar industry would be interested in, and that the algorithm, Facebook algorithm, knows that they're interested in. For example, solar panels, I can search for solar panel and see what comes up. Yeah, for example, solar panel. I usually use interest targeting to keep it very broad still, but still narrow my search just a little bit to give it an idea of what kind of person I'm interested in showing my ads to. And you can see here you have solar power, renewable energy. You want something that's only relevant to solar, right? That isn't too broad. This could be solar cell. It could be solar energy. Solar lamp might not be that good. Electricity is too broad. Let's see if there's any other good keywords. Solar installer as a job title. I only want to use interest up here in the right corner. Solar system, again, is too broad. It's astronomy, right? Not what I'm interested in. But solar energy and utilities, that might be interested. You want to choose anywhere from like 2 to 3, max 5 interest targeting, and then you're good. You still want to keep it broad. Here to the right, you want to keep it very broad, at least a couple million. This depends on your industry, but you can find words, for example, with roofing, then you can search for roofing and you can find industry-specific keywords. For the placements, I always just use the advantage placements, and then we go to the ad. Here is where you can split test different ads. I always call it like A1, H1 for ad 1, which is like the creative, and then H1 for the headline. And here you choose the Facebook page that you want to run it for. Let's just run it for my shiny page. And you want to connect an Instagram account to that as well. Cool. You want manual upload, a single image, and then you want to paste in the website that you want them to go to. So this would just be your website. If you have a funnel as well, you could also send them directly to the funnel. That is actually what we usually do. So for example, this book meeting with us, that's where I always send them, because some of them, they will just book a meeting with you directly, and this can help them with that. Awesome. Then you get to set up the creative. I use a video ad. Site links I don't want, so I click that off and I click next. And here is where you upload your creative. Let me show you what creative that I usually use.
Are you a solar CEO? And are you unsatisfied with your margins in your business? Well, they are looking a little thin. What would happen if we got an AI to reach out to all your aged leads? To educate on energy savings, tax credits, rebates, and financing options, etc. For Solar Harmony, a solar partner of ours, we tested it and got 48% of the leads to respond and 11% to book a Solar Plus storage appointment directly into the sales team's calendar. Best part? This works so well that we are willing to get paid 100% on results only. We will code the entire AI for free, pay all the upfront costs of running it ourselves. So you only pay when a deal is closed and the cash is collected. Still a little skeptical? Why not try a conversation with our 100% free demo AI? Click below, drop your number, and the AI will reach out to you. Or you can go back to your cat videos. A little weird, but enjoy.
This ad has performed really, really well for us. And the reason is that we have everything they need. We call out the people that we want to talk to. We mention a pain that they have. the margins in their business. That's a really big pain in solar. And then we basically tell them the solution, what they can do to reach out to the age leads, etc., etc. And we also show them a case study of what the results they can actually expect. And then of course we give them an offer, which is that we build the entire thing for free and they can then sign up. This is the initial touch points. This is what sparks the interest. And this is how we capture the information. When they click on this ad, it takes them directly to our website where they can either book a call. Usually they don't. They just read some information and then they're going to keep seeing us. And that's why this strategy is so interesting. So what you do is you just take the video that you have created, of course, change it to whatever business that you're running. Inside of our completely free community with almost 50,000 members, I actually made a post that includes a Google Docs right here. And this Google Docs includes all of the ads we have run from our own B2B agency with the exact performance for each ad. So you can see the cost per click, the cost per result, cost per booked call. And you can actually, for all the videos, you can download them and use them for yourself. You're welcome. I'll leave a link to that community below this video right here. Back to creating the ad. I upload this ad right here. I click next, I click skip and continue. For this, I just want to make sure it looks good, just original, and I click next. And for the primary text, we can insert the text from right here. You can see the text I've used right here. We have an engaging hook. You can read this if you want to. And then I always enable these because honestly they're pretty good. And for the headline, we actually qualify them further. We want them to have a lot of age leads because this is larger companies. So I write this and I have a call to action to just try the AI demo. For the call to action button, we always include learn more, and I never include a description. And for this, I just click done. Awesome. Now we have our ad right here. You always want to preview it to see how it looks. I think it looks pretty good. This campaign score you really can't trust. And that looks good. Now people go to our website, and when they do, we capture it with our pixels. Some of them will book a meeting straight away, but a lot of them will just go to the website, which is what we intend. And I just click publish. Alright, that's the first campaign done. For the second campaign, we need to create an audience for our website pixel. So I go inside of business setting right here. I go to the data sources, the data sets. I click on the pixel that we installed right here, and I click open in Events Manager. Top right corner when you've chosen the website data set, then you click create and you click create custom audience. Because now we want to create an audience from the information that our pixel is getting. So I choose website, I click next. Then I choose the ad account that we have access to. I click next, exactly like that. Now I click create custom audience. Then you set audience retention. This can maximum be 180 days. So you want to set it to this. If you want to choose the website visitor that we just created like that. And for the audience, I just call it website visitors 180 days. We don't need to give it a description and just click create audience just like that. Awesome. We don't need to do any of this. We just click done. Now we have created a new audience that we can use in our campaign. The second campaign is very similar. I just click create. I choose leads this time. The other time we chose engagement, but now we actually want them when they are retargeted. We want to get them as leads so we can contact them with name and phone number. Call it campaign 2 and call it leads. I actually want to set the ad set budget instead of the campaign budget. So we change it to ad set budget and I just click next. For the new leads ad set, we call it retargeting campaign. I scroll down and I choose instant forms. I make sure that it's on my Facebook page. For the daily budget, we don't need to set this to a lot, maybe like $10 a day. This will give us really good results. And here we want to include our custom audience that we created. We don't need to set that much of a daily budget. $10 a day is fine. And if you scroll down, then you can see custom audiences right here. And this is where we can add the all website visitors 180 days that we just created. So I click on that. Now it will show our ads to this audience right here, which is exactly what we want. And this will give us lead at a very insane cost. Placements, we just keep it at Advantage Plus and I click next. And here we can actually just use the exact same ad that we used before. The important thing is that we just have multiple ads. So you want to split test multiple different creatives, just like I show inside of our document right here that's in the description. You can see how many different ads that we are showing, case studies, images. You want to show them a lot of different things with the same branding, because then you seem like a big shot. You seem like a really organized company when you keep showing ads to the same. So I will just add this exact same creative as before and then I'll return back. So let's just add the same creative as before. I just click video ad, choose the same video just to show you, and I just click skip and continue. Original. Primary text, I just insert the exact same thing that we inserted before. For the headline, do the exact same thing. Include the variations like this. Again, call to action still needs to be learn more, and the description, we just keep that blank. Done, just like that. And now we want to include a lead form right here. Under the instant form, you just click create a form, and here you want to have more volume, and the form, we just call it what we're interested in. solar companies, and maybe just June, and I click more volume. We don't want to include a greeting. You can insert a background image if you want to, but for now we will not do that. I haven't really found that it increases conversion at all. Just click continue, and here you can insert the questions that you want. Because you have already created some filters on the front end, like the interest targeting, we usually don't actually include questions in this form. But if you wanted to, let's say you got a lot of bad leads, then you could insert qualifying questions right here to narrow who signs up to your ad. But we include full name, phone number, and email. We don't make the phone number optional because we want to be able to call them. And I just click next. Here you insert your privacy policy and the text for the privacy policy, and you click next. And at the end, you want them to be able to actually go to your website and book a call. So insert your website right here. I usually write something like one last step, book a meeting with an AI expert, for example. Go to website, insert the link to the website. This call to action is book meeting, find a time, like that, and then create the form. Awesome. And then make sure that this form is created. Now we're done. We have the ad up and running, and I just click publish. Now you can see we have the two campaigns. So we have actually created both of these campaigns now, exactly like that. But you have one step left though. You can actually start seeing these leads inside of the Facebook ads platform. But if you're using something like High Level, I'll also show you how to set that up correctly. So if you go back into High Level right here, you can go inside of settings. This is on a sub account, and you can go inside of integrations right here. Then you can make sure that you connect your Facebook profile right here. I continue as Albert, and I choose the Instagram account that we want to connect. You can see this is the shiny one right here, and I click update and continue. Now we need to configure field mapping. So you just click right here, Facebook form field mapping, and then you want to choose the Facebook form that we just created, which was the solar company's June. You map the fields, email, full name, and phone number like that, and then you just click confirm. Awesome. Now contacts will come from Facebook into your High Level account. What you can then do is that you can go inside of automation right here. You can create a new workflow just from scratch. We call this new lead. The trigger will be Facebook lead form submitted, just like that. Page is any, form is any, and I just click save trigger, and I click save. And here you can, let's say, give yourself an SMS. So you can choose the send internal notification like this, SMS. You can either assign a user or you can write custom number like this. Here you can insert your number, and then you can write you got a new Facebook lead with contact, full name, and maybe the phone. Because now you'll receive a text message every time someone signs up on your ad, so you can call them straight away and click save action, just like that. You could also send them an SMS message that just says, hey, first name, just saw you signed up. We'll give you a call in a couple minutes when I am done with my current call. That makes you seem like you're busy, which is a good thing. Awesome. All you do now is that you just click draft and publish like this, and now you're done. Now you'll receive a text message every time someone signs up on your Facebook campaign. You have this set up where the first thing you get is clicks. So you get a lot of people to your website that gets to know about your brand. And then after that, you have a retargeting campaign that shows your ads to the people that have already signed up on your Facebook. And then you have the second campaign where you show your ads to people that have already been on your website, because this is where you're going to get the absolute best results for B2B. If you want a 30-day free trial to the software that I'm using right here, which is High Level, there's a link in the description. And if you want to join and get the Facebook ads that I run, there's also a link in the description to our group right here where you can snatch that too. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions, and I hope this was valuable. Sub for more.
Over the past 3 years, I've personally closed over 100 clients for our AI and automation agency, which is now over 50K every single month. And my goal in this video is pretty simple. It's just going to be giving you the whole sales framework that we use and all of the key components of our whole sales process that got us to this exact point of hitting 50K every single month. So just jumping right into it, the first thing you need to do is open up your calendar to 7 days a week. This means you do sales calls on weekends too, because a lot of the really dedicated business owners that want to do business with you, they will be working on weekends and they want to hop on calls on weekends because oftentimes that is also when they have more time. So this will not only give you more sales calls, but this will also separate you from the competition that you might have. The next thing you need to be doing is responding to leads immediately when they come in, picking up the phone and calling them, shooting them a text if they don't pick up, and really just focus on that momentum that you have when a lead just signed up. Hormozy, he saw that a lead is 391% more likely to close if you call them and contact them immediately. You basically just need to be able to capitalize on this interest that they have when they first come in, and the faster you act, the higher likelihood you have of closing this prospect. The next thing you need to be doing is putting your calendar in 15-minute increments. Even if your sales calls are 1 hour, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, whatever they are, put your calendar so that people can schedule with you in 15-minute increments. This will make it look like you have a lot of availability, and it will allow people to be a lot more flexible. So if they have meetings, clients to attend, or other priorities that they need to take care of, in these time frames, having 15-minute increments will just make sure that you have more options to choose from, and people will find more available slots when they're booking in with you. And then of course you need to have a booking reminder system in place. So whenever somebody books, make sure to send them a text to confirm the meeting, and also send them a text 24 hours before and then 2 hours before. That is the best way to engage people and make sure that they remember, because truthfully, we all have a lot of things that we need to do, especially with our business. And a lot of people, they can just forget if they're not reminded. And it's an honest mistake. It happened to all of us. But the point is, you will see that 20 to 30% more people will show up to your meetings if you just remind them. So get one of the Frigo high-level accounts inside of the 1%, or get your own. Set up some automations that basically just reaches out to people once they've booked a call, and just make sure that it's automatically set up. And then if you want to do even more due diligence with it, you can also call people once they scheduled or a day before the appointment, maybe even qualify them a bit. Who knows? But the point is that you need to have these touch points before the meeting in order to have more people show up to these meetings, because no-shows, they're annoying. And to actually lower the amount of no-shows that you get, you want to limit the amount of time that people can book ahead. And what this means is you need to limit people from booking weeks ahead or a week ahead. And what we've usually seen is that if we limit people to book within 1 to 3 days maximum, 3 days being the absolute max, then we see that a lot more people are showing up to these calls in general. And now for actually priming yourself to becoming the best salesperson, and also the key components that I've personally used to become this great salesperson, even though we were closing people and even though we were seeing good results, these are the key components that you need to use in order to keep improving yourself. The most important thing is to rewatch yourself selling. And whether that is first touch point over the phone, you need to re-listen to these phone conversations, or if it's recording your sales calls with something like Fathom.video, you need to be able to go in and identify where you go wrong. Even though it's just a small mistake, you can actually go in and you can pinpoint the exact mistake that you made, and then you make sure to improve that for the next meeting. Even though it wasn't a detrimental mistake, it's just something that could improve you as a salesperson. You go in, you review it, and you improve it for the next meeting. And if you keep doing this, you will prime yourself to be such a talented salesperson, and that you won't even make mistakes anymore, because you keep recouping, you keep keeping yourself accountable every step of the way. And then if you do see that you have some critical flaws in the way that you sell, my personal recommendation to you would be focusing on one thing at a time and going for the most important one. Because if you find multiple ones and you're constantly thinking on a sales call that you need to accommodate for all of these mistakes and you can't make them, you're basically going to end up kind of closing yourself off. And that's the last thing that we want on a sales call. So focus on taking one step at a time to make sure that you actually consistently improve, and not only think about all the things that you're doing wrong. Not only will this make it so that you focus on one thing at a time and constantly improve in these things, but it will also make sure that you do it faster, because you're concentrating in one thing and then taking on the next thing after you've conquered that one thing, instead of thinking about everything that you're doing wrong and sort of overwhelming yourself. And if you are just starting out in an industry, or you're just starting out with sales, you also have some great AI apps nowadays where you can go in and simulate a conversation, an AI that will basically just keep firing objections at you and will give you tough decisions and tough scenarios to handle. My suggestion would be asking ChatGPT about sales simulators or closer AIs, where you can go in and actually actively train with an AI instead of having to do role plays with somebody else. But role plays back in the day, it was fun. It was something that could kind of keep you primed and keep you up to date before hopping on sales calls. But yeah, AI can do a great job with it now, and it's going to get you to a point where you can handle objections really seamlessly, and you can get reviews on how you do and such. So yeah, either look into doing some role play where you keep firing objections and getting into tough scenarios with your partner, or you can do it with an AI where you actually go in and train these scenarios. Now, to before the actual sale, you need to realize that every step that the lead took before going on a sales call with you was why they are on the sales call. So what you had in your ad, or what you said in the cold DM, or what you had in your funnel where they actually ended up booking the call. You need to make sure that your language and what you tell them on these meetings, they reflect what you've had throughout the whole thing, so you have some sort of consistency. Because if you have inconsistency throughout any place in your funnel, people are going to be confused and they're not going to be able to pinpoint their own objection, and you're just going to be stuck on a meeting kind of answering questions with a prospect that is not really sure if this is something that they need or something that they clicked on. So just make sure that every touch point that you've had with the client, every reflection that they had to make, it's somehow represented every step of the way throughout your whole funnel, and also when you hop on a sales call with them. And then you always want to frame it, especially within AI and automation, you want to frame it as hopping on a call with an expert. Because what this AI phenomenon is to a lot of business owners, it's kind of like a very technical, very scary jump to make. So going on a call, positioning yourself as an expert, and also calling yourself an expert or talk to an expert on the website is something that will actually drive a lot of traffic and will make people a lot more confident going into the call, because they know they're being led by an expert, and that expert being you have to go in and kind of guide them through this whole process. Now, before you let people just schedule a meeting, you need to qualify them on a few different metrics, and Hormozi, he made the BANT qualification, which basically just stands for budget, authority, need, and timing. And these, they have to be checked early just to protect your own time. So what this means is, and you need to basically just check them that they actually have a business, that they have a budget for what you're selling, that they are in fact the decision maker, and that they need this AI to actually go in and fix issues for them. You need to qualify them before you call them. And what this means is you basically just need to go in and you need to qualify them on if they actually have a budget for what you're trying to sell, if you're going to be talking with the decision maker, and if this decision maker in this business, if they have an urgent need for what it is that you're selling, and if the timing is right for them. And often with AI, timing is not going to be an issue at all. Timing is just implementing something that will be cheaper than what they currently have, or help them get more time back than what they currently use. And once you've actually qualified that it won't waste your time to hop on a call with them, a really smart way to book in a call, whether you're using the phone, you're using your DMs, there is a assumptive close to close people on a meeting. And you can ask them, does Tuesday or Wednesday work for you? Or does 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. work for you? This is sort of an assumptive close. It leaves them with two options, and either one leads them to a meeting with you. And in general, this is a great way to book more people in. It just drives them towards a decision. You basically give them two options, but these two options, they lead them straight to you anyways. And then once the time comes for the actual call, a huge thing that you can do is literally spend 5 minutes just researching. You can often even see on their email domain when it says oliver@shiny.ai, just copy in the URL, see what it is that they're doing, and then reference it when you join the meeting. It shows that you did your homework, even though you only spent 5 minutes, and it's going to have people listen to you. It's just going to make sure that it looked like you really did your homework. It's going to set up the call for success. It's going to set the tone for the meeting. You're going to have a way better prospect that's going to be listening and going to be interested. They notice the effort, and it builds more trust immediately. Now, when you have them on the call, imagine just for 1 second that you are going into the doctor's office and you walk in through the door, and you might have a small reference to the weather, where they are located, what time it is, whatever it is. You know, just to break the ice, you might have something like that. But when you go into the doctor's office, the first question he asks you is, why are you here? And that is the perfect question to answer once you've built a little bit of rapport, broken the ice somehow. You ask them why they scheduled the meeting, what made them schedule, what made them interested, however you book them in. Just make sure that they express why they're here. And the next kind of question, just kind of flows naturally, because what you want to do here is you just want to find out where they are hurting. And what I mean by that is not that they actually have a pain. It just means that their business has a pain point. So for example, if I'm a business owner and I get a ton of leads from all of my marketing funds, I come in to you and explain that I have a pain because my business is bleeding money because we're not converting enough leads. And this will basically show me that you have the need of an AI that automatically reaches out to your leads, books more people in, does automatic follow-up. And what your job is here is basically just to keep asking questions to identify this exact pain, why it's happening, and then pitch a solution. It's really, really simple, but the best way to think about it is you don't go through the doctor's door and he just tells you, you need this pill. Because you're not going to trust that, because he hasn't listened to you. He doesn't know what your problem is. Even though all of your sales calls probably sound pretty much the same, and you know exactly what their pain point is just before they walk in the door, this process is extremely important and you cannot skip it, even though it might seem so sometimes. So yeah, the doctor approach is the number one way and the number one reason that we've been able to close all of the deals that we've had. It's just about asking good questions and then giving them a good solution for the exact pain point. Which actually brings me to the next point, and it's about tonality. It's kind of the way that I'm talking to you right now. I'm not really trying to sell you anything. I'm really just your friend, you know? And I think that is the most important thing to realize when you go into sales. It might seem a bit transactional, you know, booking a meeting, talking about services, talking about how to help each other. But really at the end of the day, what you need to go in and do is you need to be their friend. And the more casual you can make the conversation, and really that's what it is. It's just a conversation. You keep it super casual and it seems like a friend to friend conversation. That's how it's supposed to feel like. And what me and Albert, we did in the beginning, which was stupid when you think back about it, is we created a PowerPoint and we kind of made this presentation of what it is that we were selling, and it wasn't converting. It wasn't nice. I ended up talking 80% of the time. They ended up talking 20% of the time. And what you actually want to do is quite the opposite. You want to go for the 80-20 rule, which basically just means that they will be doing the talking 80% of the time and you will be doing the talking 20% of the time by asking questions, showing a case study, and then going from there. A more realistic approach to this is they will most likely be talking 60% of the time and you will be talking 40% of the time, which is also fine. But the main point of this being that they should be doing the talking, they should be the ones expressing their pain points, and you should be spending time showing them a brief demo, showing them a testimonial, and then pitching this as a solution to their exact pain point. And showing a testimonial is going to be infinitely better than anything you can show them on a PowerPoint. And together with a demo, you're basically going to be unbeatable, because it's what it's all about. It's then positioning this demo, showing the testimonial as the demo being applied to an actual business that is in a similar position, and then you go from there. And then the conversation was really only friendly. It was just about finding out what the pain points were, and it was about showing what you've done for other clients, and then going from there. Because at the end of the day, what we just use these questions for is just positioning the offer. It's about finding out if they genuinely need our help, and it's about finding out where they are struggling in their business to see how we can apply ourselves the best way possible. It's never really about the sale, and once you get that mindset of it's never really about the sale, that is when you'll actually start converting more people, because now it's about helping people. It's no longer about selling something, getting a commission. It's really just about helping people, and when people are resistant to the help, it's about finding out why they might be resistant to that help, because who wouldn't want help, especially if you know the product is good. And that is also why we have the testimonial, is because we want to prove that the product works, and we're not trying to implement something that we don't think is working just for a commission. So we really just use these questions to uncover their pain points and then give them a goal and talk about their desires of where they actually want to be. And then we use our solution as the natural answer to their pain points. Simple as that. Now, when you join the actual sales call, you just want to set the agenda and set some clear expectations. What I usually say is this meeting is basically just going to be figuring out whether we'd actually be a good fit to work together or not. So it's just going to be a couple of questions from my side, and you can feel free to answer any questions that you want on your side. And then if we're a good fit to work together, I'll show how it works, what it looks like, everything like that. So it's really simple. It's just setting all the expectations and, again, being super casual about it. Not sounding salesy is very important. Just Just make it casual, make it friendly. Don't make them watch a PowerPoint or be super formal for no reason, just like me and Albert did in the beginning. And then to break down the call as simply as I possibly can, I've used Hormozi's closer framework, which basically just means CLOSER framework, which stands for clarify why they're here. So first clarify the problem, then label their current state versus their desired state. And then you give them an overview of why they are experiencing this pain, and then also give them the urgency to why they actually need to fix this pain right now with you on this call. And then S, you need to sell the vacation. You need to sell this desired outcome that they need to be moving away from to get that desired result or get that desired outcome that you're talking about on the meeting. And then there is E, which is just explain. So you just need to be explaining your offer, you need to be explaining the outcome, and you need to do it in a relatable manner where it is in their business terms, which basically just means don't get too technical with the AI stuff. Explain what the AI does and why it brings them their desired outcome and how it dissolves their current pain. And then you have R, which is basically just reinforcing what they are asking for on the meeting and how your solution actually sells them that vacation, gives them that desired outcome, and then make the ask for the close. It's an extremely simple framework. It's called the Closer Framework by Alex Hormozi, the GOAT himself, which brings me to the actual closing. And when you make the ask of actually closing somebody to move ahead or collect payment or whatever it is that you're asking people to do, you need to just shut up. You need to ask them, make your ask, and then shut up, see the reaction. A lot of people, they get uncomfortable when there's silence, when people are thinking, because what shutting up will actually do is it will create this space of no one talking while your prospect does the thinking, and they will have to come up with a response. And even though it might seem a bit uncomfortable, this is the best approach to actually getting a prospect to either come up with their objection or actually just moving ahead with your solution. And then if they come up with any questions or any objections, it might be a tense moment, but don't be nervous here, because this is the most important part where you don't want to seem nervous or inconfident, because this moment is kind of vulnerable, especially for the deal itself. Right here, the prospect needs to see that you're extremely professional and that you're going to be able to take their objection and actually handle it. So don't be shocked and take your time to actually respond to the question and be confident in your response. Because what you actually want to do in a situation where they come up with an objection, and I'm going to show you the exact framework that we use to actually handle these objections here in a second, but what you want to do is you want to be able to ask questions about what they said to actually unveil exactly what it is that they actually have the objection about. Because oftentimes people will just kind of say, oh, I don't have time right now, or I don't know if this is a good fit, or something like that. Something that's more of like a smokescreen to put up. It's not really the real objection. So what you want to do is you want to be able to ask good questions about the objection. I'm going to be showing you exactly how to do it here in a second. Because at the end of the day, it's about really being curious. And I've stressed this in so many of my videos, but being childlike curious on someone's business, on their pain points, on what their desired outcomes are, what results they want to achieve, is the truly best way to get someone to a point where they want to work with you. Being childlike curious. And what I mean by that is, like, you often have a child asking you a bunch of questions about why do you do that, and why do you do this, and how do you do that. And that's basically how you want to keep it. You want to keep it super casual, and you want to ask a bunch of questions to make sure that the prospect feels heard and that you're actually fixing their pain point instead of just pitching them something. Because something you also have to keep in mind is the truth is whoever controls the questions and whoever's the one to ask all the questions are actually the one that controls the conversation. So you're controlling what the conversation is about and also where the conversation is headed. And this is super important for keeping a framework and also to go through sales calls without wasting both parties' time. One thing that is important when you do get these objections is that you don't hard disagree with your prospect, because that will just be bad vibes. And the way that you actually handle this is you redirect the conversation gently, and then you can make whatever point you want. The way we actually peel this onion is just by asking good questions. So if somebody says, I think it's too expensive, then you just say that you think it's too expensive compared to another product or another solution. And then they're gonna be like, no, but it might be too expensive for me because I'm not getting enough traffic, or something along those lines. And then you ask another question and you say, oh, so the amount of traffic you get on your website right now, you don't think it's worth implementing an AI. And then they're going to say, oh, yeah, that's correct. Okay, so are you getting these emails and these leads and these phone calls that we talked about earlier on the meeting? Where do they come from? Do they come from this website? And is that what's taking all of this time? And they're going to say, yeah, it comes from the website. It might come also from Facebook or Instagram or something like that. And then you could say, oh, well, then would it help you if 80% of all of the calls from the website, then also from Facebook and Instagram, if they were just handled by an AI, how much time do you think that's costing you? And they could say, yeah, it would help. I'm probably spending like an hour on it or something like that. And the reason you have this onion is because you need to peel it by asking good questions, not just by impaling it and disagreeing with it, because then you're never going to be closing the sale that way. So you just have to keep asking good questions, understand where they are coming from and where their concern is, so that you can actually go in and directly address these concerns. Like he was originally saying that it's too expensive, but he was actually just in disbelief if this could solve his pain point, because he was getting leads from multiple sources. So it's basically just a way of finding the true disconnect between your solution and what they want, and going in and addressing it in a nice, comfortable way, and helping them make a decision based on information rather than just being disconnected or misunderstanding each other. And now I'll go through some of the strategies that I use throughout the sales meeting to basically just save more time, to address their concerns better, and to overall just be a better salesperson. Just like we had this BANT qualification earlier before they hopped on a call, we actually also use that when we ask questions about salespeople or the support requests that they get. For example, if you are on a call with someone and you're trying to sell them a support AI in their email or on their website, and the first thing that they tell you, or the first thing that you ask them to tell you is, okay, how many website visitors do you get and how many inquiries do you get in your email? And they say, well, I don't have any visitors at all and I don't get any emails. I'd like to get them and it sounds cool that I could have an AI. Then they disqualify themselves on the need. They actually don't need this AI. And of course, they could force you to go in and sell it to them and develop it to them, because maybe they want to be preemptive on some of these things, and that's not a problem. But you need to go in and qualify people on this, and then just be upfront with them. Tell them it might not make sense for us to work together if you don't have any website traffic. And then you could also ask them a question about, have you thought about doing this preemptively for when you get website traffic? And is that why you decided to book the meeting? But this is basically also doing the qualification in a subtle way on the call by just asking about their processes or asking about their current state of the support or the sales. Another strategy that I often use is if somebody hits me with a question that I don't know exactly how to respond to, I need to buy myself a bit of time. And the best thing not to do is get shocked or start saying, and start acting confused. So the best way could be repeating their question back to them to buy yourself more time. So if a prospect asks you, I'm not sure if this AI thing is compliant where I live. And you could say, so you're not sure if the AI is compliant and where do you live? Just all of this talking is not only buying you time in your own mind, now you also have him kind of responding and elaborating on the question. And then he tells you, oh, I live in Spain. You automatically know that it's GDPR. Maybe you even sort of knew that before he joined the call that he was in Europe. And then you have time to kind of address the situation and make a small list of why the AI actually is compliant, instead of maybe losing the sale right there because this is his main concern and you're unsure or you're not confident in your response when you say it back to him. Even though you might know that it's fully compliant, but when you are shocked or not confident in the response that you give, this might throw him or her off and not move the deal forward. And one of the closes that I like to use is the 1 to 10 close, which basically is just saying, out of everything that we talked about today and everything that I showed you, what would you rate it on a scale from 1 to 10? And then they might respond with an 8, and they might be unsure about something. And you first have them sell you on why they think it's an 8. So you say, well, 8 is pretty good. I would take an 8 any day of the week. And then you ask them, why is it an 8? What do you like about it? And they're going to start listing all of the good things, all of the things that they liked. And then once they've done a bit of selling themselves on what they actually liked about what you showed them and about what you talked about, you ask them what would make it a 10 and what would take it from 8 to 10. And then either they will actually give you the reason that it's not a 10, and that is usually the best prospects because they know what they want. But other people might be not 100% sure about why they're not sure. And one question that I really like to ask here is kind of zooming out on the big picture, right? Like saying phrases like, what do you think the worst outcome could be? Or what scenarios are you running through your head? Or my personal favorite is, what would make it a no? So if you were to continue with the proof of concept, the demo that we want to make for you, or what if we were to continue with the week trial that we were talking about, what would make you regret that decision? Asking that question brings out the objection 99 out of 100 times, and I love it. And you get to that point by asking them this 1 to 10 question, which is a close by Hermosi, so you know it works. But then again, it's all about understanding where any hesitation, any objection, anything stalling them, anything holding them back from actually proceeding, that is all we want to get to the bottom of, just so we can help them make a better decision. And now you understand exactly how you get people to this point where they actually make this informed decision and you can actually sell them something that will help them. And a key component to doing that is also changing your mindset slightly. And the way we really reinforce this is by changing our mindset and our philosophy about the sales call, and also in general about doing business with other people. The first thing that really changed everything for me was realizing that you need to put your prospect and the person first. Because what that will do for you is you're going to be a doctor. You're going to have someone walk in through your door and they're going to talk to you about their pain points, about their hardships in life, and what's really holding them back from becoming this great version of themselves. And you're genuinely going to care. You're genuinely going to be out to help people, and you're going to be there for them. You're not going to be there for you. And I think realizing that you're actually helping people is one of the most important steps of actually overcoming this, not just doing it for a commission or not just doing it to close a sale. You need to make sure that this is something that is closed based on the value that you can provide and the outcome it will actually give to your clients. And then you have the volume negates luck phrase by Hermosi, which is genius. It basically just means that you can put so much volume out there and it will negate any bad script, any bad sales framework, any bad objection handling. If you're going to go on enough sales calls, at some point you're going to have someone say yes to you. And along the way, you're going to get a ton of practice, and you're going to be a lot better at not only selling, but talking to people. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. It's about talking to people. It's about asking questions, finding pain points, and helping people reach the solution of actually solving those pain points. And this is also why if you have bad leads in the beginning, you're just reaching out, you'll take and hop on a call with literally any business. This is not bad. This is the beginning, and someone else's trash is your gold. You're going to have a lot of repetition in talking to people over the phone, pitching an idea, hopping on a sales call, getting a bunch of objections from these business owners that absolutely hate spending money. And it's going to be fantastic because it's going to give you exactly what you need to advance and get better clients and close more deals and become a better version of yourself. You're not only a better salesperson, but also a better business person, better at identifying pain points and better at positioning your offers. Repetition is going to make you great because at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that can't really just be taught. You need to actually go out and get the experience, and repetition and experience and repetition and experience, that is what is going to get you further ahead than anyone else. And that is all of the components that we have used in our 50K a month AI agency to consistently close more clients and have a sales funnel that is successfully operating and getting results and expanding on an ongoing basis, where we are not only succeeding, but we are also improving the funnel, and we're improving as people, and we're constantly learning. And I think at the end of the day, that is really what the goal of all of this will be. It's going to be about creating yourself, helping people along the way, and then becoming a better business person and a better salesperson and a better person. This exact sales call led to a deal with one of the biggest solar companies in Australia, and I'm going to be breaking down exactly how I landed this client, what components of sales I was using, and what really made the sales call successful. Just going to jump right into it, no fluff, no bullshit at all.
Hey, Reagan.
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm doing good as well. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Brisbane in Australia, mate.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been there, but yeah, it's a nice city. It's a nice city.
That's nice. Where are you now?
I'm in Denmark.
Okay. What city in Denmark? Not in Copenhagen?
Yeah, right in the middle of Copenhagen. So
Perfect. I looked at the time zone when I was out, and I was like, "Ooh, what time is it for you now?"
it's 1 a.m. But I mean,
Okay, sorry about that.
I always work, like, I usually go to bed like 2 a.m. 2 to 3 a.m. So I always work this time, with the people we're working with in Australia and in the US. It's just how it is, right? So
Easy. Yeah.
that's the bad side of benefiting from a market in Australia or the US. That's just how it is, right?
Yeah.
So
Sure.
yeah, it's great.
All right, so the first thing that we do right here is instead of just hopping straight into the sales call, you have to break the ice. Like, that's how it is with literally every relationship that you will ever have. You have to break the ice. And a good way to do that, which I do almost all the time, especially when you're running a remote business, is just asking where people are from and where they're calling in from. And then anything that you have that you can relate. This could be anything that you've heard about the country, if you've been there, or if you know what the weather is like. Anything that you can just use that. It's a good way to start out the conversation, and it shows that you're not just there to sell them something. You genuinely care about them as well. That's the number one tip.
Just to be honest with you, I don't know how much I can say about it, but we are working with South Korea that are owning all these companies. So working with the US department and also the Australian department. And then the reason behind the whole thing with is they are rapidly expanding B2B. So that's probably what is happening with your company, right? Is that you guys are a B2B company and their inside sales team is shrinking. So yeah, that's super interesting. So I think we'll probably end up working together some way or another.
Exactly.
But yeah.
The important lesson here is establishing a bit of authority. You can do this by telling them how you've worked with similar companies, or also if you have one of their direct competitors that you've helped, maybe in another state or a company that has a similar setup. It's always good to kind of establish something that you've done before. You can do this many times throughout the sales process. If they have questions about different sales cycles or questions about how to get appointments and what sales systems work the best. So establishing authority throughout the sales call is extremely important, and it's actually what establishes trust in your product. Not so much trust in you, but it will establish trust in what your product and what you're selling, the outcome that you're selling. So in this case, for example, it's appointments, it's more sales, and the more experience that we show and the more authority that we show within that realm, the more likely it is that they actually believe what it is that we have to offer. And of course, why shouldn't they? Because we're talking based on experiences and based on knowledge. So establishing authority throughout the sales call is extremely important.
I really appreciate you taking the initiative to book the call. Very few people do. So yeah, I like when people take initiative. So
yeah, definitely. Look, it's one of those things that we've got maybe, in terms of open random leads sitting in there, like over 500,000, I would say.
Yeah.
Kind of as a minimum. It's one thing we speak about a lot, whether it's a high priority or not, about how can we reconnect, re-engage, and diversify the leads.
Yeah.
What steps can we take? And that's just where we were having a look and came across you guys, and I guess that's the point of this call, is to get a bit of an idea as to how everything flows together, answer a couple of questions that we might have, and see if it's an opportunity for us to work together.
So right here, he gives the exact reason why he's on the call, which is perfect. Sometimes you have to ask about this, where you just have to ask them, what made them book the call. This is the first thing that I usually ask people if they don't tell me themselves, is what made you book the call? What was interesting about this? And he gives the exact reason. So this is just what I'm going to focus on the rest of the call. And this is the exact reason why AI lead reactivation is so important, and also engaging new leads and making sure they don't fall into that bucket of reactivation leads, dead leads, as we also like to call them. Is they have 500,000 leads that are just sitting in a database, and they have customers in there as well. Customers at this point that we've already done lead reactivation on, and the exact reason why he's on the call is because he wants to book in more of these people and sell to more of these people, because they already spent the money on these potential customers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm all for it. I was just checking kind of how you how you guys found us, and it's just really you guys just looked at our website, or how did you guys come across?
I think it came through from I think someone saw an article written about you guys, and then it came straight through to the website. So I'm not the primary decision maker here,
Yep.
but for me, it was something that got kind of brought onto my desk because I'd found someone else who had contacted me on LinkedIn, and I brought that up, say, hey, is this an opportunity? And then they suggested, oh, there's actually another one that we've been looking at as well, or that we've seen an article for. So I was like, oh, cool, we'll just have a bit of a look.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
This was extremely lucky, actually. As you can see, the LinkedIn outreach works even with huge companies like these. Somebody reached out to him on LinkedIn, and he brought it to the decision maker, and they actually saw an article about Shiny.ai on a PV magazine. And we got extremely lucky here. We had somebody that we know that was on our board. He knew somebody within PV magazine, which is a huge magazine for solar. So his boss saw that, and then he made Regan reach out to us instead of that. So PR can be extremely valuable. So remember that when you have the opportunity to get your PR out somewhere, because in the long picture or in the short picture, it may not seem like it's that worth it, but in the long picture, it's small decisions like these that will actually make your company grow and more people will know about you. And the same thing is with content strategy. It can be very, very beneficial for, even though you don't see it directly.
yeah, to really see if we could fit in. So could you just kind of run me through how you guys get leads, how you turn them into sales, just very brief?
100%. So in terms of lead in catchment, so the majority of our leads that come through are just through Meta. So whether that's Facebook or Instagram, advertise unbranded is where we find the strongest quality. We're typically in a model that's higher volume rather than higher quality because we have a full in-house call center. So kind of on the other side of my computer, on the other side of the office is a team of 20 or so. There's usually about 20 people sitting. And they're doing high volume calls. So they make about 180 calls a day with existing data and the new data that comes through.
Okay.
And they book appointments for our in-home team. Probably 80% of our appointments are in-home with customers, with residential, with retail customers, and we have on-the-road salespeople. And the remaining 20% is with a phone sales team. So we've got 5 or 6 in the phone sales team who are, if an in-home rep doesn't close a deal, it'll go to what we call retention. It's not really true retention. It's more so just a customer service call. Is there any reason that nothing happened? Can we do a better deal? Kind of recoup a few of the costs and overheads that have been attributed already. But you'll find that same thing, 80% of our sales are happening on the spot in the home with the customer on the day, if not within the next couple of days anyway, or usually within a week. If it's after a week, most times the customers have fallen off. And then that's really it. Those are kind of our multiple channels that come through, and then it's into sale, and then they push us to the install team for the rest of the way.
I really like that because what I think the main thing that we're looking for, and I'm just gonna open all the books, but the main thing that we're always looking for is a sales team that has a strong outreach model, because those are always the ones that are most successful with us. Because when we book calls, we usually have around 75% of people picking up the phone, but to really get higher than that, you need to be calling more times, right? Mm-hmm. So really having that consistent sales team is what we look for before we say yes to anything, right? So having that is super important. And yeah, of course, I'll show you the system later, but we've made it a little bit easier to follow up because we have a no-show button now, so that whenever a call doesn't actually pick up the phone, the reps can just click a no-show button, and the AI will try and go for a reschedule while they also call them a few days, in a row maybe. But yeah, so they're actually getting followed up on from 2 different angles on that. So we've seen some improvements there. But that is really one of the key things to really succeed with what we're doing. Is, of course, we can provide you with the appointments, but if nobody's calling them, it's a little bit difficult, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So what we're doing right here is this is where the sales call actually begins. It's when we ask these questions and we have this genuine curiosity to how they're currently doing things. And we do this for 2 reasons. We do this, one, to qualify them. We have to figure out if they have a sales team, if they're actually calling their leads, and if the results that we would be giving them, if they would be able to capitalize on that. Because when you ask about their exact process, it shows that you're trying to help them. It doesn't show that you're just trying to sell them something, because making assumptions about their sales teams and assumptions about their numbers will not get you anywhere. So the goal is actually to ask so many questions that I understand their sales process so well that I could explain their current problem to them better than they can explain it to me. Because who better to solve a problem that knows the problem better than they do themselves? So that is the goal. By being genuinely curious, you'll be able to explain their problem to them better than they were able to explain it to you. And even if the problem is kind of similar to all the other solar companies that we are helping, it makes it so that the problem and the solution is tailored to their exact situation and not just some sort of situation that they see. So this is what we do to go in and ask them good questions, and we call this the doctor approach. We do the doctor approach because when you go into the doctor, he's not just gonna give you some pill to solve a problem. He's going to be asking all these questions like, where is your pain? How long has it been going on for? What have you tried to fix it? What are you currently doing to fix it? All of these different questions is something that will make your solution go in and fix their exact pain point rather than just fixing a general pain point or something that they don't really resonate with.
And then the call center, are they more of a qualifying process and then booking an in-home appointment, or are they informational? What's going on there?
Mostly qualifying. Just to see, they're having that initial call. Like I said, we kind of typically go for a higher volume of data and then we'll qualify it later. We'd rather have more opportunity to speak to, understanding that we can train our call center to have the right conversations and get people in a buying mood, rather than trying to go for the highest qualified customers on a lower volume, knowing that we're going to have a higher conversion rate, right?
Yeah.
So they're mostly just that entry level. They're doing that start of the process, qualifying the customer, warming them up, getting them curious, and then booking them in for most of the time an in-home, but sometimes a phone sale as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we work with maybe also something worth mentioning on our end is our solutions are very customized. So of course, let's start with what we know works, and then we'll sort of start building out. For you guys are getting a lot of DQs from what we're providing you. We'll start adding qualification questions. If you guys are starting to see a low pickup rate, we'll start adding interest questions to make it more conversational. So it's very much so it keeps evolving to what the sales team needs. But what's really interesting is we usually get that people want more quality instead of quantity, right? So just wanted to get your opinion on this.
Before I ask this question, I just want to say what I just said right here is, again, establishing more authority. So what you're going to see is that your results with different companies will vary a lot. So of course, if we just have the assumption that your campaigns are semi-successful and you are getting interest, the client is happy with the appointments that you're setting, then there will still be different issues. So some companies, they will have a lot of people that no-show the calls. A lot of people, they will have people that DQ because of bad credit or bad shade or anything like that, where all companies, they will have different issues with the same product. So what I'm showing here is that we've been in the game for a long time, again, establishing authority. We've seen that a lot of different scenarios, we don't only know what all the scenarios are, but we also know how to fix each scenario. So we know how to fix DQs, we know how to fix no-show rates, we know how to fix quality over quantity, and we also know how to get quantity over quality. It just shows that we've been working with a wide range of companies and that we have experience in solving very specific problems when it comes to campaigns.
Because you also know the leads that we would be contacting in this case. So would they need to be, or would it be a positive thing to have them qualified on something? It could be, owning the home or credit
bill size or whichever it may be.
Yeah. Or would you guys prefer to just have appointments coming through and then really just having the salespeople qualify them or the call center qualify them?
Yeah, I think it depends on how what you guys do, fits in to how if they're coming through pretty much already booked, there would have to be a level of qualification that would happen. But if they're coming back through to the system just warmed up with a level of interest from from an existing contact that we've had with them in the past, then that can go to the call center with very minimal qualification. Because things change. Things are super dynamic over the years, right? People go from being in a position where their bill was too low, they have kids and move houses, and now it's double and triple.
Exactly. Okay, yeah, I like that. I think that's a very good idea. And yeah, we can always change it, right? There's nothing like, oh, you guys said no qualification. No way, right? So yeah, we can always change it, and really depending on what data we see, we're like the biggest nerds on the data part. Like we're gonna be after you guys on what you guys are seeing and who you guys are DQing and stuff like that, just to make sure that we can, because we've seen it all, right? We've seen all the data, and now we know kind of just how to fix it, because all companies have different data, which is the one thing that keeps changing for us. But once you've seen those same things happen once or twice, we can really go in and make sure that it helps you guys out as well. Okay.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty big on the data as well in here. Yeah. Like, it's really my strongest position is being able to just look at data and figure it out and know where it's going. So
okay, I mean,
I have to say.
But it also depends a little bit who set up your guys' CRM and data tracking and stuff like that. Is that you?
No, I didn't set it up, but I've helped refine it over time. So the CRM system we're using is Pipedrive, which has got I've kind of just self-taught in using it. I've used HubSpot and Salesforce and stuff before in ways to have a look. We have in-house software developers. A lot of the ways that things transition and automate through that process is really smooth. It's quite impressive in terms of the data stack overall. But then in terms of just our reporting within Pipedrive, that's been largely me. I just kind of understand where the data moves and what's happening to it, just in a way that's easy for the layman to read.
Yeah.
I've set most of that stuff up, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, because then I'm a little bit comfortable with that part, because a lot of the times it's sometimes it's really like, oh yeah, the salespeople are saying it's fine, it's good, they're getting this this range of pickup rates, things like that. So yeah, it's very interesting, and it allows us to do a little bit more of a deeper dive when we have somebody really nerdy and really technical that sets up something super cool in Pipedrive or Salesforce or HubSpot or anything like that. So that's really perfect. That's really good. Okay, so what are you guys paying per lead approximately? I know you guys had a few different acquisition channels, but if we're just taking...
So right here, we basically dig into their infrastructure. It was very brief, but Regan here, he's very good at giving just enough information. You could tell that he's used to dealing with people that are not very technical, and he has to bring things down to a super simple level. So what we basically covered here is that they have really good tracking, and they have CRM setups, and they have automation set up as well. And what we'll be digging into here is exactly the data tracking. So I basically just said that with the more data that we have and the more data we can track, the better our campaigns will also be. So we kind of find a common ground with Regan here. We both like digging into data because we know that it's going to be able to give us better results. So he said that he set up a lot of data tracking and automations inside of Pipedrive, which we would be able to use to get our campaigns more results. So again, this is a very perfect. You saw us getting a little banter going with the technical side of things. So it is great when you identify something that he has worked a lot on and something that you guys both think is valuable, kind of stroke their ego a little bit. It's not, I know it sounds bad, but it's really not. It's valuing what that company is doing. And it's a huge thing to have these systems and these processes in place when you've worked with companies that don't. So that's why we can go in, we can value his work and kind of stroke his ego a little bit and tell him that what he's doing is actually going to make sure the campaigns run better. So brief introduction to their infrastructure here. I actually didn't get the confirmation that I could use this person that's about to walk in. I didn't get his confirmation that I'm allowed to use his face. So what I'll break down real quick is we are getting into the sales part of the script where we ask about their details on their leads. And I can show you guys real quick what exactly I'm talking about. So this right here is exactly what I'm about to ask Regan about. And he just happened to have the marketing guy right next to him. So he brought him on to help me answer these questions. But yeah, we ask these questions so that we can price dynamically. And we'll also get that into the sales meeting just in a second. But what we have right here is basically for us to see if their funnel metrics are good and how we can price our AIs in terms of delivering value to them that they could consistently be able to pay for. An example of this is if they are paying $30 per lead for every single contact that comes in. But when I ask them what percentage of leads that pick up the phone, if they also just have 30% of people picking up, which is pretty standard, especially in solar, then that means they're paying $30 for a lead, 30% of them pick up the phone. That means they are paying $100 for a phone call. So, and if that's currently working for them, that's currently making sure they can invest into more leads, and it's making sure that their sales numbers and their cost per acquisition is at a place where they can continue growing. That means we can actually go in and we can sell the appointments within that range. So that is exactly what we're going to be asking here so that we can figure out what cost per call we're usually going to be able to offer. Because we usually take that cost per call and then we lower it with anywhere from 40, 30, 20%, depending on the price, so that they actually get their current cost per call, but at a cheaper rate. And that is one of the things that makes sure that these sales calls are so successful, is because we take their current cost, we don't just price on a margin. So on the meeting, we covered how much they're currently paying for a lead.
Do you have data on how many people and what's the percentage of people that picks up the phone when you guys call them?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, when you look at who comes in every week and over time, because it takes us kind of 4 days to fully rinse a piece of data. It's 2 calls a day for 4 days. If they haven't picked up on any of them, they'll just get put into a non-contact stage. But if they do pick up, typically they'll pick up in the first 3 calls. They'll either go into a positive or a negative section as well. So we can have a pretty good idea as to having a look at when that data's come in. We can see where it's gone to understand what the ratio is. But we also have some self-built dashboards for the call center that I can see what their conversion to a 1-minute call, conversion to a 3-minute call, and then conversion into an appointment looks like as well.
That's pretty good. Yeah. I like that. So do you have a round of percentage on, I mean, I know it doesn't need to go into an appointment, but more so how many people pick up the phone? Just, I think that's probably going to be an appointment. That would be an in-home appointment, right?
Yeah, typically most of the time.
Okay. So yeah, do you know approximately how many people you guys end up talking to?
I'm stalling until I can try and find it for you.
Okay, yeah, I mean I can. That's why I was trying to ask you, in a different way, in a little bit of a better way. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm jumping into that dashboard just to see if I can look at it. So you're looking just at kind of overall pickup rate?
Yeah, overall pickup rate.
Yeah, look, it's let's have a look. So I would call a pickup usually a 1 minute call.
Yeah.
And that's because someone will pick up and sometimes just drop it out.
Yeah.
If we looked at last week in terms of total calls, now total calls is going to be is going to include age data as well. So you'll find that the pickup rate will stop. Will lower when we put in age data. But we have some age data that's still really strong because we put them into nurture piles. So I'm building the house. We're still doing some renovations. Call me in a month. Call me in 2 months. Whatever that may be, and we put it in those. Exactly.
That's very good.
So our presentation connection conversion. So it was 12.23% of total calls last week. So the call center made about 10,000 calls last week. 12.23% of those spoke to us for a minute. Whether they ended in a positive or a negative disposition, we're not looking at that. It's just purely the 1 minute call time.
Okay. Yeah. So given that it is also age data, it makes my sort of calculation in my head a little bit difficult because so it makes the calculation a little bit difficult in my head. But the reason that I'm asking the question is really just to make sure that we'd be a good fit, right? Because something about us, we don't have a fixed price. We like to price ourselves competitively, so we're not trying to achieve a margin. We're really just trying to see if it makes sense to go in and help you guys. So when I look at like 12% pickup rate and you guys are paying, on average maybe $30 or $40 per lead, you're sitting at like around $300 per phone call, right? Which is outrageous. We would never charge something like that for an appointment. Just before you think I'm crazy, right? So that's
So what I'm doing right here is I'm breaking down the math for him. And obviously he had some analytics where they are also calling age leads. So we basically just lay down the usual calculation that we do, and we tell him that there is $300 per book call in this scenario. And then we make a little bit of fun, actually try and make your sales call more fun. Like it works extremely well. It is also difficult, I will say that. But when you can make that other person laugh and show them that you're not just all business, you're just trying to sell them something, then it moves things. It really does. But in this case, I usually say this on all sales calls. I always say that we don't have a price that fits a margin. We price our products competitively. So that's why we take a look into your numbers, such as cost per acquisition, cost per call, these different numbers, so that we can make sure that we're a good fit to work together and that you guys would consistently be able to scale with us as a company working with you. And usually people really like that. They can really appreciate a company that doesn't just go for a specific margin, because that's what everybody does. So that's how we're different.
I'm trying to get at, right? So on that, do you guys think if we could take, people that are just dropping out of contact with the sales team and then people that are aged, if we could take those and then turn them into an appointment with the sales team for around $60 to $70?
I mean, I think that is kind of where I feel like that you guys fit mostly with this as well, right? It's taking things, we've got such a large database and got things in piles that don't always get called because it's not the strongest set of data. Sometimes you can ruin a sales week if we were to put too much of an interesting data source, whereas that's where we feel you guys can fall into this. Pricing wise, it's obviously not necessarily up to me. And I think it'd be valuable to set up another meeting after this as well, once we get a bit of a rundown as to sort out the nitty-gritty, look at.
So what happens right here, and this happens with most larger companies where you have sales managers, is that, of course, the final decision is not down to him, but he does mention another call, which means that we are within a range that, they can operate within and that he would be able to justify to the people that he will have to pitch this idea to. So this is a good sign that he mentions this next call, and we did a good job in terms of setting the appointment pricing within their current numbers. And yeah, it seems like they will be happy with $60 to $70 per appointment.
I guess from what you can kind of show me today is, how does it look like for you guys? Like, what is that process? What do you need from us? What access do you need from us to be able to warm up anyone we've got existing in there?
Yeah, for sure. So what I'll do is I'll show you the system real quick. That way you get a really good understanding of like, okay, what the hell is going on? What are they doing? So give me one.
Again, try to see if you can make them laugh. It works very well. But what I will say is you guys need to have some sort of demonstration. If you don't have case studies, if you don't have numbers yet, show them the AI. Let them try it themselves. Run through some questions where it showcases the skill of the AI. You know, there's a lot of different ways where you can make a demo very engaging, even though you're not showing a lot. So having this demo is crucial. So you need to find a way where you can show something, and especially also because AI can be kind of hard to explain to other people, because you want to sell an outcome. Like on this meeting, we've been talking about appointments and sales. We're not talking about AI really. We're talking about an outcome. So kind of giving them an explanation visually by showing them the AI, and that connect between how that AI could achieve the results is extremely important, especially because AI is very new.
There's like a live demo. I'll show you an example that we did for a company, a solar company. So we have these messages, and what we're really trying to focus on during all this is really that I don't know if you've heard like if you make sure to make a message to everyone that doesn't seem automated at all, that's really how you get the results, right? So that's what we're really trying to do also with the AIs that we create. So here we can have different offers. We can also just have like a check-in. It depends a little bit, honestly. But yeah, we start with a message that it's just based there to give them interest, right? And then we're compliant with all the texting and consumer protection laws. And then the way that the AI works is really that it can take any question and it will always acknowledge and answer it. And then it's going to move along, keeping the conversation on solar. For example, you have the no out-of-pocket, no money down program. And then basically just asking, would it make sense to find out how much actually you could cut off your bill? So that's, an interest qualifier. So if they could find that interesting and they say, yes, we move on to like, what had you interested in solar in the first place? What's it say on the bill for the environment or something else? Save money, and if it helps the environment in the process, that's great. Again, we always acknowledge. We found this so useful to always like acknowledge, no matter what they say. They could be an objection, be concern, always acknowledge, and then move along in the process. And then we have a call here, we have a 10-minute call, and then we ask, does tomorrow at 10 a.m. work for you?
Okay.
And he says, to be honest, I would prefer to be off grid, but not sure if that's possible. We power a lot here, and being independent from the grid would be great. Tomorrow at 10 is good. And then we have the acknowledgement here again. So it says, losing power often sounds really inconvenient. I know how that feels. Being off-grid is an option for some, and solar with battery storage might be a path to consider. We can definitely talk about it. And then it just acknowledges the meeting for the day.
So what I'm showing right here is just a real example of how the AI operates. This is AI on the back end, but this is also a real person and a real conversation that turns into a real booking. So making that bridge between what you're offering and what the result is extremely important. And as I mentioned, you can do this in many different ways. It's just important that you do it.
From a sales representative, and don't get scared away, because they use Google. They use Google Calendar. So I don't know what you guys are using.
Anyway, yeah, we use Calendly into Google Calendar.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect. So we can either do Calendly or we can do Google Calendar. We have our own servers on Microsoft, so we can do anything. I'm not the technical guy, but he says we can basically do anything as long as you guys have and as long as you guys have an API. And I know for Pipedrive, we've already done that. So we have documentation, and we also know how to implement that as well. So that should be a problem. But this is what it's going to look like if they're using Google Calendar. So they're going to have the phone number and the name of the person that we're calling. And then if there are any concerns or requirements or anything like that, it's going to be here in a summary. So they're going to be informed every time they do a call. So they don't need to go in and check anything. It'll actually be in here if anything worthwhile was mentioned, right? So for this example, it's the customer initially felt they didn't see enough savings from solar at their old house to consider it again. So that's a pretty strong thing to know. Like, oh yeah, I know, that your old house wasn't really what you're looking for, and then you can kind of handle that in a way so that people feel like they have that. And then this,
for us, like we mostly sell based on the quality of system rather than the cheapest system possible. So it's so
just this example is great, right? But yeah, there's also a lot of them that's more like, yeah, sure, just give me a call. They want to, they're shopping around a little bit. Maybe it wasn't the right time. So yeah, sometimes there's not really a lot of information. Sometimes there's quite a bit. But yeah, so it's 50-50. But this is what it's going to look like on a management perspective. And we stopped tracking pretty much after we booked the appointment. So that's the integration that we're going to do with you guys, so that you guys get the rest of it. And then with the new rescheduling feature that we've done, we actually can also see pickup rate. So when we have people that say,
is there marking no show?
Product isn't working, but we're seeing that they have 99% booking percent or pickup rate, we're like, I don't think anybody's calling these people.
Yeah.
But
And so what I mentioned right here is extremely important. We're splitting two things up, and this is something that the VP of sales will be so happy to see, is that the more hands off it is for him or her, the better it is. So the fact that we can go in and professionally split up the management side and the sales rep side is a huge bonus. So the fact that you can go in and say, here you have the management side of things, and here you have the sales rep side of things. So just splitting those two up in a dashboard and conversations, and then having the other one, which is just going to be CRM or calendar, is extremely important, because it means that they can go in and they can see what's going on, they can see the results, and they can see conversations without having to go and ask the salespeople. It just makes sure that they understand that there's a good communication without them having to establish that communication.
nice metric for us to be able to track now. It's been very, very different from what we've heard from different people, right? Because of their leads, obviously. But
Cool.
but yeah, this is a campaign that we did on a year old leads, so 12 months, and the majority of them were from a lead vendor that were purchased. So what we saw was a 27% response rate and a 1.72% booking rate. So from 14,000 people, we booked 248 appointments. And if we take a look at a different one, just to put it in perspective, this is a 5,300 campaign that we did.
Mhm.
And this was mostly with self-generated leads. So the difference is not really the response rate. The response rate was slightly better. It's more in the interest and the appointments booked.
And the bookings, yeah, 100%.
Exactly. So the lead quality is like the biggest thing, and that's what's going to vary the most as well. But yeah, we saw very.
Is there any restrictions with what you guys can do in terms of campaigns and the lead quality itself? Like, I guess the question is, like, if we were to say, like, we think it's best integrated by just going high volume, just setting up a bunch of data to see how it sticks. Is that something you guys are or aren't interested in? Are you more concerned about wanting to get the most appointments possible?
So this is really good right here. And what's happening is I just showed him the system. As you can see, it's the last tab of what I'm showing right here, and he has questions about it. That means he sees the idea and he wants to execute on it, but he also wants to get a bit more information to see where it's applicable. He's in sales. He can see the idea with the AIs. He can see the idea with the bookings, the calendar, everything. But he wants now to understand it better. So there's two things that happen here usually, is that people, they go quiet but they still understand what happens. Or they have a ton of questions. And usually the better customer will always be the one that has a ton of questions, just like Regan here. But you also need to be able to capture the people that don't have any questions, really. So going in and asking questions about if they have any questions, and then take all the components that you just showed. So ask them, do you have any questions about the numbers that I just showed you? The way that we do the calendar integration with your sales team, or the conversations, or what's happening on the back end with the AI. So you go in and ask those questions, and then you find out if they truly understood it or not. And then it will also open up conversation to how it exactly is that you're getting them results, and they get a better idea of what you're doing. But this is the most optimal outcome. What's happening right here is that he is asking questions immediately without me really having to do anything.
So answer your question the best way I can is we're only paid for setting appointments, right? So that means everything that we do and the campaigns that we do, we're like, okay, why do you guys think that it would be a good idea? So we can kind of understand. And then we would in 99% of cases, unless you guys are proposing something outrageous, we would probably say, let's try and run a smaller test and see, are people interested? Are people engaging, or are they just getting upset, right? So that's probably what we would do in 99% of cases where you have a data set that's old or new or whatever. So that would probably be what we do every single time. So if they're 3 years old or 6 months old and they're from a different vendor, whatever it is, we will probably run a test to see, also really just to see where you guys should be spending the most time. So if you guys are seeing an amazing conversion rate on one particular data set, we should probably be focusing on that data set, right?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, this is Gen, about 6 to 8 months old, about the same amount of appointments booked than with the 14,000 leads. So yeah, it varies.
Yeah, like that's what I think that's why I brought up the question, right? Is because there's two opposite ends of the spectrum here in terms of
exactly
the data quality and what the preference is for you guys. I think we've got a few other campaigns that are interesting and we can operate in terms of retargeting existing customers and some other things as well that we can talk about down the line. Yeah. Now, in terms of access from us, so what are we actually giving you to be able to create these conversations? For example, are you integrating into our CRM? Are we sending a data list to you guys and getting responses back that integrates back in? How does it typically work?
So it typically works by we set up your AI and we use our interface here. This is just a CRM that we use for chats and logs and getting phone numbers. So they have direct integration with Twilio, and you guys will get access to that if you want to see it. So if you guys want to look at the chats, you guys want to look at the analytics, you can. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna run a low volume test to begin with. So like 1,000, 2,000 leads. What we want to do. Low volume test where we're more so in manual mode, where you guys will just upload a lead list to us and we will give you feedback on that and you guys will have access. If you guys decide to say, okay, we actually want to continue this and we're going to bump up the volume, then that's where you don't want to be in manual mode, right? That's going to suck for everybody.
Okay, so what he's asking right here, again, it's really great. He's being proactive. He's already thinking about, okay, how do we implement this? He's probably thinking about a timeline as well in the back end. What is very important that we do right here is, what I do here is I am lowering the TTV, which is time to value. And you'll know once you've signed on a few clients that the quicker that you can give them value, the higher likeliness there is that they will actually get the first campaign running in the first place and that they'll actually go on with you as well. So we have these two options where we actually go in and say we're in manual mode, which is how we give you the results the quickest as possible. And then if we see very good results with the campaign, that's when we go into automated mode, where we explain how we integrate with their CRM and how we automate the whole process for them. But to give them the quickest value as possible, we are in manual mode. So this is what I'm explaining right here. And this is the reason that we do manual mode instead of just setting up everything automated in the first place.
That's going to be completely free. So as I mentioned, we've done integrations into most. So usually we do a two-way integration so that you guys can push over leads automatically, and we'll push back opt-outs, and we'll also push over appointments. So you'll have the appointments in the CRM again that are new, so you can track those, and we'll also push back opt-outs so that you guys are not breaking any DNC law.
Yeah, fair enough. I was curious a second. So obviously, to start with, we're doing a manual lead upload, right? We're just sending over lists and whatnot. What is the information that, like, from the leads, what information do you need? Just name and number?
Name and number is like the bare minimum. We can use any data points to create conversation. So sometimes we've seen data points where the subscriber took notes about what they spoke to them last time about, right? And we can really use that to personalize it further. But the only thing that we really need is name and phone number. And then something I would recommend, if you can get, is also dates, so that we really look into
deal create, like how long we've had it.
Exactly. So if we're just seeing that they're 2 years old and that's just when everybody wants to buy, we're gonna focus on those, and we're gonna focus on that user. So yeah, those 3 data points will be plenty.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, some of the things that we look at when we're looking at strength of data is like its source. Where did it come from? How old is it? Where's it been? So where's it been positioned as? So once it's been seen in home, gone to the call center, set up wherever it's been, where's it currently sitting? So that'll give you guys probably an idea of strength of data as well, because we'll be running lead campaigns based on disposition points at the end point data as well. So yeah, cool. Okay, well, I think that's one thing that we've been curious of, and again, open book stuff is like, how much access to our data have you got, and what kind of privacy do we have based on that as well, right? It's a bit of a sensitive topic to think, well, if we're up and running, we would have a 10,000 lead campaign that comes through. What's the risk to us to say, well, oh, cool, 200 appointments came back, but maybe it was 400 appointments and we didn't see the other 200, for example. Like, is there, what kind of privacy and risk do we have in the future too? Just in the essence of being open and transparent.
Yeah, for sure. So probably clear enough. Just want to make sure that I was. You guys are going to get access to our, full access to your CRM, right? So you're going to be able to see your leads, all the chats, and then also the appointments booked. And if you want as well, we can also show you how to see log. So what you can do is you can actually upload the leads yourself into the CRM, and then you can export logs.
Yeah. It's pretty simple.
It's nice to have, right? I mean,
yeah.
But you're cheap, right? And the other thing to privacy and data is we have a clause in our rural agreements. If you guys have PAs or LPAs that you want to send over, completely fine. You can sign those and make sure they're overriding whatever offers say. But we're basically not allowed to share or sell or do anything with your leads without your written permission. So that's a big one, right? Oh, I gave permission on the Google Meet.
Oh, somebody on the phone. Yeah, exactly.
No. So we have that.
So what he's referring to here, and this is going to be a concern for almost every company. Some companies that it's almost a red flag if they don't have a concern about sending you their leads, because it may just mean that they don't really care about them anyways. So this is a really good thing as well. I mentioned 2 things here. they will have access to see all the conversations and all the appointments and everything going on inside of the CRM, which of course is very transparent, and that's what we're aiming for. We're basically showing here that we are fully transparent with everything that we do. And then the other thing that I mentioned as well, which you can also find inside of the templates, we have an agreement template in the Skool community under Resource Vault. So you can find it in there, but we have a clause inside of our agreement that says that we are not allowed to sell, transfer, or otherwise share any data unless explicitly written in writing. And the last part is very important because as you saw on the call, if you said it over the Google Meet that we could share or sell your data, you need it in writing. So this is also something that is extremely important. And the other thing that I mentioned, which is a great way to make it seem like you know what you're talking about, is once you get in touch with some of these bigger companies, some of them, they will have something that is called a DPA, which is a data processing agreement, which basically just outlines how you are able to process their data as a third-party vendor. So just mentioning that and saying, we are fine with signing any data processing agreement that you have for us to overwrite the current agreement is the number one way to just say, we want to be fully compliant and we want to be as transparent as possible when it comes to your data. And it's a priority for us to make sure that your data is safe and that we're processing them in a correct manner. So yeah, DPA, data processing agreement. Tell them that and you'll be fine.
Agreement is canceled or terminated. We delete all your data within 40 days. Very simple stuff, but it's nice to have in place, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's cool. Sweet. Well, look, I think I've got a good understanding. I do think it's going to be worth having another conversation with one or two other stakeholders in business to talk some nitty gritty. I'll give them the rundown as to how it all works. Could you do me one favor? Sure. If you're able to, only if you're allowed to, send me a screenshot of how that campaign page looks like, just so I can just show them that the timeline looks. If there's anything sensitive, don't send through. But if that's cool, yeah, just so I can kind of show them, hey, this is what it looks like. This is how they report on it, and it will also help me have that conversation around property as well.
Yeah.
Just that bit of just
a really cool thing that I'm just thinking of, and I didn't have this back when we actually talked to somebody similar like you that has to kind of give some information over. So if I could just, I don't know, if you have a hard stop here in a second, or are we good to?
No, you're right. Go.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
This is fine.
So you see how I'm taking?
I'm concerned about when you go to bed.
Nah, man, I can sleep in. I'm my own boss, so I can sleep in a little bit, right? Okay. No, it's fine. I go to bed late every single day, so that's no problem at all. But yeah, you see the note taker that I have here, the one in the middle.
Not presented at the moment.
Oh, so it's just a call. It just said recording and taking notes.
Oh yeah, of course, right.
So what you'll actually get there is
a summary.
It's you'll get a summary, but it's way cooler than that. So yeah, here's something that won't expose anything crazy. This is a meeting with our marketing, but because we have so many companies in here. But yeah, it's really cool because you get a summary here where you can see everything, right?
Yeah.
And also it'll send that to you as well. What you can do is you can ask Adam, right? So you could say, what was the
what was privacy? What was yeah.
It's really great. It's really great. So you can actually also view. I'll make sure to send you the screenshot as well, so you can view the whole meeting in there. It's recording and everything. Super cool. I recommend it to anybody that has difficulty with notes. So yeah, I'll make sure to send it to you. And then if you have any questions, you can of course reach out to me. You have my number. You've been very responsive to the follow up. I love that.
I knew that it was because you were going to be up at like 1 a.m. having a conversation with you. So I was like, he's probably thinking, I want to go to bed. I wonder if this guy's going to actually answer the call.
No. So, in secret, the secret sauce is it's completely automated. Everyone goes through that.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that's fine. So perfect. So I'll send that over to him. And then should we set up a tentative time to talk maybe sometime this week, or how do you want to?
Yeah. That's fine. Look, I'd say if we have a conversation, it would either be kind of Thursday or Friday this week, if not Monday or Tuesday next. That's going to be the range. That's
perfect. So do you want to set a tentative time, or how do you want to go about this?
Let me have a look at the other calendar. We're at mercy of another calendar than mine.
So what's really important right here is making sure that you set up this other call, whether it's literally just a phone call, it's a check-in, put something on the calendar with them. That is the most important thing, because not only does it make sure that they have to go in and they have to cancel or they have to explain themselves if they they don't do it, but naturally it sets a deadline for something. So of course he has a ton of things that he has to fix throughout the day, projects that needs to be taken care of. So if there's no deadline on a side project like this, it makes it kind of a non-priority thing. So if you have a meeting on Tuesday at 10 a.m. and you know you have to have some sort of reply ready there, it becomes a priority with time. So that is the reason that you always set a call, is because it keeps the partnership kind of running, and it also just makes sure that there's a natural deadline to what we're doing here.
Can do the same time on Friday. And same
Yeah.
time. Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That'll work. And then that works perfectly, and then we should get something in. And I'll just let you know, even if the chat was automated, I'll see if I send it back to it, it'll come through just to see if we need to reschedule. I'm sure you'll follow up a couple of times anyway.
Yeah. Let's make sure. There we go. I think I'll just invite you to a meeting. I don't think you'll get any crazy follow-ups this way, but
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Chuck that in, and I'll have the conversation, and we can go from there.
perfect. And then one last question from my side.
Yeah.
I know you guys. It was very apparent to me that you guys reached out because you have a very large base, which I think you really focus on. But one thing that we've seen really good results with is actually plugging in what we do, slightly different AI, slightly different messaging, but plugging it in 48 hours after the first phone call has been made by the call center, the sales team. That way, we're able to get insane results. I'm just gonna put it like that. And we can actually lower the appointment pricing as well on those appointments. So that way you avoid them becoming aged, and you actually get them at a cheaper appointment price as well. So
what I'm doing right here is, notice how I throughout the whole call focused on the reactivation of old leads, because that is why he was on the call. But that doesn't mean that it would be a bad idea to also focus on some of their newer leads. Again, notice how I sell outcomes. I sell the two outcomes that they can get cheaper appointments, they can convert more of their newer leads, and they can prevent more of their new leads from actually going aged. You sell the outcome, and you make sure that you focus on what's in it for them, which is cheaper appointments, more sales. Who wouldn't want that? And I waited until the last second of the call because Regan, he said that he already had some other campaigns in mind, and that it could be beneficial to dig into those. So already opening up that exact proposal right there is very essential, because it sets the expectations. Some of the clients that we early on, big mistake that we did was we didn't introduce this campaigns on their newer leads as well. So it was very difficult to then switch them over or also try new things. So making sure that that is in there from the beginning is actually very important, especially because what we found after a lot of trial and error is some companies will have bad leads. And unfortunately, that is just the case. So if we can make sure that when we run campaigns that we take a batch of their new leads and a batch of their old leads, we can consistently get good results with almost all companies instead of just relying on their aged leads. So when you can, you can also do it at the same time. Say that we're going to run a batch of your new leads and a batch of your aged leads. It's a great way to make sure that they hear that you know more things and that you can provide more value. And it's also a way for your company to be able to scale more consistently, because bad leads will bring volatility, and it's going to get a customer in and it's going to get a customer out. But if you can consistently show good results to all clients, whether it's new leads or aged leads, you're going to continue growing, which is what we want.
No, we could kind of take it one step at a time, especially if you're bringing in stakeholders. But if you would be open, we could test where we both draw in 48-hour leads and a batch of old leads.
Yeah, I think that's something I was considering as well, right? When we went through eight calls and with no contact, that's where I thought maybe the first manual data set, could work well. It's fresh, right? It's recently come in. It didn't answer the call. People, of course, get complaints about people not answering the call and just put their name and number in. I said, how many random calls do you answer?
Yeah, exactly.
So I agree. I think that's a good spot to start as well.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, we want to do both. Right? We want to show you exactly what your gold mine of leads can do, and then we can do that maybe you guys aren't doing already with the next part, right? And
perfect.
I know you probably already know this because you're in sales, right? But the primary thing that makes our product really good is that if we book calls and we have around 70-75% rate, we can really make sure that the sales team is focusing on just selling selling to and calling interested people and having those conversations rather than doing this follow up and reach to people that are not picking up the phone, right?
100%.
So what I'm doing here at the last part of the call, I'm really just concluding with the biggest positive thing of the call, and just making sure that the value proposition gets across the table, really. So just making sure that we're on the same page, that this is something that actually will work. So if he says that he doesn't understand that, or if he doesn't agree with that, that's a perfect way to just kind of dig into his objections. So concluding the call with making sure that that they understand the value proposition and they see it themselves, and you seeing that they understand that is essential, because that's when you can go in and you can make sure to actually address some of these concerns before you leave them alone to wonder.
You know, it's can be a little bit difficult to have a great meeting here at 1 a.m. This was actually
Good, man. I appreciate it. Look, I'll have that conversation today with a couple of guys in the office, and really only one, maybe two, that would be having a conversation to learn a little bit more. And they might have some more probing questions. I've covered a couple of things they were concerned with, and also some of the things I wanted to point out. Have those conversations with people, and I'll let you know if they're going to be using.
Perfect. Yeah, I have full faith in you that you're gonna be able to handle all the difficult questions.
Yeah, man.
But thank you. That would be nice. That would be really good. Do you think just one question? Do you think what would kind of make the no for them? Do you know, like something that's
look, even pricing wise, it's not that, like, it's not bad. It falls into the market. That's always number one. Is what budget do they allocate? You know, and like this, and how it can work. The only thing that wouldn't make a no for you, but it can delay the process. I don't know if it's happened with other businesses you worked with. Is it just a conglomerate and there's a lot of stakeholders sometimes outside of where the installs, things just take a little bit of time. The decision can extend a little bit longer than preferred. So that's something that I would, be wary of. And then the other one was the privacy thing that I mentioned.
So this is my number one go-to question. Even if there's no stakeholders or other people that needs to get involved, if people are on the fence about doing something like this, asking them what would make this a no is fucking brilliant. It's insane, because it just brings out their concerns. And as you see here, the only things that Regan is concerned about is, the pricing. And he even says, when I bring this, it does sound fair. So he has no problem justifying the price. But then he brings up the two other concerns, which would be, when you bring in stakeholders, it takes time. So this is really more about addressing something that he doesn't know if I know. Like, he doesn't know if I know that this could take months, and it did. So props to him for telling me. But yeah, these are the concerns that he has right now. It's privacy, it's pricing, and it's stakeholders. And it's really just about, for him right now, to make sure that I understand that, which is perfect. He's not coming up with, I just don't know if the privacy policy is strong enough. That could be a huge no, because that says that he already knows that the privacy policy is too weak. So that would be a red flag for me, and I would know. And I would go in and say, okay, I see what you mean. How can we make sure that the privacy policy is stronger? What are the things that you guys are looking for? And that would make sure that I could go in and I could handle that objection. But this is really a perfect way to finish off the sales call. It shows that he doesn't have any objections, and he doesn't think that they will say no. But there are, obstructions in the way that we have to get over together. So yeah, really good way to finish it off. And asking people what would make it a no is a great way to just bait out the last objections.
Just a question: do you guys do quality risk management and due diligence? Yeah, sure. It's really fun to go through them. First it was very eye opening. Like, holy shit, gotta know all this stuff.
We won't be incredibly invasive, but it's one of those things that sometimes there may be a larger stakeholder that has a question, right?
Yeah.
They'll find something out how to do that kind of stuff. But we'll try the path of least resistance.
Perfect. That's that's always preferred, but yeah, you never know. So yeah, then I didn't really get to really come up with a strong offer, because you kind of wanted to lay that down for later. But just something, if there is any pricing, what we usually say is, like, it sounds like you already think it's really worth it with the $60, $70. But what we can do is, whatever we land on for the first initial trial, 1,000, 2,000 leads, whatever we want to do, we can actually just lower the price by 50%. So that way, no matter what kind of appointments they are, even if their pickup rate is like 30% or something, it'll still be something good for you guys. So it's a bit. So
So two things I did right here is I heard that the privacy thing, might be an issue. And I just gave Regan some information. I told him that we had already gone through due diligence and third-party risk management processes, which is something that really large companies, they do, larger than these ones, and him just being able to say that, going into the stakeholders and saying, oh, they had they asked us about the DPA and all these things. Him just being able to say they went through third-party risk management before, and their privacy policy seemed great. That is just something very, very much more simple than having to break down what was talked about on the sales call. And the second thing is what we learned when you bring on third-party decision makers, stakeholders. Them taking a look at the big picture is sometimes very hard for the sales managers to get a yes, because things may be uncertain. So a way to avoid this uncertainty is by saying that the first initial test can be with a 50% discount, which just means that if the pricing is $70 per appointment, all the appointments during the test period will just be $35, because that just makes it a no-brainer. And the less people have to think about, oh, should we do this? Shouldn't we? What kind of risks are they? If all the appointments are trash and they're $70, we're gonna lose a ton of money. But even if the appointments are kind of trash, but we pay $35 per appointment, it's a no-brainer. So getting these no-brainers in, especially when you know that the person you're on the meeting with has to communicate with something else or someone else, is key.
We can go to like pricing stuff on the next one. A conversation to see what I think is fair, isn't fair, and what. Well, it's like I'm very blasé about it because it's my decision on what's fair and what's not. So it's it's all good.
It's not your credit card on the bill.
Exactly.
Okay, perfect. Okay, really appreciate the time again, and then look forward to talking here on Friday. I'll make sure to see the meeting. What time? Just a question. What time was it for you when we started the meeting?
It's 10 a.m. for time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll make you send that, and then I appreciate you hopping on, and
yeah, look, we'll see. We could even bring it forward an hour and say so it's going to be for you instead of 1 a.m. We could say 9 a.m. Brisbane time, right? Is that going to work?
We can do that.
Is that easier? Is that easier or worse for you?
It's not. It's neat. I mean, it's completely. It's better because I just.
Let's be nice. Let's do the 9 a.m.
Yeah, perfect. Let's do.
One thing I will say, in general, if you are in Europe or if you're in Australia working with US companies, anything like that, if people, they ask about your time zone and they try and make it seem like a problem, just kind of like I did, just make sure that they understand that is your day to day and that is just how you handle things. Even though they would hate to work at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m., it's something you do because you want to make it work. And what Regan is doing right here is the opposite, right? He's just asking, he clearly doesn't see it as a problem, and he's just asking if it would help me to move it slightly. But so that's not a problem at all, and that's really nice of him. But if people start asking like, it's 1 a.m., can you do that? And like, how would that work with the partnership? Does that even make sense? Just make sure that you clarify that this is your life and your business, and you are happy with it. And you normally go to bed at 2, 3 a.m. and it doesn't matter, because then they won't see it as a problem, because then they could have this objection in their mind, like, oh, because he's going to bed at 2 a.m., he's not, on a normal day, he's not going to have time to go on calls, or they're not going to be available when I want them to be available. Just make sure that they understand that's not going to be a problem.
Hopefully, we're going to be working together for quite some time. It's not going to be a problem to have meetings, right? Just so you know as well.
Appreciate that. I'm just trying to be nice. So.
Yeah, I appreciate it as well. So that's good. It's always good to see. But yeah, I'll schedule it in for midnight my time, 9 a.m. for time. I'll send you over an invite now, and you can pick anyone that you want.
Perfect. Man.
All right, perfect. So, as you can see here, this is pretty much the full sales call. I try not to give you an exact script for everything, because I just know that if you learn it by a script, it's not really going to stick, and you're going to have a difficult time in different scenarios. So I put all of this together. I put some examples with scripts in here as well. That should give you a really comprehensive, and good view of how these conversations usually go. We also have all of the objections in here. All you have to do is you have to go into the Skool, you have to go into the classroom, and then pick the 80% close rate machine and the sales call that converts, and you'll find the script right in here, and it's going to contain everything. So go in, use that to close 80% of your leads, and hopefully I made it just a little bit easier to understand what these conversations usually look like, and yeah, then put it to good use. And once you do, don't forget to post a win on the Skool when you close a client or when you make your first 10K from one of these campaigns. It's awesome to see, and we feel so fulfilled helping you guys out with these different things, because we see the results. You guys are really good at letting us know that we're providing good value. So do let us know once you guys close clients and when you use our scripts and stuff like that. We do really enjoy it. But yeah, if you watched all the way to the end, you're a legend. A lot of people won't be able to sit through this. So yeah, really appreciate you for being here. And yeah, hope you can put it to good use, and then hope it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, let us know on Skool or look at our Instagrams. We do make videos about this stuff as well. So yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
In this video, I'll show you everything from how we build our AI agency to $35,000 a month. Everything we have done to get to this point, our website, our ads, how we build credibility by getting articles posted about us, our Instagram strategy, absolutely everything. You might ask me why, and to be honest, I ain't no saint. I want to help you as much as possible and provide as much value as possible, because at this point we are also building AI software. So by helping you getting clients and by making you succeed, you have a higher likelihood of using my products, my softwares in the future. I'm just straight up with you. Our AI agency is called shiny.ai, and this is our website. You can see at the top it says meet shiny.ai, AI that turns lost customers into sales. It's very important when you set up your website that the messaging is very clear. When someone comes to your website, they make a buying decision if they're gonna purchase from you or not in the first 0.1 second, just from what your website says at the top. Which also means that if your website says a whole lot of stuff that they can't understand and it's not clear, they don't know what you can help with, and therefore they will not buy from you. We have a clean logo that just includes our name, which is easy to remember. Then we have a couple of navbar items up here, and we have a clear call to action button right here that just says try free demo. Free is one of the best words you can use to get people through your funnel. When they scroll, they are instantly told how we can help. AI can skyrocket your sales, that's what we help with, without changing anything in your day-to-day operations. And we have 3 easy clear points right here: turn lost traffic into new revenue, sell more to your current customers by increasing lifetime value, and sell much faster. And again, we have a call to action that takes them through our funnel. We then have a calculator that is custom coded, where they can calculate the hidden revenue that they're missing out on their traffic. They can set how much new traffic they have, how many customers they currently have that they can upsell to, and how much old traffic they have. And that way they can see, okay, how much revenue are they missing out on? What approximately can we help them recover? Then they explain how that works, that we let AI reach out to their lost traffic, we engage their old customers on SMS, and then we book them in as new opportunities, new sales calls that they can then close. We show the industries that we have had success with. We have an FAQ section right here, and at the end we have another call to action. That is all you need. That's a website that builds enough credibility for you to reach $30,000, $40,000 every single month. We also have a results tab where they can see what kind of results that they can expect. This was a solar client we had where we booked over 300 appointments in a single month. They can see what states it was in, they can see how long it was, and they can see how many calls. And then they have a call to action. See another campaign we ran, $700,000 collected in 30 days, the amount of leads we reactivated, how much cash was collected, and all of these call to action buttons just takes them through the same simple funnel. I'll show you this a bit later. We show a bunch of results, and then again at the bottom we have a call to action. All the way at the bottom of your website, you want to include a phone number and an email they can reach out to if they want more information. And you also want to link your terms and conditions and your privacy policy. One of the biggest mistakes that new AI agencies make when they start out is that they spend way too much time building their website, trying to build credibility. But in reality, this is all you need. You can take a website template, you can insert a bit of clear information about what you do, and that is well enough. You just need something to show up when people search for you on the internet, to build that credibility and to make people book a call with you. So great. Now you have a website. Now you actually need interested clients to go to that website. And our best acquisition channel is paid ads. Let me show you the exact ads that we are running. We create all our ads inside of Canva. You don't need a fancy editing tools, and usually it's not even the fancy edited ads that perform the best. They want to see the value in what you are doing. I told you that I'll show you everything, so I'll also show you our best performing ads right now so you can copy them and make them yourself. The first type of ads are case study ads. These are ads where I literally just show a calendar that is completely booked. I show the outcome that they want. Let's watch the ad, shall we? You should know by now that AI can be quite powerful. What you probably don't know is how powerful AI can actually be. This right here is a calendar from Venture solar company up in Connecticut. And I'm not sure how many appointments we have in here, maybe 130, 150, something like that. And this was all booked last week. This right here is a home remodeling company. Also, this right here is a solar company up in Canada. And what's interesting about these calendars is that 100% of these appointments were booked by AI automatically. How's this possible? Well, in the next 30 seconds or so, I'll explain the system that we create that actually makes this happen. And I can keep on going, another solar company, another home remodeling company, and so on. So here it is. You get leads from various sources. Those go directly into your sales system, and you book a lot of appointments and you close a lot of sales. That's what you are good at. But what will happen with most of the leads is that they'll end right here as old or dead leads inside of your CRM. You might already have some sequences in place trying to reactivate those, but a lot of the time people, they see through that and they don't respond. So what our AI can actually do is that it can take those old and dead leads and can send good follow-up messages with different angles, and it can get them to respond. When they do, the AI actually has really personalized conversations with them. So it asks the right questions, it qualifies the client, and if they're interested, it books them directly into your CRM. You don't have to integrate anything new. It goes directly and smoothly into your CRM. And of course, when you get a bunch of appointments, you're going to close a lot of sales. We usually see an increase in 10% additional total sales just from adding this AI side to it all. If that sounds interesting, and if you can handle this amount of volume, then you should listen up. Because we're actually only doing this on a result basis, meaning that we only get paid when you see real results. You don't pay anything before you see the results. So you can actually run a 100% free test, try out the entire system, see the appointments booked, and actually see the quality of the appointments. And if you don't like the system, you don't pay a penny. If that sounds interesting, then you should click below and we'll reach out. There you go. This is what I call a case study ad. We are literally just showing on screen share what the result of our product is. Then we are showing them how it works. We're explaining to them how we are doing it. And at the end, we are giving them an offer, which is that they don't pay anything upfront. We run a test campaign with them, and they only pay when they actually get real meetings booked into their calendar. We have run a bunch of these ads. Let me show you another example. Would you believe me if I told you that the old and dead leads you have inside of your CRM could actually make your calendar look like this? This is Venture solar company up in Connecticut. And how many appointments do we have here? Around 130 booked last week. Could also look like this. This is a solar company in Canada. Or this, a home remodeling company, also in the US. And this, also a home remodeling company, roofs, windows, baths, etc. And I can keep on going, but how do we actually do this? We use AI and we use SMS. So basically, we let AI reach out to your old leads inside of your database and book a bunch of appointments. Could look something like this. Tried calling you, but didn't get through, so thought the text might be better. You inquired about solar, right? Yeah, I did. But that was a while ago. Nice to hear from you. You might have been feeling the energy prices going up lately. How much have you been paying these last months on your utility bill? Around $240. Well, that's quite a lot, huh? How long have you been owning the house? And have you always been paying this amount? I actually just moved to his rooms to a bigger house. That makes sense. A bigger house can definitely lead to higher. This ad explains exactly what our product is. It's the same format. We show the dream result first, and then we show them how we do it. At the end, we show them the dream result again, just to remind them, and then we give them the offer to your sales rep's calendar. And you can even click on the specific appointment. You'll get a summary of exactly what was talked about on the meeting. If you want to try the demo, you can actually just click below. It takes you directly to this page. And if you want to book a meeting with us to see how this would work with your company, just scroll down and click Get Started for free. Have an amazing day. It's important when you're running ads to split test a bunch. And that's also what I'm giving you right here. I'm giving you all of our best performing ads. We have split tested hundreds of ads throughout our AI agency. Another one that performs well is this one right here. It says book 500 appointments with AI. It shows our offer, a trial run, done for your service, detailed analytics, and it gets them to book an appointment. Another format that performs really well is memes. Rep calls a lead 10 times, gives up. AI books lead for an in-home tomorrow. And in-home is a solar term for having an appointment at the client's house. And we have this Pikachu meme right here. And then again, we include the offer, run a 100% free test. Same with this ad right here. Maybe we should try this AI thing. Shiny AI, no upfront cost, no retainer, only a pay upon sales, 100% free test. Sales team, I'll make that deal. That's a damn good deal with Brad Pitt. Another form that works really well is this LinkedIn style ad, where it shows our LinkedIn profile, and you can even run this ad on Facebook as well, and it still performs. You literally just show the dream outcome of a full calendar with text that gets attention. And what will happen is that this will farm clicks because people are going to click this more. They're going to click this more button right here. And when they do that, it's going to click them in on the ad, which is a good reputation. It shows Facebook that your ad is interesting, which is going to get you better ad results. You can start running ads with those kind of ads, which doesn't take as much effort, and you will already see good results. If you want even better results, then creating these AI style of videos has worked really, really well for us as well.
Are you unsatisfied with your margins in your biz? Well, they are looking a little thin. Do you think it would help if we created an AI for your business for free? Made it reach out to all your old and dead leads that you have already paid for to get a 50% response rate. Make 20% interested again and 10% booked in as an appointment in your sales team's calendar on a 100% results-based pay. How many appointments would that be, and what would that do to your margins? Click below and let's talk business. Or you can go back to your cat videos. A little weird, but enjoy.
These videos are also made in Canva. It's crazy how much you can actually do in Canva. All there is to this video is that we are using animated text and videos. You can find those videos if you have Canva Premium inside of videos. You actually have a full video library that you can use, which works great. And then you insert a 11 Labs voice. So this voice that's on in the background is just from 11 Labs. And you can create really cool ads like this, and they perform really, really well because they look very, very professional on social media. Another example is an industry specific. So the other one was very broad, which also works if you're going for many different industries at once. If you want something specific, like we are running for solar companies, then it can be something more like this.
Are you a solar CEO? And are you unsatisfied with your margins in your business? Well, they are looking a little thin. What would happen if we got an AI to reach out to all your aged leads? To educate on energy savings, tax credits, rebates, and financing options, etc. For Solar Harmony, a solar partner of ours, we tested it and got 48% of the leads to respond and 11% to book a Solar Plus storage appointment directly into the sales team's calendar. Best part? This works so well that we are willing to get paid 100% on results only. We will code the entire AI for free, pay all the upfront costs of running it ourselves, so you only pay when a deal is closed and the cash is collected. Still a little skeptical? Why not try a conversation with our 100% free demo AI? Click below, drop your number, and the AI will reach out to you. Or you can go back to your cat videos. A little weird, but enjoy.
In this video, we are calling out our ideal client, like your solar CEO, and we're explaining a pain that they have because a lot of solar companies have very slim margins. That comes from knowing the industry. So you should target your ads by calling out the person you want to talk to and by explaining the exact pain that they have. We're also running ads for chiropractors that could look like this. This is done with a female 11 Labs voice, and you should split test both for what works best in your industry.
This is Dr. Blair Brown. Struggling to keep the lights on in his clinic under COVID, he did this. Same old city, same practice. Yet, in the first 90 days, he managed to book 235 new patients on his book and get his clinics on track to hit $930,000 a year. And no, that's not the cool part. Look how many of these people paid online before they showed up. And look how many of these people converted to care. Even cooler, all this was booked 100% automatically by AI. So I want to invite you guys to learn more about the AI that is generating 30 to 40 new patients every single month. High-value cases. They are not taking the $21 bullshit patients. Instead, they are getting $400 to $8,000 cases coming into their practice every single day. So if you want to get booked out, I invite you to click below. You can actually try a quick chat with Shiny yourself. Take advantage of this new AI era. But if you want to keep scrolling and watch your dog videos, well, that's a little weird, but enjoy.
There you go. Another great example from this ad is that we talk about the $21 bullshit patients. A lot of marketing agencies in the chiropractic industry are using these $21 sessions, which sometimes work, but a lot of chiropractors are fed up with it. So we simply just provide a better offer, and we tell them that we provide a better offer inside of the ad. Here's another example for the HVAC industry.
Hi, are you a home service professional? And are your DMs overflowed with tire kickers with no intention of booking an appointment, as well as the countless marketing people, all trying to sell you the one and same thing? Even then, a single 10-minute delay in your reply. That's all it takes for the hottest Facebook and Instagram lead to become colder than the North Pole. All of a sudden, they end up at your competitors instead. Frustrating, isn't it? After all, you are busy doing jobs and not a full-time receptionist. Well, luckily that time is over. Meet Shiny, your business' new AI-powered assistant that can book appointments for you completely automatically. Shiny is best described as a receptionist that never sleeps, works 24 hours a day, doesn't take coffee breaks, and never calls in sick. Shiny will be trained to learn everything there is to know about your business, so it can respond to all customers in under a minute. Shiny is your new best friend, giving you more time back in your day, automating absolutely everything. It will send reminders to your customers, and when you forget to ask for that review, Shiny has your back, following up with every single happy customer to increase your overall reviews. A steady flow of jobs without having to lift a finger. That's your recipe to take your business to the next level. Shiny is already booking jobs in the US, Canada, UK, and Australia. You might still be a little skeptical, so why not try it yourself for free? Just click below, drop your number so Shiny can shoot a text, and begin the conversation as if you were one of your customers. And please don't be shy. Put it to the test and try to throw it off. Get ahead of your competitors and get started with Shiny today.
There you go. This ad also performs really well. And you are welcome. I'm giving you permission to just copy these ads and use them for yourself. I unfortunately can't provide everyone these ad templates because all of a sudden everyone start running our ads. We do have a closed community though, where we have all of the ads that I just showed you, plus way more. So I'll drop a link in the description if you're interested in joining the closed community. So you might think, great, I know what ads I should run, but I don't know how to run them. I got you. This is our ad account for Shiny. You can see we have booked a lot of meetings and we have gotten even more leads, but we have also spent a lot of money. Our ad strategy is a bit unique. If you go to our website and you check the Metapixel helper, you can see we have a pixel activated. And what the Metapixel does is that when someone goes to our website, we snatch their information. And the reason we do that is because we can later show ads to people that have visited our website. And the reason that is great is because if someone checks you out, they want to say, okay, that looks interesting, but they don't decide to book a call straight away, you want to be able to target them with ads over and over and over again. Then you seem like a really credible company, which is going to get you way more leads and way more bookings. So the way we do it is that we have these website schedule campaigns. You can see these campaigns only got 5 website schedules. I can also show you the targeting on them. This is a life insurance campaign. We use this campaign to target life insurance agencies, and these are our settings. We're spending $20 a day. We are including the locations we want to work with. This is Canada and the US. We have an age group which is 25 to 65 because we know most successful life insurance agency owners, the decision makers, are over the age of 25. We don't really want the individual sales reps in life insurance. Instead, we want the decision makers. And then for detailed targeting, we use some keywords like life insurance agents, home insurance agents, insurance policy, liability insurance, life insurance. So industry specific words that would help the Facebook algorithm reach the right audience. We also narrow the search further. I always recommend only to use interest targeting, not demographic targeting, none of the L's, none of the behaviors. Interest targeting usually gets us the best results. Then we also match, just because from our experience we've gotten a lot of non-decision makers, We want people that match the decision makers, company revenues doing over $1 million, company size 11 plus employees, and management. You want your estimated audience size to be at least over 2 million. You don't want a too narrow search because that's going to limit the Facebook algorithm. We want to give it some tips on who you want to target. And for the placements, we just use Advantage Plus placements. You can see this is one of the ads that I already showed you, and the ad looks like this. AI booked 500 appointments in 30 days. We caused a huge problem for this insurance agency's team. We want to make sure to help the Facebook algorithm even further that we include insurance agency, because this is going to help us get insurance agents. Then the copy says this: they were happily overwhelmed. How? We let AI go through their database to revive every single old and dead lead. The result, over 532 interested customers ringing the phone in 30 days. And the best thing, we only work on performance and only get paid on closed deals. If you want us to do the same for your sales team, just click below and try our 100% free demo. You can use that copy as your inspiration. We also run a couple of Advantage Plus text generations, and for the headline we just write book 500 insurance calls a month, try demo. But here's the thing, we are sending people to our funnel that looks like this. Want to implement AI into your business, 73x ROI. We are currently experiencing a high volume of requests, and then we send them to our booking calendar. And our booking calendar looks like this: book a free demo call, only pay upon sales, no upfront cost, no retainer. We get their full name, we get their phone number, we get their email, we get the URL of their business, and we get a brief description of what they sell. You don't have to do more than that. But here comes our strategy that has really transformed our game when it comes to Facebook ads. We run these campaigns, and you can see it cost us about $26 to get a website schedule. But that is the top layer of our marketing campaign. When they go to our website, we also get their information from the Facebook pixel, like I showed you. And that means that we can run a retargeting ad, so run an ad that only shows to people that have already visited our website. And this is crucial because this is where we get all of our leads. Look at this campaign right here. This campaign has gotten us 230 leads at $7 a lead. The click-through rate is 4.4%, which is really good for B2B ads. And we are only spending $5 a day. You don't have to spend that much in this retargeting campaign because the amount of people that actually goes to your website will be fairly low, but the return on investment of these $5 that we are spending a day is absolutely insane. So I always recommend to AI agencies, even if they are doing cold email or they're doing cold outreach of any kind, they don't have to spend the $20 a day. That's of course good to do, but they need this retargeting campaign set up, because when people are actually interested, they go all the way through the funnel. They just don't book that call. You keep showing ads to them, you get highly interested people to show ads to, which just gets you great results. If you want a complete guide for how to set up a campaign like this, then you can check out, there's a video on my YouTube channel. Remember to subscribe as well. Okay, I've showed you our ads, I've showed you how to actually run them and the ad strategy that we use with the exact settings. But what actually happens when people book a call or when people sign up as a Facebook lead? Let me show you. We have our Facebook ad account connected to Go High Level, and when people sign up through our ads, we have some automations that increases show up rate. Let me show them to you. The first flow that happens is that when people sign up through the Facebook lead form, that is the one we have in the retargeting campaign, we basically just add them to the pipeline. We do that by using the create or update opportunity step, and we add them to our pipeline, which is called client funnel. In the pipeline stage, that's called new lead. Another thing that happens, and the reason we do this, by the way, is because we want to be able to send them SMS, is that when a contact is created, this happens automatically when they sign up through the lead form. We check what country they are coming from. If their phone number contains +44, it means that they are from the UK, and then we assign them to a UK phone number. If their phone number contains +61, that means that they are from Australia, so we assign them to an Australian phone number. And if their phone number doesn't contain +44 or +61, then we know it's a US phone number, and therefore we don't do anything with them. So on default, we'll reach out from a US phone number. Let me know if you guys want a complete guide for exactly how to do this, then I can make another YouTube video for you. When the potential client has booked their meeting, we send them a confirmation like this one. We have the trigger, which is customer booked an appointment. Then we wait just a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, to make sure it seems realistic. And then we send an internal notification to ourselves that someone has booked an appointment with our team, the contact name, the contact phone, the contact email, what is the name of the business, and when does the appointment start. We then also send them a confirmation. This is important to increase the show up rate of the call. We say, please let me know if this is correct or not so I can mark our AI phone call as confirmed. I've pasted the info below, the appointment phone call time and the time zone. If they don't respond to this initial SMS, we send them another SMS, which is basically just a question mark. We want to make sure that they confirm over text that they are actually going to be able to take this phone call, so we send them a quick follow-up. We then have another flow, which is the appointment reminder. So 24 hours before the appointment is happening, we send them a reminder text like this one. Hey, contact first name, just reminding you of your phone call tomorrow around this time. Does this time still work for you? And then again, 2 hours before the appointment, we write, hey, contact first name, heads up, I'll call you in about 2 hours, and then Oliver from Shiny AI. This is again just to increase the show up rate of the actual appointment. The result of this is a high show up rate. People actually show up to the calls that they book, and it is a pipeline that looks like this, where when they come in from the Facebook ads, they are added to the new lead stage. Then we receive that notification on our phone, and we want to call them instantly. After we have called them, we move them over to the stage that's called one time, then called 2 times. If we can see on the website that it's someone that we really want to work with, we move them over to big boys, and that basically gives them higher priority. We follow up with them more. Then we also track the ones that we book into a call. We track who we close, and we have a couple of other categories like no-show and people that we simply don't want to work with, that we then call nope, which means that we disqualify them. It's important that you have a clean pipeline where you track every single client that comes in through your funnel, because you want a good overview of what's actually going on in your business and who and what leads you need to follow up with. This is how we have gotten the majority of our clients through ads. 6 months ago, however, we tried a new thing. We tried posting on Instagram, and let's just say that went pretty well. Now our page has over 200,000 followers, and this gets us a lot of clients as well, because people see that we know what we're talking about. Having this amount of followers builds credibility, and it gets a lot of inbound clients. Just to show you an example, this is one of the accounts. This is one of the businesses that literally just DMs us. Your messages caught my attention. My name is Aline, and I'm reaching out to see if there's a possibility of our small niche clothing label, Studio, being able to get AI help from your business. I asked for more information. This is a Shopify store. They wholesale women's clothing, and they want to transition more online, and our post caught their attention. You see, that is the power of content, and we have had hundreds of companies DM us just in the past 6 months. So you should know by now that I'm also going to give you our exact strategy for the best performing post that we have seen work organically. The format that took us from 0 followers to 200,000 followers is this format right here, where we use someone well known in business like Mark Cuban right here. He talks about how they need to implement AI into their business, and then we basically just show them how they can do it with this split view screen right here of me on the top, basically just explaining on screen share how they can utilize this kind of AI in their business. I take them through how they can use ChatGPT, how they can use software to automate something in their business. This positions you as the expert in the field. And this video right here received 2 million views, and a lot of those views are business owners. You can go to my Instagram as well, check out the video, and you can see for yourself what format that works the best, so you can get a bunch of inspiration. I want to touch on a couple of other things that we have done to build credibility in our space, which is mainly solar. 2 times now in the past 2 years, we've been to solar conventions. We've been to this convention right here that's called Intersolar, which basically just is a big solar convention where a bunch of solar companies show up to talk about the newest things that's happening in the industry. We've also been to another solar convention, which is called RE+, which also is a huge convention over in the US. So another way to get clients is by actually going to the conventions where your clients are at. This positions yourself as someone that's very professional in the industry as well, and not just someone that's sitting on your computer online. If you're just starting out, however, I wouldn't recommend doing this, just because it is an investment to take a plane and go to conventions like this. But when you're getting more experience in the field, then it's definitely something that you should consider. On the convention Intersolar, we actually met with PV Magazine, which is one of the largest magazines in the entire solar industry. And you can see on LinkedIn, they have 170,000 followers, which is all solar companies. And with a spark of luck, they actually decided to do a whole article about us and post it on their LinkedIn page. You can see I'm posting it here on my own LinkedIn page, great article from PV Magazine covering what we do here at Shiny. This just builds credibility when someone searches you up on the web. this is one of the first things that comes up. And here you can see the article posted on pvmagazine.com. Danish company launches AI-based tool to bring back old solar customers. You can go find this article ourselves, but the result was that a lot of companies actually found this article. They thought, that is interesting, let me reach out to this company and see what they can do for me. Building this kind of credibility in an industry takes time, but sometimes you can get really lucky and they can write an article about you. We were really lucky here, so don't expect this just to happen out of the blue, but sometimes you get lucky. So I've showed you everything you need to know about how to actually get clients. When you get them, how do you actually build systems in order to fulfill them? Let me show you that as well. You build what we call playbooks or SOPs. And but what that basically is a detailed guide that you can give to someone in your company that explains how to onboard the client. And this is how we do it. We have Google Docs like this that includes 2 parts. The first part is a walkthrough Loom video that explains exactly how to do it with screen share. This is a video that I took because I know how to onboard the client, and it basically just explains the process and shows on screen share exactly how to do the task that we want them to do. Shows exactly what they need to do inside of high level with me commentating it in the background so they know exactly what they need to do. On top of that, inside of the document, we also include screenshots and step-by-step instructions for how to do the task as well. Let me explain to you why. The first time they go through this task, they are going to watch all the videos, and that's the best way to learn, actually seeing it visually exactly what they need to do. The second time, they don't need to watch the videos again. Now they know kind of how to do it. They just need these step-by-step instructions and they can remember, okay, that's what I needed to do. This is, from our experience, the quickest way of getting someone onboarded. Great, so you're creating an SOP for how to do the task that you want to outsource. But how do you actually find someone that's good enough for your company that can help you with onboarding your clients? For that, we use Upwork. And inside of Upwork, you can do 2 things. You can either search for someone like a Go High Level expert, and this will find you experts in Go High Level that already knows the basics of what you're trying to achieve, if it is onboarding clients, for example. And you can see how much they charge as well, like $8 an hour, $20 an hour, etc. What we usually do, however, is that we create a post. You can see we have one right here, virtual assistant for LinkedIn outreach. We then create a detailed description of who we are looking for. We set our budget, the skills they need to have, and from that we get a bunch of applicants that we can then choose from. And it doesn't really matter what task you're looking for to get outsourced. You can find it on Upwork. Great. Now you know how to get clients, you know how to outsource work so you can fulfill the service. Last thing you always want to do, and this is where most AI agencies fail, is that they don't do 2 things. The first thing is ask for testimonials. After you've given the first wins with the client, you always want to ask them, would you mind giving us a testimonial that we can put on our website? This helps you build credibility. And does another thing as well. It gets them to talk positively about you, which is absolutely awesome. You can take video testimonials that you can then use as Facebook ads as well. And here comes another trick. After you've asked for a video testimonial, then you ask the client for referrals. And this is something that so many agencies don't do, which is literally just losing them out on clients and losing them out on money. Because the warmest lead that you can get is someone that refers you to someone else. And not only are they more warm, so they have a higher close rate, they also stay longer, they spend more money. You just need referrals to build a good business. So here's how you ask. After they have already talked positively about you in a video testimonial, you ask them, great, thank you so much for the video testimonial. Who else do you know that could also use this service in this industry? You don't ask them if they know anyone. You ask them, who else do you know? Because this has a higher likelihood of them thinking, okay, I know this guy. Then on top of that, you can even ask them, do you know anyone in roofing, anyone in bathtubs, anyone that has a local business? Again, to just help their brain out with figuring out someone that could use the service. And if you do that, and you do that with every single client, then you will get more referrals. It is guaranteed. All right. So now we have went over how to set up your website, how to get clients using ads, how to get clients using content, how to get clients by going to conventions. I've shown the exact system that we use to manage our leads and close our clients, our entire funnel, and I've also shown you how to hire people, how to onboard the client. You pretty much know everything you need now in order to start. If you want more help for how to start your AI agency, then like I mentioned earlier, we have a closed community of 650 other members that are in the exact same situation as you. They're building their AI agency and we are helping them out. We have a Q&A call every 4 days where everyone just brings their questions so we can help as many people as possible. And we also answer every single Skool post inside of the community. You can see if I go to unread, there's no post I haven't seen an answer to inside of our Skool community. You can also go to my Skool profile where you can see the consistency of me answering members every single day. Around 30 members, 30 questions every single day in the community. Inside of the community, you have a more A to Z way of starting your AI agency. We show you exactly how to set up your business the right way using a sole prop. We show you how to set up your contracts, your websites. You get our exact template of our website so you can just change the logo, change the colors. That way you can save a bunch of time and start getting clients faster. You also get more hands-on videos, modules explaining exactly how we do sales. You can watch our exact sales calls, our flow, how we close clients, how you choose a niche. And one of the most important things is that you also get access to our Go High Level accounts, which means that you get Go High Level sub accounts completely for free. If you were to pay for High Level yourself with unlimited sub accounts, you'd pay $297 a month, but as a part of our community, you get that completely for free. Every single member, 650 members, gets High Level for free. You also get the module that's called Steal Our 50K a month AI agency, and what this includes is all of the ads that I showed you. You get the Canva template, so you can just copy it and make it your own, smash your own logo on it, and you get way more ads than I showed you in this video. That is our best performing ads. You also get our playbooks that I showed you. You get our business cards. You even get our exact content. You even get our exact content strategy for how we went to 0 to 100k subscribers in 3 months, and now we are at 200k subscribers in around 6 months. So if you're interested in that, you can just click the link below to check it out. Thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. Most people won't do that, so you're probably already ahead of the game. I wish you the best of luck in your AI agency. Remember to subscribe and have a wonderful day. I went from 0 to 110,000 followers in less than 3 months, and I'm consistently growing over 1,500 followers every single day. And I'm doing this posting educational content that is not very edited. This is making brands that have over 1 million followers reach out to me that wants my services without me having to do anything. It's not very complicated, and I can explain exactly how I did it in less than 5 minutes. And at the end, I'll show you the secret method that we are doing to gaining over 50,000 followers additionally every single year. First thing that you want to do is that you want to get inspired or copy from what works. You've 100% seen this guy around. Tony from LC Signs. And what he does is that he takes some video that has an engaging hook that catches people's attention, and then it cuts to him. And we do something very similar. We take a clip that is specific to the industry that we are talking about, which is AI, and then we cut to me explaining something additional and providing value to that hook. And that just gets insane metrics. And the next thing that you do is that you see what works. Let me actually go on my Instagram to show you the metrics that I look for to create even better videos that go viral. Let's head over to my Instagram and let's take this video right here, which performed really good, 1.6 million views. The thing that you look for is these metrics. You want to look at the likes and the saves and how relative they are to each other. You can see there's almost twice as many that saves my content comparing to liking it, which is a good thing when you do educational content, because this means that people find your content valuable, that they want to save it for later. The next thing you want to look at is the average watch time, and then the view rate past 3 seconds as well. These two metrics, average watch time and view rate past 3 seconds. If one of these metrics are not good, that means that your video will flop. And I'll show you an example of that in a second. 28% average watch time is absolutely nuts. And 80% watching past these first 3 seconds is also crazy. A good view rate past the first 3 seconds would be something like 60%, and a good average watch time is anything over 16 seconds. So you can see this is almost twice as high as a good average watch time. And the reason this performs so well is because we have this initial hook where an OnlyFans model talk about how much he makes, and then I cut to it saying that this is the male version of OnlyFans, and I provide educational content for what they can do and what I do. Just a step-by-step, low engaging video, but this performs. Let me show you a video that then didn't perform. Let's look at this video right here. Here you can see the saves and likes are almost the same, which means that my viewers didn't find it as valuable. And when you look at the watch time, you can actually see it's 18 seconds. 18 seconds is actually really good, but the view rate past the first 3 seconds is only 51 seconds. So here comes something really smart that you can do. You look at the two metrics, the average watch time and the view rate past the first 3 seconds. If your average watch time is high, but the view rate is low, what you can do is that you can take the initial hook that you have had, you can switch that out for a better hook, will make your reel perform way better. And the same with the average watch time. If you have a terrible average watch time, but a really good hook, then just change the body of the video out so you have two good metrics. Splitting it up like this means that you don't have to reshoot an entire video to get a good performing reel. What you do is that you just look at the metrics, you see where it's lacking, and then you change that out for a better video. And we have done a lot of repurposing, which means that we're getting to that 5 million views a month, and we've consistently done this for the last 3 months. And here comes the secret method, which is absolutely abusing trial reels. Let me show you what I mean. If I head over to Instagram, one of the reasons that we have so many monthly views is that if I go to trial reels here, you can see how many trial reels we are posting every single day. And they are actually getting a decent amount of views. Every one of them is getting like 3,000 to 5,000 views. And then sometimes they actually gain a lot more, like 21,000 views. And we even had a trial reel that gained 1.2 million views. So they can go viral as well. The reason we do this is that if I go into one of these trial reels right here and I look at the insights, I can see how many followers it gained me. You can see 45 followers right here. And there's no limit to how many trial reels that you can post. It might hurt the algorithm a little bit if you post way too much, but you can post 5 trial reels a day, which means that if you gain, let's say 30 followers on average per trial reel, and you upload 5 a day, that's a lot of fucking followers. That's 150 extra followers every single day from trial reels alone. And this is something that you're doing additionally to your already existing content. Our strategy with trial reels is basically just taking the best performing content that has the 2 highest metrics and videos that are proven to go viral in the past and just upload them as trial reels. Because the amazing thing is that these videos will not be shown to your already existing followers, only new people. And that's how you can gain so many followers from this. So let's do some math. If you post 5 trial reels every single day for an extended period of time, let's say a year, that means that you're posting 1,825 trial reels. And they are not gaining a massive amount of views, but they're all gaining like 3,000 to 5,000 views. And that amounts to about anywhere from 30 to 50 followers. Let's set it on the low side, which means that you gain 30 followers per trial reel that you post. That is 54,750 followers that you're getting additionally to the reels that you're already posting. I don't get why no one else is talking about this. This is nuts. And this is also how we will probably end the year at around 300k followers from doing this strat. 0 to 300k followers in a year of posting educational content on Instagram. That's crazy. Now you already have all you need to know to be able to go and crush it on social media. But I wanted to give you 2 more bonus tips. The first one is that you need to give absolutely everything. Don't hide any information. Just like I did in this video showing you how we grew like crazy in the last 3 months, do the exact same thing. Show everything you know, because only then will people actually find it valuable and they'll save your videos. And the last tip I have for you is don't fucking give up. And the reason I tell you this is because that's exactly what I did. This is not the first time I've tried posting on social media consistently. I actually had 2 runs before this where I posted like 40 times and then gave up. And only the 3rd time of trying again after giving up 2 times is where it actually started sticking. But I could probably be at maybe 500k followers right now if I just didn't give up back then. So please, if you decide to do this, just know that it can take a long time, but it will for sure be worth it. Because at the end, you'll have an inbox that's full of clients that want your service, which is an amazing feeling. Because at the end, your DMs will be flooded by customers that want your service. I hope you found this valuable. I'm trying to compress as much information into a little time as possible, so you just only get value. If you like this format, then make sure to give a sub. Good luck. He's also built an AI agent that prints Google reviews, and you can work with all kinds of different clients. All they need to qualify is just they need to have a Google My Business, like all of these gyms, for example, because all of these gyms that already have Google reviews, they probably want more. And the flow is very simple. When a customer has finished whatever service the client is offering, this could be anything from visiting a restaurant and having dinner, it could be car cleaning for car detailing, or it could literally just be signing up to a gym and working out once. What then will happen is that an AI agent will reach out to them on SMS, and it will just ask them if the service was good, because you only want people to leave a review that actually really like the service. If they respond with yes, they send a Google review. If they respond with no, we save the response in a Google Sheet so we can give the feedback back to the owner. And of course, this will literally just print Google reviews. Plus, it will enhance the experience for the customer. The customer is going to feel like, oh, they really gave a shit about me, which means they're going to return back and buy more. And what you can even add, which makes this even better, is if they like the service, you can wait, let's say 7 days. And after 7 days, you reach out to them again. For example, let's say we are working with a restaurant. You say, hey man, you get 20% off because you visited last week. Off your dinner if you show up at, let's say, 5 p.m., which is a bit earlier than the busiest hours. Because then what's going to happen is that you're going to force them to buy more. If you do this to every single customer that visits the restaurant, you will make a lot of sales for this company. And this is just another prime example of how AI agents can be used to do things that otherwise would require a human to do, calling everyone, asking them to leave a review. Now AI agents can literally just do this on autopilot. I'm going to show you how to set all of this up inside of Go High Level. So what we do is that we just create a new sub account. We fill out the name, the email, etc. If you're already a part of the 1%, this is our paid community, then you can get free unlimited high level accounts, just so you don't go and buy a high level yourself. For the business name, I just call it Albert's Car Detailing. Just fill in a random number, same with the address. And I just click add sub account. Awesome. Now we are inside of the high level account, and what we need to do is that we just need to set up an automation that basically looks like this. This is also the power of just planning out what we actually want to happen. So I go inside of automation and I just click create workflow and start from scratch. I give it a title. I call it review agent. And for now, let's wait with the trigger. The trigger will depend on what kind of customer that you are working with. They might have a software where they track customers. They might pick up names and phone numbers in person on a piece of paper. And you should integrate this review agent with whatever system they currently have. But this will trigger after the service is finished. So we can add a wait step, let's say 1 hour after the service is finished. And then we add a text message. So we could call this, hey, contact first name, like, hey Albert. Now let's set this up for a car detailing company. So we just say, we love working on your car. The idea here is to make it sound as personalized as possible. What many do is that they make like a really formal message. Could you please leave us a review? Blah, blah, blah. That's not what you want. You want to send the text message as something that seems really legit and something that seems like personalized and written to them. We love working on your car. Very curious what you thought of the car clean. Did it live up to your expectations? Like this, and you just click save action. So an hour after the appointment is finished, they receive this text message. And now we want to add a couple of follow-ups because you want people to respond. So you add a wait step right here, and you call it contact replied to the SMS that we just sent, and you give it a timeout. Like, let's say if they don't respond within 2 hours, then we send them a follow-up like this. And here what we can do is that we can literally just copy this right here, copy all actions from here, and I can do it the same thing again, because what this will do is that it will just create more follow-ups. So we send out the initial text message. After 2 hours, we send another text message. Now we can add the timeout, let's say 1 day. So the day after, we add another follow-up message, and that's gonna be it. So we're gonna send 1 text message initially and then 2 follow-ups. 1 after 2 hours and 1 after 1 day. In the second follow-up, we can just write something like, did you see my message above? They can do something a bit edgy, which could be like something, were we really that bad? Just kidding, but curious what you think. This is just again gonna get and bait that response, which we want. Awesome. On this next one, we're gonna save the response. So we're gonna create and update a contact field. This. Awesome. Now we have the initial message going out and we have the follow-up set up. I want to have a field where we can save the response that we get back from the user. And to do that, I just go back from my automation right here, and I click settings, and I go inside of custom fields. And here we're gonna add 2 new fields. The first field we're gonna add is gonna be customer. We can call it review response, just to make sure that it's only for the review part. We just add it to, let's say, general info. and I click save. Oh, we call it review response. We all add it to like general info, and we just click save. And we add another field, still single line, click next. And here we call it review feedback. And I just click save. I again click general info and I click save. Awesome. Now we have the 2 fields we need because we're going to use those fields to save the information from the review agent. So I go back and then I click update contact field. And here we now have the review response like this. And then we save the response, which is the message body like this. And I click save action. So now users have responded and we save the message that they've sent. And what we then want to do is that we want to use some AI to find the intent of the message. For that, we will use GPT powered by OpenAI. I click this. We just use the model GPT-4o, that's fine. And for the action, we just call it custom. And then we give it some instructions. We say, analyze this response from the user. Are they happy with the appointment? Only respond with yes if they are happy. Only respond with no if they are not happy. Like this. I click save action because now this is going to give us an output. And then we also want to give the response. This is the user's response. And then we insert the field that we just saved, which is the review response right here. Then we can add some additional instructions like only respond with either yes or no. Then we also want to go inside of advanced options. We want to set the temperature to something that's low, like 0.2 is fine. If you set a higher temperature, it will give more random responses, and then sometimes it might not only say yes or no, it might say yes and then a reason, and we don't want to include that. So I just click save action and I click save. And now we want to add an if-else statement because we want to get the intent. We choose the GPT right here and the response that we have, and then we say contains yes. Like this. Because then what happens is that we get the intent by the AI right here. It's either going to respond with yes or no. And if it responds with yes, it's going to go down this path. And if it responds with no, it's going to go down this path. Awesome. Now we want to generate a personalized response to this message and then send the Google review request. To do that, we just click this plus right here. We call it GPT again. And then we write, this user was happy with their appointment. Create a friendly response. This user was happy with their appointment. Create a friendly response and get them to send a link to leave a Google review. Example response. That is awesome to hear, especially happy that you thought the price was fair. Would you mind leaving a Google review here? This really helps our business and we appreciate it a lot. What you then do is that you just go to the Google My Business page of the business that you are setting this up for. You copy the URL and you can see if someone goes to this page, it just opens up this Google review page right here where they can just click review and you paste the link into the SMS. And then you can just insert the link to the Google My Business page and click save action. Then you write create a response to this message. We include the response as well, the review response right here, include the link, include the Google review link used in the example. And then you can write something like response like this, so that the AI know that it's only going to respond with the actual response. You click save, just like that. And then we want to send the SMS. You just do that by creating a new SMS step, using the custom fields, using the GPT, and then using the GPT-2, right? This is the one we just added, and the response on that. Click save action. Cool. So now we have the flow ready, where when they respond to the service is good, we find the intent, we go down this path right here with the yes. We ask them to leave a Google review with a custom message, and we then send them to the review page. Exactly like that. We also want to save the feedback if they give a bad response. So if they go down this path of the bad response, they didn't like the appointment, we then update the field, update contact field, just like this. We give it the review feedback, Awesome. This is the base version of the review agent. It can now do this. We can also add this so it reaches out after 7 days and provides additional offers. We can do that by creating a wait step at the end of the successful one where it already sends a Google review. You click wait, and let's say we wait 7 days, so a week after. And this depends on your service, right? If we have a car detailing company, which is what we're setting up for now, then it might make sense to wait more than 7 days. It might make sense to wait, let's say, 2 months, if that's how long the usual cycle is where the customers are returning. So we can do it after 60 days. We click save, and then we can add another SMS step where we just say, hey, contact first name, since you liked our last detail, we want to give you 20% off. Is this something you would be interested in? Like this. Save the integration, save it like this, and then it's kind of the exact same flow. We use ChatGPT again, and we just write, does this user seem interested in getting another car detail? Respond only with either yes or no. And then we write the user message. Here we can just insert the message body, because this will be the latest response that we have received for them. After we have added this message right here, we want to wait for a response again. So we click wait for a reply to, here's a quick tip if you don't know which SMS it is. You just write like something like SMS, let's call it 3, just like this. And if I then write in here, the wait step, contact replied, SMS 3, save action, just like this. We are now waiting for a reply on SMS 3, and we can then have the timeout. Oh, let's actually not have that. So we now wait for a reply, and after the reply, then we add another GPT step. We just write, is this user interested in another car detailing appointment? Only respond with either yes or no. Here is their response, and here we can just insert the message body. This will be the newest response from them, and we just write again, respond only with either yes or no. Like this. Advanced options, we still set the temperature to like 0.2, and we click save action. And here again we have the if else. If GPT-4 this is probably going to be GPT-3 for you, by the way, but it just says GPT-4 for me because I already added another one and deleted it. But if GPT-4 contains yes, this, we SMS and we just say you can book an appointment here, and you can send whatever link that they can book an appointment at. So for example, if we are working with this company right here, I can go to their website, this, and memberships and feeds. Let's actually take another example. This is a real client of mine. If I wanted to help him out when setting this up for him, they can just click book now. You can take the detailing, book mobile service, this, and I'll just insert the link where they can book an appointment. Cool. And if no, we just don't answer. Perfect. That is the flow. The Google review agent that reaches out after every single appointment is done, and then books people in again after X amount of days, depending on the service that we are selling it to. And if they have a negative response, we still save that feedback and still provide value to our client. Let me show you how to actually set this up so it triggers. Setting this up so it triggers when a client has finished their appointment, there's a bit of different ways that you can do it. If you want to set it up for the client inside of High Level, what you can do is that you can go inside of Calendar. You can create a new calendar like this, new calendar, just personal booking. You can call it car detailing calendar. You just go in new calendar, and we just choose the standard event calendar like this. We just call it car detailing calendar, Albert's car detailing calendar, something like this. Meeting duration, you can set the availability to what hours that they are active. We just click confirm, and here you actually get a link that you can paste to the lead as well, where they can actually book a time. When they have booked a time, it will show inside of the calendars tab right here. So you have a calendar tab in the left hand side, and here they can see your appointments. So when you have set up a calendar inside of High Level, they actually have a pretty cool feature where inside of automation, inside of the agent you just created, you can have the calendar, you can have a trigger that's called appointment, customer booked appointment, for example. So when a customer books an appointment like this, you can add a wait step that is called event appointment time. And you can see after the appointment, you can say like, let's say it's 1 hour after the appointment, like this. After the appointment is finished, then you of course don't need this wait step right here. You can keep it or you can remove it if you want to. After 1 hour after the appointment, we'll wait and then we will send this text message. That is if you want to set it up. That is if you want to set it up for the client as well. If they already have something in place, that's not a problem. You just need to connect it to this workflow so it actually triggers when the appointment is finished. But this is how to set it up inside of High Level if you're also setting that up for them. Cool. That is how you set up a review agent. And again, you can sell this to basically any industry that's a local business that's on Google My Business. Because what you'll see is that the companies that really perform well, that get a lot of clients through Google My Business, those are the ones with a lot of reviews. So what you can do as an outreach strategy, you can literally just reach out to some of these people that have less reviews, like this, 39 reviews, and just tell them, man, hey, you have not that many reviews, you have 5 stars only, which is great, but you're getting outcompeted by all of these other people on Google My Business that has way more reviews than you. And you'll be very surprised when you find out that 90% of local businesses don't even ask for reviews, which would literally be a game changer for their business. Let's test it, shall we? If I head over to the calendar that I just set up for this client and I choose a time, let's say 1 p.m., fill out my name, and for the phone number, I just copy in a test phone number. I have another phone number for this right here. Just write in some test email and I click schedule, just like that. What then will happen is that inside of our automation, you can see a contact has now been added. And this will wait until the appointment. We don't want to wait until that, but usually we'll wait till after the appointment. So I can just click on my name right here and I can push it through. And I'll have to do that again right down here when it's pushed. So if I refresh, it's going to be this wait step right here. See, like that. I can just click on it again and I can do the exact same thing. Just like that. And then it's going to send us a text message. And you can see we receive it. Hey Albert, we love working on your car. Very curious what you thought of the car clean. Did it live up to your expectations? Yeah, I loved it. If I refresh, it will go down to the next page. You can see it ran the first OpenAI, now it's running the second OpenAI, and then it will send the response. But you can see it already now went into the branch, which is that it's positive, which is exactly like we wanted it to. Then it says, that's fantastic to hear. We are thrilled that you love your appointment. Your feedback means a lot to us. If you have a moment, could you please share your experience by leaving a Google review? It helps us out. Here's the link. Click on this link. It's going to take them to the Google review page, which is awesome. Something you can do is that because this is SMS, you can actually instruct the AI not using Markdown. So I think we should do that. You can see it tries to use the Markdown hyperlink right here. This doesn't work on SMS. So what we can do is that we can just add a rule inside of this where we says, don't use Markdowns or hyperlinks. Just plain text. I'll include this in the snapshot as well, just like that. And then they can leave a review. And if I refresh this, you can see that it's going to be waiting for that 7-day period now before it's going to reach out to them. You can see it's going to be waiting that 7-day period before it's going to reach out to them again. The AI will again determine if the response is positive or negative. You see you can book an appointment here. If I click it, it takes it to the appointment booking page. It works. Where this becomes really valuable is when you go from just selling one-on-one agents to like an entire agent infrastructure. Because one agent could just be with this review agent, right? You might be able to sell that for a couple of $100 a month. But when you all of a sudden add review agents and you add a website widget and you add follow-up, right? That's also what we added right here, AI follow-up. You might even host the CRM for them. You might create the appointment system for them. What happens is that they depend on you now and you add it everywhere that you can in ways that otherwise wouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be possible hiring some person to just reach out after every appointment and just leave a review. But it becomes very easy when you can just get AI to do it. And you need to think like this. And you need to think like this in everything you do. If you can create a whole package of AI agents that you can sell to customers that's where your services start to become really, really valuable. And that is also exactly what we teach inside of the 1%. Let me know what you think about this agent in the comments, if you're gonna sell it to your own clients, and if you are a part of the 1%. I'll leave this snapshot to you. I'll push it to your already existing sub accounts so you'll have this automatically.
I'm going to be giving you one of the highest yielding strategies that you could be using for your AI agency and pretty much anything that you do in life at this point. Referrals, they tend to have a higher lifetime value, which basically just means that they stay with you for longer, they spend money faster, and they have overall more trust in you. And the way that you can get your referrals to compound to other referrals is nothing like ads, because ads, they are scaling linearly, but referrals, they don't scale linearly because they scale quadratically. It means that when you get one referral, that turns into 2 clients. And then when you get that referral, he turns into 4 clients. And those 4 clients all refer one person, it turns into 8 clients. So it's scaled and it compounds in a whole different way than what your ads does or what your outreach then normally do. The most important thing in getting referrals is you have to have a pretty damn solid product, meaning onboarding, setting clear expectations, delivering a good service, and delivering good results. Because what you need to consider is that if they have to go out and pitch for you and get a referral for you, their ass is on the line. And that means they are risking their reputation, they're risking a bit of disappointment, they're risking looking a little bit foolish if it all goes bad. So you need to set some really clear expectations and you need to be delivering some really good results at the same time, which is also essential when it comes to actually asking for the referral. To have the highest likelihood of somebody referring, you want to be asking people to refer at good times. This could be after a really successful onboarding. It could be right after hitting the first result, when you get to new milestones, or even after you fix issues really fast and you see your client happy. We want to catch them at these high pitch moments because at the end of the day, when they are happy, they're going to want to tell someone about it. So it might sound really simple, but you have to make these asks at high pitch moments when their goodwill will be high. And goodwill basically just means that when you just did them a favor, or when they just saw a really good result, or when they're really happy, that is when they have goodwill. That's when they actually want to help you. They want to give you back. That's how people work. When somebody gives us something, when we're happy, we want to give something back. That is just how we work. And when you ask, it's really important that you distinguish between who, not how. And when it comes to how to actually ask, it's really important that you distinguish between who and not if. And what I mean by this, there is always 2 ways to ask a question like this. And either you sit down and you ask them, who do you know that could use this? It puts them in a position where they have to really think about, who do I know? Because if you ask the question a little bit differently and you go for a question like, do you know somebody? You're asking if they know somebody. You're not asking who, you're asking if. And it's a very easy way to make a conclusion when you're asked, do you know anybody that could use this? You could say no. But when I ask you, who do you know that could actually use this? You start thinking. So we need the client in a state of mind where they have the goodwill, that they want to help you, and then you want to ask, who do you know? Because they're going to think about who they know. They're going to start about thinking, who can I actually give this pitch to and who could actually benefit from this, and not just leaving you with a no, because quite frankly, that is the easiest option for them. And there's 2 very important things when it comes to actually how to ask this. You want to position it in a way where you make it about their success. There was a study done that showed that people that were in something together, that referred each other to something, had way higher success. It could be that 2 people that referred each other, they compare the results that they get, they are more committed to the project. There's multiple ways where you can actually go in and make it about their success so that their campaigns will be better. They can compare it with their friends and they all get better results. And then you also want to make it about actually helping a friend, because if they see great results with what you're providing and they are a good friend, of course, they would want to help their friends in need. So make it about their own success and also make it about helping their friend. Those are 2 very key points when you are asking for somebody to refer you to somebody else. And now you have multiple ways of what to actually give the referral, because We are also transactional. I think everybody, they like a bit of motivation, and at the end of the day, it's not really bad. Just make sure that everyone is rewarded in a situation like this. So what you want to go for is two-sided rewards. And you could do this by making sure that your client gets something and that their friends get something too. And for example, this could be saying, if you refer a friend, I will give you your next AI for free, and I will be setting up your friend with the initial AI to book appointments, sell more products, whatever it is that their friend will be dealing with. Make sure that they both get something. It could also be your client gets a credit towards their appointments or towards their AI subscription with you, and their friend, they get a discount off their initial AI or a free AI. Anything like that, something that rewards both sides is something that is really important when you actually do these referral deals. And then it's important that they get something upfront, something valuable, something that relates to cash or something that they really want. They get it upfront when they successfully refer someone. I think one of the biggest mistakes that Albert and I made in our referral journey is that we were only giving percentage of revenue, which means that they would have to make the referral, we would have to onboard them, we'd have to launch the campaign, and we'd have to be successful in everything that we do, which oftentimes just made it look a bit unattractive, because if they referred someone, it might even take a few weeks or a month before they got anything in return, and what they got in return might be low, might be high. They couldn't really see the ROI in helping us, and that was a problem. So giving them something upfront, which could either be credits, it could be discounts, it could be a gift card, it could be something that they want if they want another AI or if they want to run a different campaign. Give them some appointments, give them some discount. It's not going to hurt you at the end of the day, and if you get a referral from it, it's totally worth it. And something else that you can add to this is you could tell them that if they bring on a referral within the next 14 days, the next 20 days, or 30 days, this is when they can unlock this bonus. So putting a time frame on it, making it limited, will also create some urgency. And you could also see some success with people that are not usually urgently doing something. They like the idea, but they're not going to do it. So actually adding this limited time offer for both of them to get free AI or both of them to get a discount and some credit, that is also another way where you can actually go in and make sure that this gets done in a timely manner and it doesn't just get pushed away all the time. Because we've had clients that said, yeah, I have a few people I could introduce you to, let's talk about it on the next meeting, and then I'm going to see them next month. And, all of these things, it's something that pushes timelines back. And you can avoid that by making sure that you have some limited time offers for them. And lastly, you have to consider that there will be some sort of friction. They have to go out of their way to help you with this. So you have to be able to make this as frictionless as humanly possible. And this means that you give them some material, you give them some text, you give them a small pitch, give them something in writing, give them an email template. Whatever it is, just give them something to forward either on text or on email to make it effortless on their end, so they don't need to reinvent anything, and they can really just send this over and then you take it from there. And that also brings me to the next thing. You can often just ask for contact information or three-way introductions. The best thing that you can ask for is a three-way introduction where you get added into a WhatsApp group or you get CC'd on an email thread. Anything like that will make sure that you can actually take the responsibility on you to make sure that you follow up, that you answer any questions that they might have, so that they don't need to ask each other these questions and there might be some uncertainty. And again, friction. Friction will stop people from moving forward or doing something for you. So the more responsibility that you can put on yourself, the higher likeliness of success you will see. So get them to create a group chat, get a three-way introduction, make some material, something that they can send, something they can forward to the referral. So yeah, referrals are one of the highest ROI growth channels in your business. They spend more, they cost you less, they stay longer. It's a win-win situation for everybody. And if you're able to nail this strategy, your business should technically be able to grow forever. So all you have to do is deliver a win and then make your ask at an appropriate time where the client has goodwill and wants to help you. And then you want to make sure that you give something that is truly valuable to both parties, both your client and their friend, And then make sure to make it effortless for your client by setting up a three-way introduction or giving them some ready to send material that they can text or that they can forward to their friend. And then you should have two really happy people that you can interact with, and hopefully you'll get a lot more clients using this strategy. Today, I'm going to be giving you the pricing model that makes our AI agency over 400K a year. The first and best one is the performance-based pricing model. And you have two ways of going about performance-based. And the reason performance-based works so well is because you eliminate the risk for the business owner. So not only will you be making more money with this than a monthly retainer, you will also be eliminating the risk and increasing your conversion rates on the sales calls that you have where you pitch something performance-based. You have two different ways of setting up a performance-based pricing model, and the best one is setting it per appointment set. This means that you get paid before the sales team or before the business owner converts that lead that you set an appointment. The way that I usually pitch this to clients that I end up working with is saying that we don't have a price set for a certain margin for our agency. We price our AIs competitively with your industry, with the market that you're in, and with the numbers that you're seeing inside of your business. And this is a great selling point. This is a great way to start out by kind of disclaiming what kind of pricing model that you have. It also makes you seem more genuine because you're disclosing this up front, and it's a positive thing for them. It means that they're not being set to some certain margin where you don't take their needs or their market or their industry into account. And this also means that the equation that I'm about to share with you, it works in every single industry, in every single country, as long as they actually have leads that you can contact with AI. And the way that we actually set this pricing is to ask them the first question, which will be, how much are you currently paying per lead? This is usually referred to their CPL, cost per lead, or cost per result. It is usually tracked by every single business to calculate how much they're actually paying to get interested customers through the door. And it's usually something that every business tracks to see how much it costs to get one interested person to their business. The usual price of the leads vary a lot by industry and a lot by niche, which is why there's actually a perfect way to engage people in setting their pricing. But just for an example, we will say that people, they pay $30 for a lead, which is not uncommon in many different industries and many different markets. Now we have the information that they're paying $30 per lead, and now we're going to ask them the question of how many of those leads that you pay for do you usually get in contact with, because they will have people that inquire about service, go to a competitor, never respond to the text message, never pick up a phone. There's so many different options. And that means at least a certain amount of people that the business will never actually get in contact with, even though they pay this $30 for this lead. And for the example, let's say that they have a 30% pickup rate. And 30% pickup rate and 30% contact rate is actually not uncommon at all in many different industries where people, they ask for quotes in different directions and end up going with different companies at the end of the day. And now we actually have the two essential KPIs that we'll be using to calculate their pricing, because what we'll do is we will take those $30 and we will divide them by 30%. So what the equation will be is saying 30 divided by 0.3. And the number we get from that is 100, which means that if they're paying $30 for a lead and 30% of the people, they pick up the phone, that means they on average pay $100 to go on a call and get in contact with an interested customer. And you make this clear to them by breaking down the equation and ask them, so you pay around $100 to get in contact with a person. And then once you and your prospects on the same page, you tell them that you usually take their current cost and reduce it by 20 to 40%. Whether you go with 20 to 40% is completely up to you and the appointment price that you might be seeing on their end. But it's just really important that you make the point that you go in, you take their current price that they're paying for an appointment, and then you go and you actually reduce that price, because this will make it a no-brainer for them. But the most important thing is that you show them that you're taking their current cost per appointment, and then you take that cost and you lower it for them, giving them a more affordable price and making sure that they close more of their leads. Now, the second best option is going in and doing a revenue share with them or a fixed price per sale that you get them. There are two big downsides to this though. The first one being that it requires a lot of trust that this business owner will report back to you whether the people that you scheduled the appointments with actually ended up closing. So make sure that you trust this person that you're going to business with and go with your gut feeling, and just make sure that you set the right expectations of sharing CRMs or getting dispositions sent over to you of the progress of your leads. And then the second disadvantage is sometimes they have longer sales cycles. And the way that we went about this in the solar and the roofing and the contractor businesses in general is that we set the payout to us when the lead hit a certain stage. And instead of setting it to the state of installation or completion, we set it to the point of contract signed, which means that we didn't have to wait 3 to 4 months before getting paid when the project was actually finished. We got paid 1 month, 45 days in when the homeowner actually ended up signing the contract. So you'll have a bit of a longer period waiting for your payout, but if you can trust the person and if they are being legitimate about sending you over the right information, then waiting 30, 45 days is absolutely worth it. So the way that you find the pricing model for doing the revenue share is by going in and asking them about their CPA, which means their cost per acquisition. And what this basically means is just how much money are they usually paying to get a new contract. And to figure out those numbers, you go in, you ask them how many appointments does it usually take for you to close a deal. So if they need to go on 10 calls or meet with 10 people before they close a deal on average, then that means if they're paying $100 per appointment with a lead and they need 10 of them, they're usually paying $1,000 for an acquisition. And then once you have that exact number, you go in and you ask them, you're currently paying $1,000 for a new deal. So if we were able to go in and get you deals from your old leads or from leads that are currently unresponsive that otherwise wouldn't have closed, then how about you pay me those $1,000 to make sure that we're closing more of your leads? And they'll usually be happy to do this because they only paid you $1,000 if you actually end up closing the deal and helping get that lead in and closed. Businesses are usually happy to pay their exact cost per acquisition. However, if you get a bit of sales resistance, you can always go in and lower that by 10 to 25% to make it a no-brainer. And now we have the monthly retainers, which is usually at the bottom of our list in our AI agency because we really like doing the performance-based deals. Because we literally have multiple companies that has paid us over $100K a year to send them appointments and get them more deals. And then for the monthly retainer pricing, the way that you go in and find out the best pricing is just by going in and identifying the need. So this would be questions such as how much time are you currently spending on picking up the phone? How many missed calls do you have each day? And how much money do you think that is losing you? And you have to really dig in and you have to find out what kind of value you'd be bringing in on the table. So for example, with a small business that only misses 1 call a day and gets 5, you are providing less value to them with a voice AI agent that you would for a big company that gets 500 calls a day and misses 300 a day. You're going in and providing the same exact service and doing the same exact service deliverability, which means that the pricing will vary more from big companies to small companies, and you'll have to go in and actually validate yourself and see how much value you're actually bringing to the table before saying a price. With that being said, monthly retainers are great for compounding multiple clients on $500 to $1,500 a month for setting up their AIs and just having them pay you every single month. They are actually super necessary when you go in and you provide value that is not directly tied to the amount of sales that you get them or the amount of revenue that you get them. So my biggest recommendation would be to always see if you can make the deal performance-based and really go in and impact the business in a way where they can see direct results such as revenue, how many calls you're getting them, how many missed calls you're actually turning into appointments, and really providing value in a performance-based way. However, if you're not directly impacting the business with revenue or directly impacting them with something that you can necessarily track, then monthly retainer will be the best option that you can go for and will also compound more and more payments for your AI agency as you compound clients too. So that was my full guide and exactly how to price all the different AI agents that you have. If you want me to go in and tell you exactly what AIs you should be offering, what offer you should sell them with, and then how you should price them, then you can check the link below to our 1% Skool community, where we help out everyone one-to-one, and you need to get a free Go High Level account to set up all of the automations and the voice AI agents you want. I don't know if it would make sense to you, but feel free to check it out.
If you search up AI automation, what always comes up is people showing you how to build the tech, which of course is also important. But what no one shows you is how to actually make a business out of it, how to scale, where to start, and the exact steps you need to take in order to go from $0 to $40,000 a month and create a healthy AI business. So that's what I'm going to do in this exact video. I custom coded this roadmap, which we are giving to everyone inside of our community, which takes you through every single step you need to do. do, but I thought I wanted to show you everything you need to do when setting up your AI agency. Everything from buying a domain to setting up ads. And in this video, in these next 5 minutes, I'll explain every single step that you need to do in order to build a successful AI agency. When you first start out, you want to buy a domain, and I'll recommend doing it on something like Namecheap. This is where we find our domains. But you basically just search in a domain, agency.ai.com or something like that, and you find a domain that you want, which is only going to cost you around $10 a month. Then you incorporate a business in your country, After you've bought the domain, you can then check it off. Then you need to incorporate a business, and this varies a bit from country to country, but you can create something like a sole prop here in the start and just use that to take payments and pay the taxes off of that. But of course, this depends on your country. This usually only takes 1 to 3 days to set up. When you've done that, you want to open a digital business bank. And this is what you'll be using when you set up your Stripe, so you can actually take payments. If you have a US company, then I'll recommend something like Mercury, which is what we use for our AI agency. After that, you set up your professional email. And the way you do that is that you do it through Google Workspace. This should only take you 30 minutes, but this allows you to have an email that says something like albert@shiny.ai, where you have your domain after your initial name, and this just makes you look more professional. Then, if you're a part of our community, you get access to unlimited free high-level accounts. There's a video here showing you how to do it inside of our community, but you can also just sign up for a 30-day free trial for high level. I'll drop a link for that below. This doesn't take more than an hour either. Then you create a logo, and you can just use Canva. This is the first logo that I created, and I spent way too much time on this, but you can literally just go out and design, find a logo that you like, that looks semi-professional, like this one, and change the name to whatever your agency is called, change the styling a little bit, and now you have a logo. You don't have to spend that much time on it. That's also why I've only said that this takes 1 hour. And then you create a professional website. There's also a video here, I'll link below, how to sign up to high level, and then how to create your free professional website. If you are inside the Skool, you can also just click on this right here, which will take you to a full guide and the website template that we use for our agency website. You can literally get a website that looks like this in 1 or 2 hours. Then you want to add your terms and privacy. Inside of the website template, we also have templates that you can use, and you can also find our terms and conditions and privacy policy just by going to our website. But this is not legal advice, by the way. Then you want to set up a Stripe account, and this is where you will be taking payments. And for this, you need the business bank account because you need to be able to send the money somewhere. You also need to have an incorporated business, so that's why we do this afterwards. And this only takes an hour to do or so. And now is where you start learning. Only after you've done all of these other things is where you look into, okay, how do I actually set up my AI agency? Because this is basically the same for every single business that you would set up. But you just need to get going. These initial steps for some people take weeks to do. It only has to take a couple of days. And now it's time to learn the basics of AI automation tools. I recommend you to start in our free Skool community, which I'll link below, which has 75,000 members. And inside the classroom, you literally have a 3-day guide for how to build, do outreach, and sell your AI agents, which is the perfect place to start. And this is something that you do, this is ongoing. You want to do this 3 hours a day or so while you start out, just to become an expert in AI automation. And this is what everyone focuses on. But the other things are, of course, also very important, that you need to do those in order to start with your AI agency. When you've done all of these things and you feel like you're ready to go out and get clients, that's when you reach out to your current connections. You might already know someone in an industry. You might have a previous job where you also know people. You need to utilize that. That's why you have an advantage. So you go out to your current connections and you basically just ask them, what have you thought about adding with AI? Or what are the pains that you're facing? And then look into how you can solve those with AI. And this is, of course, only if you have connections. If you don't have any connections, you just jump to the next point, which is that you choose 3 industries and you find pain points in all of them. And then based on that, you find 3 social platforms where you can reach out to your ideal client. This could be LinkedIn, Messenger, Instagram. Again, we have a full guide explaining how to do outreach inside of our free Skool community. And this is a step that a lot of people don't do. But I want you to make content as well. I'll link this video below, which is how to get started with content, and which is how we grew from 0 to 100,000 followers in less than 3 months. Watch that, start your accounts on TikTok, LinkedIn, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram, and get to posting. And that's where you post the AI builds that you have created and that you have learned how to create. And now you're set. That's the first part of it. Now you want to book your first call, and you'll do this by doing outreach to your ideal client and by doing content. You'll also close your first client and you'll get your first payment. And it's very important that you look out here on the right side, which is how long it actually takes to do. It took me 4 months to get my first payment from a client. And it's probably not going to take you that long because all of this information you have access to, but it takes time. The only way you lose is by giving up. And I'm so grateful that I didn't give up in those 4 initial months. That was really tough because I was working day in and day out, not making any money. When you've gotten your first payment, that's when you set up an accounting tool. If you're using something like Mercury, then we recommend something like QuickBooks, which just makes it easy because it can integrate into it. And when you have landed your first client as well, you also ask them for referrals. And you do this with every single client. This is another mistake that we didn't do, which is that we just didn't ask for referrals. We could probably have scaled so much faster if we, after every single win, after every single sale you get someone, or when they're happy with the AI solution, who else do you know where this could be valuable? Do this with every single client you close. And then if you do all of these things, and it can take a while, it took us 8 months to get to $5,000 a month. I've written 6 right here to set some expectations for how long it actually takes. But when you do that, you have completed the first stage, which is $0 to $5,000 a month. You have set up your agency and you're now ready to grow it. And you have unlocked the next stage called growing. Now you want to niche down because you'll probably work with a lot of different clients. You've tried a lot of different stuff to get clients, but now you need to double down on what works. If that is Instagram DMs, then you create multiple accounts and you double down on the outreach strategy that actually works. But here's important, you don't just cut away, you double down the input on the outreach strategy because this will get you better results. By now, you have been going for probably a couple of months. You've been learning AI automation every single day, which means that you have now become an expert in AI automation tools. You continue to post every single day on social media, and I want you now to set up Facebook ads. Facebook ads is what have worked the most consistent for us, but it takes some money to get started. But now you're also making $5,000 a month, which means that you can afford it. You want to set up retargeting ads, which is ads that are running on your website. If I go to our website and I check the pixels, you can see we have 2 pixels active, which basically just captures information from the ones that visit our website. And they will now start seeing our ads on Facebook and on Instagram, which means from the client's perspective, our company, Shiny.ai, now seems like a very established company, which is going to build trust. And when you pair this up with a cold marketing Facebook ads campaign that just shows your brand to new people, that makes them click on your website, then you have something that's really strong. You want to spend $5 a day on the retargeting, you don't need more than that, and $10 a day on the cold ads. Again, you continue asking all your clients that you close for referrals, and then you hit $10,000 a month in revenue. This took us a year to do, and if you're good, you can do it before that. But when you've done it, then you unlock the next stage. This is where you start scaling and you also start to delegate. You hire a virtual assistant for the cold outreach, so you don't need yourself to sit there and DM everyone that comes in. You continue to post daily on social media. You increase your retargeting ads and your Facebook cold ads to $7 a day and $20 a day. You keep asking all your clients for referrals, and just by doing that, you'll hit $20,000 a month. And this is where a lot of companies get stuck. It's because they can't scale, and we were stuck right here for 6 months. And that was because we didn't delegate. We were sitting with the AI automations ourselves. We were sitting with the sales ourselves. We had hired a bit of virtual assistants, but we were not delegating the right way. You need to continue to post daily on social media. You increase the retargeting ads and you increase the Facebook ad spend, but you can only do this when you get control of the operations. That's why I now want you to hire an appointment setter that can call all of the leads that come in from Facebook instantly. And it's very important that you do it as soon as they come in. So this appointment setter needs to be ready on the phone and just call every single lead that comes in. Then you should hire a video editor that can edit the content so you don't have to be doing that every single day. You want to buy back your time by keeping on delegating repetitive tasks to the virtual assistants. And here is a break point. You need to find out, if you're still in this alone, what you are most passionate about. Is it the sales part or is it the tech part? And then you need to hire a full-time person, which you will be able to afford at $20K a month, to take over the task you don't enjoy. And it might be a lot paying someone like $5,000 a month to take over the task that you don't like. But trust me, it's worth it, because that means that you can focus all your time on what you're actually good at, either the sales or the tech, which will make your work more enjoyable and which will help you scale your business. It's important though that you find someone that's better at what you're not good at. So if you're good at tech and you don't like the sales part, the person you hire needs to be better at sales than you. You keep on asking all your clients for referrals, and that will get you to $40,000 a month. And now we're at this last point, which is you're starting to lead in the industry. You still continue to post daily on social media. By now, you've amassed a couple of thousand followers, which will just get your clients on autopilot. You increase the retargeting ads and the Facebook ad spend to $50 a day and $15 a day on the retargeting ads. You keep buying back your time by hiring experts. You scale the sales team and you scale the tech team, and you keep fixing the bottlenecks that is holding you back from scaling. You run into an issue where you don't have enough customer service, so your churn is high because the response time in the email is long. You run into issues where your ads are not performing. You need to hire someone that's really good at ads, even better than you when scaling. You run into a lot of bottlenecks where when you solve them, that's all of a sudden what scales your business. You still want to be ahead in the AI space. You want to be the expert. You might not spend 3 hours a day learning about AI, but you might spend 1 hour. That ensures that you're still the expert in the space. You keep asking all of your clients for referrals. You hit $50,000 a month. You hit $75,000 a month. And just by doing this, fixing the bottlenecks in your business, you'll hit $100,000 a month, which will complete the last stage. And which also means that you're officially a G. This roadmap is exactly what we use to scale our AI agency to $40K a month. And you can get access to this roadmap below. What this also has is daily accountability, which means that depending on what stage you are on, you'll get tasks that you need to complete every single day. Like when you are in the leading stage, a lot of your time will be spent managing, checking ad performance, making sure that every lead is being called. And we even have a leaderboard where you can compete with everyone else in the Skool group. I hope you enjoyed this more practical approach of actually showing you the exact steps you need to take, like buying a domain, setting up a bank, setting up Stripe, something that no one else is showing. And if you did, then remember to subscribe and consider joining the Skool communities. Have an awesome day. You watched this entire video, so you deserve it. $1 million app in 1 hour. And I know this because I've made Build My Agent, which is a web app that's also coded with Claude Code, which is making me $106,000 in monthly recurring revenue. And this is the exact workflow and method that I use to build $1 million apps. Choose AI Pal's personality, Sunny, calm, direct. I like Sunny. And I just click get started. Tell me about your day. I am listening. It's going very well. That's wonderful to hear. What has been the highlight of your day so far? I just successfully built an iOS app with coding. That's amazing. Building an iOS app is a fantastic achievement. I can then click up here, I can export the chat, go into our settings, I can change all of these things, and it's a real iOS app. Isn't that fucking cool? To create an iOS app using Xcode, you need to have a MacBook. So if you don't have a MacBook, that's unfortunately not possible with this method. So here's how to actually start building your custom apps and build whatever it is that you can imagine. First step is that you head inside of ChatGPT or any AI chat platform. And the reason you want to start here is because you want AI to create a detailed plan for what you want to achieve. So if I write, I want to create an MVP. MVP stands for minimal viable product, and that's what you start with. That's to test the idea, to test if it's even a good idea, and if it's something you should continue to work on. So we want the base version of the actual product. I want to create an MVP for an iOS app that I will be building in Xcode. I want it to be an AI Pal app where I can write with my AI Pal. I can talk about my day and how it's going. I want a clean interface and the logic that enables me clean UI UX interface. Keep it simple first, and then we write, I want you to create the implementation plan. What services should we be using? How should it look? Create a detailed plan that I can give to Claude Code. that enables it to one-shot my app. And then we just hit enter. And now it will create us a detailed plan for how we actually build this AI Pal app. You can see it even creates the file and structure, gives us the entire detailed plan for how we should actually do this. Something that you need to watch out for though is that it might make it too detailed or add too much stuff. For now, for example, I just want to be able to type with my AI. I don't care about the voice feature. So I'm going to tell it to, I want the most basic MEP. So remove the voice functionality from the plan, and also remove the file folder structure, since I will get Xcode to create this. Provide the entire plan back to me with these updates. It's very important that you don't just take the plan that it gives to you. You need to read it through, make sure it sounds good. What you can even do is that you can take this plan, you can paste it into ChatGPT in another session and ask it, how can we make this better? Not by adding more features, but making more clear and concise with just the things that you need in order to test it. The mistake that most people do when they code an app with AI or when they code an app in general is that they spend way too much time building without even knowing if it's a good idea. So what you want to do is that you just want to get something out there, you want to get the MVP built, and then after you get your first couple of users, that's when you iterate and make the product better. There we go. Now we have an updated plan which is simpler, and we want it to be as simple as possible when we start out. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to download this one, and I'm going to download it as a markdown document, an MD file, because this is what we have as a plan. You can see it says AI Pal right here, and here we have the plan structured very nice. So what I'll do now is that I'll open this and I'll actually rename it, and I'll call it AI Pal Implementation Guide. We wanted to give it a name that makes it easy for our AI when it starts building it to reference back to it. So AI Pal Implementation Guide is a fine name to give it. What you want to do now is that you want to install Xcode, and you can find it inside of App Store. To create an iOS app using Xcode, you need to have a MacBook. So if you don't have a MacBook, that's unfortunately not possible with this method. There are workarounds, but to build it using Xcode, you basically just download Xcode from the App Store, and then you open it. And it looks like this. And then you create a new project like this. You choose app and you click next, and you give it a name. Let's call it AI Pal. And then you add an account. You just write in your Apple ID, and then you choose yourself from the team. And then you want to write in your company name. If you've set up a company, I'm just going to write Shiny. That's my AI agency name. And I click next. Then you choose where you want to build it. So I'm just going to choose the desktop right here, click create. You can see now it creates the folder for the AI Pal, and it also creates the code structure. And it's very important that we get Xcode to create the code structure, because Claude Code is not really that good at creating it from the start. And I give it access to run on my computer. Awesome. The next step is installing Claude Code. The way you get started with Claude Code is that you just search Claude Code in your browser. You click in on this one, and you can see your code's new collaborator. And then it's very simple. You just take this code right here, and you open your terminal, and then you insert it, because this will install Claude Code on your machine. Now I've already done it, so I don't need to, but you need to hit enter right here. After you've hit enter, now you can write Claude in your terminal and hit enter, and it'll show this right here. You click allow, 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 allow full access, and then you hit 1. Now Claude Code has access to your computer. Now I'm already logged in, but for you it will say that you need to log in with your Claude account. And for that you need one of these plans. You can start out with Pro. you get more usage. If you really want to do a lot of coding, I'd recommend getting you the either the $100 or the $200 a month max plan. I have the $200 a month, and it has been the most worth investment that I've ever made for my business. And with the max plan, you get 20x more usage than the pro plan. After you've logged in, you will see this right here. I can write /. This opens up all the commands, and then I can write clear just to clear the chat. And I'll make this terminal a little larger. Now I want to go inside of our actual folder. So I can just tell Claude to cd. This means to go into a directory. And then I open my Finder, and I open the app that we just made inside of desktop, the AI Pal one. I choose this top one because this is where we want to be. And I just drag in this folder right here into Claude, and I'll tell it to go inside of this folder. If I hit enter, you can see Claude is now running this command. I'll change the working directory to the AI Pal project folder, just like this, and it's going to say success. Now Claude is inside of this folder, and it can read all the files from it. And now you are ready to start coding. So what I'll do now is that I will take the implementation plan that we just created. Inside of downloads, I'll drag that into Claude, just like this. You can see now it has access to the guide. Then I'll tell it to please read this implementation plan. Don't update any code yet. First, get an understanding of my code base and what I want to create. Now Claude Code will read the implementation plan, and it will understand it. It'll understand what we actually want to do. The reason that I don't want it to code yet is because we don't want to rush any changes. I want Claude to get a full understanding of the project before it starts coding at all. Now it makes to-dos for itself, like explore the existing code base, explore the current situation that we're in, the current code files, and we'll just let it cook for a couple of minutes. This is really not a process that you want to rush. You want to give Claude all the context that it needs. That is really the coding game today. It used to be that you wanted to give Claude the best prompts possible, but the game has changed. Now the goal is to feed as good context to the model as possible, so it has the information it needs in order to make good decisions for actually how to update the code. Rate work based on my implementation plan here. Please start creating the code. Do it like this. I want you to add. Here's a quick tip. If you do it like this, I want you to add brackets as checkboxes to the implementation file. When you have completed a step, write an X inside of the brackets like this. So we know that the step is complete. Think step by step and make the app work first try. This is a really good idea because sometimes the model can get stuck, or it thinks that it has already done something, or it hasn't already done something, and then it tries to update it again. So outlining that it can use checkboxes with the square brackets and then the X inside of it is a genius way of letting the AI know where it actually is. And now you can see it has created an entire to-do of what it needs to be able to do. And now the AI model will literally just code our entire app for us. It's going to come up with this. Do you want to edit the file like this? And you can either type 1 for yes, you can type 2 for yes for this session only, or you can also type 3 if you want to do something different. I trust Claude now, so I'm just going to write 2, because now it will make all the changes by itself without asking us for permission. The important thing here is that you need to control what the model actually does, and it's a whole skill. It's not as easy as it seems online that you just go in and write build me an app and it's going to do it successfully. And when you start off, it's just going to be vibe coding and you might have some bugs. But when you iterate how you work and when you start doing it in a controlled way, where you control what the model actually does, and you can tell it to do it differently, that's when you start to become really good and be able to create really cool apps very, very quickly. So don't just expect to go in and make an awesome app right off the bat. It is a skill that you need to learn, but when you learn it, it's going to be so worth it. And it's going to probably kind of pop up with all of these things that it needs access to. So just make sure to write in your password a bunch of times to make sure it has the access it needs in order to update the code. And now you'll actually be able to see that inside of Xcode, it's actually making updates to the code in order to create the AI Pal app. What I can actually do is I can write always allow right here. So I don't have to write in my password 100 million times. And you can see now it starts checking off the initial steps. Starting out, it can be a bit hard to set this all up correctly and run it. So while it's cooking, I want to show you a really cool tip. If you go inside of your browser and you search Google AI Studio like this, go to Google AI Studio, you're logged in with your account, and you go to stream like this, you click the stream button right here, and you click share screen. You allow it to share the screen, just like this, entire screen, click share. Now you can actually talk to the AI and it can see your screen in real time. So you can see right now, we are talking to the AI and it can actually see our screen. So what are we seeing right now, Gemini?
I can see your screen, which is currently showing an Xcode window. It looks like you're working on some Swift code, specifically in a content view.swift file, and there's a preview showing a hello world text with a globe icon.
The cool thing about this is if you run into issues, the AI can actually see your screen and help you solve it. So instead of having to paste in screenshots and then show it to ChatGPT, you can just talk to the AI in real time and get it to understand stuff. Isn't that right, Gemini?
Yes, that's a significant advantage. Real-time visibility makes it easier to understand the context of your issue more effectively, providing more immediate and accurate assistance. It streamlines the troubleshooting process by eliminating the need for manual screenshots and explanations.
Exactly. So I'm going to stop the stream now just because I don't need it. But when you go through the process, if you run into any issues or you have any questions, make sure to use the streaming model right here, because this can really help you out. Now you can see it's building all the files, and this can take a while. It can take like between 10 or 20 minutes. But it'll go through all the steps. It'll use our implementation plan, and then it will create the code and create the app for us. So while it's cooking, I'll go out. I'll make some more coffee. But the coffee going, it's honestly amazing the time that we live in, that you can literally just build production level apps in a couple of hours and potentially make millions of dollars online with them. You can see almost halfway through right now. As of now, it has set up the Swift data models. And here's the thing, I don't even know what Swift data is. I have never actually coded a mobile app before. I just know that the model knows what it's doing if I guide it and give it the right implementation plan. You know you're doing something right when the AI is building an app for you and you're bored because you have nothing that you can do. I guess I'll do some push-ups or something. Oh, 20. And you can see it's starting to add folders. It's starting to add models, repos. I'll go out. I'll bring my coffee with me, enjoy life on the balcony, and then I'll be back when this is done. There we go. Now it is finished. What I can do now is that I can head into Xcode, click this button right here, and then it starts building. And it gives us some errors. So just click the error right up here. I can right click on the error, I can copy it, and I can paste it inside of Claude and I can see what is wrong. And you can see it now starts to update our code to fix the errors. Now you can see it says that it's fixed the error. So I just do this a couple of times. I go back and I build it again and see if it runs into any more of the issues. You can see it does. So just like before, I copy the bug and I paste it into Claude and get it to fix it. To actually try and run the app, what I do is that I go up and I click Get right here, which will open up this download. So you need to download the simulator and it will say Get right here, right next to this. You can also see we have a bunch of bugs right here. So I just one by one copy all of those in and get it to fix it again. Something that is very worth to do as well is to save your project as you build it inside of GitHub. And GitHub basically allows you to save a state of your file, which means that if you want to go back, if you build something and you don't like it, you want to go back in history for the code, you can do that using GitHub. So what you do is that you go inside of GitHub, you create an account if you don't already have one, and then you go to your repositories in the right-hand corner. You click New right here, and I just choose my own account, and I write AI Lab, for example. For the visibility, I just choose private because I don't want other people to see the code inside of my app. And then I just click Create Repository. Just like this. And what I can do now is that I can give this GitHub URL right here to Claude Code. And I can ask it, please push my code to GitHub so we save it in the out. And I just paste in the URL and I click enter. And what this will do is it will basically save a version of our code so we can go back to it in the future if we want to. And you can see it says that we just go through these commands and we get it to install it and push this to the cloud. Just go through all of these commands. And now it wants to commit. This is basically pushing the files or saving all of the files that we have just updated and then saving it in the cloud. So just write yes. And now it pushes it to the cloud. Just like that. It says success. And if I go to the repository now and I click refresh, you can see now we have all our code inside of our GitHub repo right here, which is exactly what we want to. So what I can now do is as we go, I can tell it to save a version of the code. Every time I make a change that I'm happy with, I can tell it to update it so it pushes it to the cloud, because this means in the future, if we run into some bug, we can go back in history and we can restore our file. And this is very important when you start building. So we're just waiting for this simulator to download right now. And in the meantime, I can still go back and I can fix all of these bugs. There's a warning right here. I can copy that in, paste it into Claude Code, and get it to fix it. See, it fixed the extension. And now it even does it by itself. It commits this and pushes it, so it fixes it. And now you can see now that error is gone. It still says all of these errors though, so we have more work to do. And now it actually takes these changes that we just made and it pushes it to the GitHub, which is really cool. So what I can do now is that I can go inside of GitHub and now the updates will actually be pushed. You can see we just made a new commit inside of commit right here. Here you can see the changes that you made. And we fixed the URL extension right here, which is the update that we just made. And there we go. Now it's completed. So now I can just lock this down. Now I can select a simulator. So I want to see how it looks on, let's say, an iPhone 16. So I click that and then I click this run button right here. And let's see if it actually builds this time. You can see it says build failed again. So we go back, we copy the error right here, copy it back into Claude, and we get it to fix it. So now it's fixed. I go back, I run the build again. Let's see if it builds this time or if there's another bug. Build failed. AI client is inaccessible, so I copy this bug in again. Still need to push this to our GitHub. Get ready for the next bug, Claude. There'll be multiple of them. It fixed the bug again, and it pushes to GitHub, which is nice. So I'm gonna click the build once again for the iPhone 16. Let's see if it works now. Build failed again. It still didn't fix it. And you just keep doing this over and over and over again until Claude has fixed all the bugs. It said it fixed it. It's just committing and pushing to GitHub again. So let's make sure we choose the iPhone 16. We click run again. Let's see if it builds this time. It did. Let's go. And now you can see it opens up the emulator, which is an iPhone 16. So this will just load and then we'll be able to test the app. Now open and close our app. There you go. Now it opened the app. It says, hey, I'm your AI pal. Want to journal together? Click next. This, what should I call you? Albert. Click next. Choose AI pal's personality. Sunny, calm, direct. I like Sunny. Next. Final setup. It wants an OpenAI API key. I could of course set this in the future just to use an OpenAI API key by default. But to test it, I'll now go ahead and get an OpenAI API key. Just by going to OpenAI, creating an API key, calling it app test. Insert it right here. And I just click get started. Tell me about your day. I am listening. It's going very well. That's wonderful to hear. What has been the highlight of your day so far? I just successfully built an iOS app with coding. That's amazing. Building an iOS app is a fantastic achievement. What inspired you to create this app? I wanted to show people how easy and accessible AI apps are today. That's such a valuable message. Pretty cool, huh? And look how professional it looks. I can then click up here, I can export the chat, go into our settings, I can change all of these things, and it's a real iOS app. Isn't that fucking cool? If I wanted to, so let's say, add multiple different personalities, or I wanted to update things, I then go back into my Claude and I tell it what I want to update. And then after every change, I just click this build here again. It's gonna run the app again, and it will update the app. So you can, with real words, literally just code an entire app. Isn't that fucking cool? When you have built your app and you are ready to launch it on the App Store, you first need an Apple developer account. And you get that by searching Apple developer. And you just click the first link that pops up at developer.apple.com. And here you basically just sign up for an account. This costs $99. When you have signed up for an account, you then search for Apple Store Connect. You go through the flow on Apple Store Connect right here. You log in and then you submit your app for review. To just go through this flow, it usually takes a couple of days, and it's actually not that easy to get your app accepted. But you just iterate, you go back and forth with them until they publish your app. And that is the entire flow. That's how you build and launch a iOS app. If you have any questions, then make sure to leave them below. As always, guys, have a wonderful day. Let me know in the comments what you guys end up creating. This helps to create this complete SaaS product that you can sell from between 5 to 10K. The way it works is that leads go to this page. They want to get a valuation of their SaaS product, but you can literally build this in whatever industry. Fitness coaching could be a custom fitness program. Debt consolidation could be a custom get out of debt plan. Solar, it could be a solar quote, etc. What then happens is that the lead goes through this flow. They write in how much their company are doing. They write in their profit in this example. They then choose what kind of SaaS business they have. They then fill in their name, email address, and phone number, and they then get a custom valuation to them for how much their SaaS business are worth, where they afterwards can book a free consultation But what will also happen is that we will get this information and we will add it to our high-level account. And all of a sudden, we have a lead. This is called an AI lead magnet. And in this video, I'll show you how to build it completely from scratch using no-code platforms like V0. What if I told you that with the tools that you have access to today, you can literally create anything that you want, any app that you can imagine. And this is really what's going to take your AI business to the next level. This is some of the things that I have created myself. I created a habit tracking app for my Skool group. I did that in a couple of hours. I created a full AI agent app that's currently making $60,000 a month, only using AI tools with no previous coding experience. Created custom quizzes that uses AI to give answers on what supplements to use, custom website widgets, and way more. And the reason that someone like me that dropped out of university, never studied computer science or coding whatsoever, can go in and build things like these are because of the tools that we have access to today. And if you run an AI agency and you haven't already learned these tools, then you're already falling behind. So this video will be a full masterclass of how to actually use these no-code AI tools. I'll create a full application just to show you how to use them. And to do that, I'll use V0 as the front end and I'll use make.com as the back end. And then I'll show you how to use Vercel to actually take your project and host it on a live website. And I'll do it all in front of your eyes so you can learn exactly from me and just follow me one-to-one, because that's the way you're going to learn these AI tools the fastest way possible. If you learn this, then you go from having an AI agency where you can only create automations on the back end to actually where you can create things and you can create applications for your customers, where the perceived value is just so much higher. They know that creating a software can be worth 10, 20, 50K. And the perceived value from your services will just skyrocket. I'll show you what we will be building, and I got inspired by acquire.com, which is a marketplace where you can buy and sell startups, mostly SaaS companies. Up in the top right corner, they have free SaaS evaluation. They have a free SaaS valuation, and if I click get free valuation, it pops up with this. I can then write in my email and my name and then it asks for some information about what my company is, like it's a SaaS platform. The startup is called buildmyagent.io. Country is it's incorporated in the US. Yearly revenue would then be $60,000 times 12. And from that, there's about $500,000 in profits. I want to sell eventually. Then it loads and it creates a valuation for how much this startup is worth. And this is obviously a bit inflated, but what it makes me want to do is book a call with them. And this is called a lead magnet. They can advertise this. They can say, get your free SaaS valuation on their webpage, which now they have my name, they have my phone number. They can now reach out to me. They can send emails to me. And all of a sudden I'm a lead in their system. This is actually quite easy to build, and I'll show you exactly how to build the front end that takes this information, and I'll show you how to build the back end that actually can capture the information and insert it into something like high level, where we can actually store the information. The first thing I'll do is that I'll head over to ChatGPT and I'll get it to describe this in MVP terms. I want to create a lead magnet for a free SaaS valuation. The lead will fill in their revenue, profit, kind of business. Type of business is more accurate. What else did we fill in? Name, phone number, email. And I actually think a better way of doing it is like right now acquire gets the name and email first. You should get this afterwards. You want to give value first. That's going to get you more engaged leads. Name, phone number, email at the end. Something like this. The lead magnet should then calculate how much the industry average of a company like this is worth and provide the results back to them. Describe, create a detailed description for V0 for how to create this company's worth and provide the lead should calculate how much the industry average of a company like this is worth and provide the results back to them. Just like that. Let's see if there's anything I want you to instruct it. To include a lot of animations, make it look modern and enterprise. Let's see what it cooks up. So this is really good. I want to copy this entire thing and I'll insert it into a new project on V0. So I'll create a new chat and I'll insert this. I'll add the large model and I'll insert it just like this. And then I'll also get it to create the logic. Can you please create the logic that can calculate this? Thank you. Create a detailed description for how V0 can include this logic. There we go. So now I copy this logic for the SaaS valuation and I give that to our V0 agent as well. So now it has everything it needs in order to be able to create this. So I just hit. We can also include what kind of like styling we want, like make it dark blue and actually make it dark mode and blue. Let's see what it cooks up. That is weird. It didn't create the actual, it created like a plan for it. It didn't create the actual code. So I'll try and refresh it. And this happens sometimes. You just gotta create a new chat and then do the exact same thing again. So just copy in the prompt. We needed to actually create the code. There we go. Now you can see it actually starts creating the code. And you can see it's creating all of the individual files for us. And now it wants us to install Supabase. So we just click accept and create. I'm just gonna choose the free plan. Just call it company valuation lead magnet. And we click done. Now we run the Supabase. So we literally just follow the instructions in the chat. And now we can go back to it. Start free SaaS valuation. Annual revenue, let's say $700,000. Annual profits, $500,000. Type of business. You can see here it already fucked up. So that's something we can fix. We say it's an AI SaaS. Fill full name, write in something random. Get my valuation. This is to be expected. You can see it says $0 SaaS valuation, which isn't true. So what I'll do is that I'll paste just this in, paste it into the chat. Just tell it gives a $0 valuation no matter what. Please fix the logic to I instructed you in, like this. So you might have to iterate a bit on the product. If there's anything you want to change, like the colors or the fonts, you can also literally just tell it in the chat how you want to change it. You can see now it updates the animated counter. So let's try again. Just gonna write in the exact same. You can see now it gives an accurate SaaS valuation. This is an industry standard estimate based on the data you provided. And then it allows us to book a free consultation. But right now this link doesn't actually go anywhere. So what we could do is we can go in and we can create a calendar link. Just create a new one-to-one. Call it SaaS valuation meeting. 30 minutes. You can set your availability. We don't want to do that now. Then click create. And then I share the link and I can give it. So I just say for the book free consultation button, please link to this calendar. Just like that. Right now it's saving our information, name and phone number and email in Supabase, which is a database. But let's say we also wanted to add it to a CRM. I'll show you how to do that. Now, if I go through this again, you can also see this. We also need to fix that. And if I then click book a free consultation, now I can see it goes to this meeting right here, which is perfect. Now we already have a lead magnet that will book appointments automatically because people are going to see this. This is what my software is worth. Let me book the free consultation. But we want to make sure if we actually want to sell this, and if you want to sell it for more than like a couple of $1,000s, you will need to make sure that it actually works like intended. So let's see if we can fix this bug that pops up with the dialogue. This one. So if I try and fill this out and then instantly click on it, see it still happens. The error happens if the SaaS valuation isn't fully loaded. And I click on the drop down, then it shows up in front the drop down. A fix could potentially be that the drop down loads after the dialog. So the issue right now is that if I fill in this and then I click next and I instant click on this, then sometimes I can manage to click it so the drop down goes behind this dialog right here in this div. Let's see if it can fix it. So you can see the way it wants to solve it is include a cover in front of the form for 300 milliseconds so they can't click the drop down. Let's see if I can fuck it up again. Go fill this out and instantly click on it. You can see it still happened. And it doesn't happen the second time. So if I click refresh up here, I can try it again. Just go to the just refresh this, it's gonna load the regular one. So if I try again, you can see it still happens, this weird bug. Bug still happens. I can still click on the drop down. It's actually good that we have a couple of bugs, then you can see how I think about fixing it. Because when you start coding with AI, you're gonna have a lot of these bugs. See, now it tries to fix it again. Let's see if it works this time. If I click on it again, go through the exact same, instantly click on it, still happens. Sometimes this will just like loop over and over and over and try and fix itself. It's about being creative. Now we're gonna do this. Instead of a drop down here, make it 4 button cards. 5 button cards. Include an image, an icon. Make it look pro. So I'm literally just gonna remove this drop down because it's bugging out, and I'm gonna fix it by, oh, the back button doesn't actually go back. I'm gonna fix it by removing the drop down. Let's see how it looks. There we go. That looks even better, doesn't it? So if I click this, click next, it goes to the calendar. Nice. There was one more bug that I found, which is that if I click back, it actually doesn't take me back. You can see if I click back, it just, oh, here it does. Here it doesn't. Oh, never mind. It works. That's a high SAS valuation right there. All right, cool. Now we have a working lead magnet. The one thing I want to add now is that when it triggers, instead of adding it to Supabase, I think that's what it added by default, I want to trigger a webhook. So I'm actually going to say, instead of the Supabase integration, remove that. I want to trigger a webhook with this information instead. Then I'll go head over to make, and I'll click on create a new scenario. And I'm going to call it from SAS lead magnet to high level. Well, let me explain. So we will create a webhook, just a custom webhook like this, add it. And then we'll copy it, click save. I'll then go back and I'll insert this webhook. So include the lead information here. Because then what will happen is that when they book, when they fill in the information, I want to trigger this webhook to go directly to this flow right here. So let's see if we can make that work. There we go. So let's see if it works. I'm going to trigger this webhook. I'm going to go through the flow once again. Phone number, etc. I'll click get my valuation. And then you can see it triggers with all of the information that I filled in. That's pretty cool, huh? Because this means that we can now create, inside of Go High Level, we can create a contact. So if I go inside of High Level, by the way, if you are a member of the 1%, then inside of Classroom, you can get unlimited free high level accounts. Just so remember to use that. and I then head into settings and business profile, and I create the API key like this. I can then in backend to make, and I create a new module that creates a contact. I call it SaaS valuation. Insert the API key, click save. It says this sometimes, you just have to click save and then you need to load it again, and you can see it now it loads successfully. I can then insert the email, I can insert the phone number, I can insert the name like this. I can click save. If I wanted to save the other information as well, like business name, URL, whatever else you want to, like company name, I could insert the business type. I can make custom fields for all of this and then insert it into the CRM. But for now, I just wanted to show you how it works. If I then click run once, write this, and I then refresh it to go through it again. Start free valuation, let's say $1,500,000. It's a SaaS B2C, name, phone number, get my valuation. You can see it generates a valuation. I click book free consultation, it takes me to the calendar, but it also triggered this right here. You can see it triggered the newest one. And if I then head into high level, inside of contacts, you can see this new contact has just been created. I can now reach out to this contact and I've generated a lead. The cool thing about this is that you can install this for companies, just like they have this one on acquire.com. Acquire.com is a huge business, by the way. There's obviously a reason they have this, is because it generates them leads. So the way it works is that instead of just running ads directly to a lead form, they run the ads to a lead magnet instead. An important thing is that this lead magnet needs to provide value. Like our lead magnet, for example, calculated how much the company is worth based on industry average. Provide value. And what this will do is that, let's say they have a, 2% click-through rate on the lead form, and they then have a, 10% people that fill out the lead form. Now you will have a 10% click-through rate and a 20% lead form, for example, which when you multiply these up is like a crazy return. Not going to do the math. I'm not that good at math, but you get the point. So adding a lead magnet can multiply the conversion like crazy. You can build an entire business around creating lead magnets like this, because the perceived value, even though it didn't take me more than an hour to make, is huge because it is custom coded. And you can create a lead magnet for every single client. You can sell this for upwards of 10K because it's going to be worth that. If they are spending, let's say, 10K a month on ads, adding this lead magnet could multiply their results like crazy. And that's exactly what you want to provide. You want to provide an AI solution that just multiplies their response, like that just crushes. So now we have this. Let me show you how to actually deploy it. If I click, you click the share button top right, and then you click publish, and you click deploy to production. And you can see sometimes it says some deployment warnings. You can fix those with V0 like this. It'll basically just fix the build errors or the things that needs to be fixed before it can be published. There we go. And then I can just click deploy to production, and now it will deploy, and I can actually get a deployed version of this. And now it's live. If I click visit site, you can see we have this saasvasil.app domain, but it's actually live now. Now you can go to this website and you can see this SaaS tool, which is pretty fucking cool. What I can then do is that I can create this as an iframe, so I can actually install this on my own website. So if I go to create a new ChatGPT window and I say, can you please create this as an iframe? And I insert the URL. It is a lead magnet and I will install it in the middle of my website. It'll then create the iframe for us, just like this. So I can take this iframe, I can head over to where I have my website. Let's say I want to install it to my shiny.ai website. This is the website for my AI agency. I can then head over, this is hosted on high level. I can then head over to this right here. I can go to sites, go to my main website, shiny website right here, and click edit. And let's say I want to embed it right in the middle of this, right? I can then search for code, insert a code field right here, insert the code that I've created, click save, click publish. If I then go to Shiny AI like this, it didn't update yet. There you have it. Find out what your SaaS is worth. Pretty cool, right? Let's say I want rounded corners. I can get ChatGPT to do this. Can you please do rounded corners? Gives me a new iframe script. Just go in and I update that. This. Publish it. Sure that it's published. Now you can see it has rounded corners. Doesn't really fit with my website, but you get the point. You can customize the styling on this to fix the client's website that you're installing it on. And now it works. If you have any questions to how to build this, then make sure to drop them in the comments below. As always, have a wonderful day. I hope it was valuable. Peace.